Oh my goodness. It's already 1 o'clock. Hey, Yammerloings. Thank you for the lurk. Always good to see you. Where do we pick up? Oh yes, we were out partying last night. And now it's the next morning. And now we're hungover. Like, massively hungover. Like, we probably need help. And a lot of water. Oh my goodness. Gal Werewolf 2270, welcome to the Lion's Den. Appreciate you coming in. I'm playing ourselves some Komorebi today, and this is like after the party. It's been an interesting journey, I have to say. Since some of the text will be kind of hidden behind my VTuber, I'll be reading some of the text up on the screen. I turned up the volume a little bit in the game so people can hear it better. Hopefully this will work for peeps. But hello and welcome on in. It's going to be a chill day today. I cannot believe we just started August and it's already the 9th and it's Wednesday. Yay. As soon as I wake up, I saunter over to the living room. I say saunter since I'm not sure if there's a word for hangover walk. My slow, labored strides carry me toward the promise of a hot breakfast. But when I make it to my destination, I'm immediately let down. There's nobody in the kitchen, and Klace is half asleep on the living room couch. I'm about to call his name, but Isaac beats me to it, entering behind me.
Hey, Klace. You forgetting something?
Uh-oh. He moves slightly and speaks nonsense. It's like he's caught halfway between a dream and reality. That's me every day.
Dude, get up!
Suddenly, Klace jumps out of the couch, adjusts his scarf, and looks embarrassed. Ow! What the heck, Grey Wolf? How you doing, dude? I suppose I'd be embarrassed too if I promised everyone a meal and messed up. But I'm sure we can eat, even if it's just a bit later than initially planned.
Sorry. Just the hangover. I didn't expect the party so hard last night.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have been drinking so much. You guys are downing booze like it's water. You should just be downing water.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. You're just a lightweight. You rang?
Oh, come on, Taylor. Jeez. Taylor walks in the room looking like a zombie. It seems like the night have hit some of us harder than others.
Can't imagine partying like that too often. Maybe one day I'll be on your level.
Oh, boy.
I've been saying that for years, but you just can't beat Isaac and Taylor.
I guess not. Dante enters the room, cup of coffee in hand. Probably the best thing at this moment. I swear the thing is glued to him come morning time.
Good to know I party harder than a pop star. I always knew I was special, but this just seals it.
It sounds like he was using a different microphone in that recording. Anyway, going right, just got home from work, might transfer to another department in the future. Probably a good thing, you know, change is good.
That, and you don't let us down when you promise a hot breakfast. Sorry, Klace, but you're not gonna live this one down anytime soon.
It was an honest mistake. I'll handle myself better at the tavern.
You were fine at the nightclub. I definitely enjoyed our one-on-one time. His ears perk up, and a bright blush appears on his face. It's almost like until this exact second he forgot about our heart-to-heart.
Oh no.
He covers his face with his hands.
Oh no. Delta, forget everything I said. I was just drunk venting, I swear. I didn't even mean it.
I'm pretty sure that's the case, but...
Ooh, gossip time.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Well, I could go for some gossip.
Gossip, the only thing that travels faster than light. Even Isaac leans in, curious about what happened.
You're all awful people.
What? Excuse me? He laughs as he gets up from the couch and stumbles slightly.
And that's why you fit right in.
Oh, come here. I gotcha.
Oh, no. Isaac wraps an arm around Klace and helps him stay upright. Maybe he's not just hungover, he could be still kind of drunk, too. Oh, dear.
Thanks, man. I'll get you back one day.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, if I ever need it. I'm not quite the shot taker you are.
Oh boy. We look at one another trying to figure out what we should do. In his current state, Klace would certainly not be able making us breakfast. I can pitch in. I can make breakfasts. I can make eggs and muffins and pancakes and bacon. Bacon. I want bacon, damn it.
Wanna just hit up the Triple R?
That could be a good idea.
You mean the hangover breakfast place?
Probably a good thing to do at this point.
I see you've already been told. That sound good to everyone else?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds
I'm not
good
even
to me.
drunk. Aye, Shernio, hey, thanks for the codes, by the way, to Pokemon. I got both of my Pokemon, including my Mew. What a cutie. I gotta start playing that again sometime in the future, too. I nod. Going to the Triple R has almost become a regular occurrence for me now.
I, actually have something important to talk about. And just so you know, yes, it is related to that Zero.
Oh? Do tell.
Oh, man, I almost forgot.
I hope he didn't spend most of his night outside doing nothing.
I was expecting a few hits to my score when I woke up this morning. Gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised. Looks like we're in the clear.
I think somebody's pulling strings. You redeemed them? Awesome, I did. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We all look at each other, then back at Isaac, and he wears a wide smirk.
What did you do?
I knew somebody was pulling strings. Tell us all about it, Isaac. His smile simply widens even more. You got the shiny Grimmsnarl too? Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you, Shernio. I love my generous community. You're so awesome. You guys are great. I love you.
Let's wait until we're eating. Then I'll talk. Promise.
Uh-huh. And by the way, I got back from the dentist this morning. That was an uneventful trip. My usual doctor was not there, but I had another doctor come on in and check me out and said, "You're A-okay and your teeth are fine. Here's a toothbrush and some toothpaste for your travel days." And I was like, "Cool, thank you." So it was pretty nice. Soma, hello, greetings. How are you doing? Here we go. We're playing some more Komorebi today. I love this game. You guys should totally play this game, by the way. It's on Steam. Did you know that? ! Komorebi. And that will link you to the Steam page. And that should also allow you to get the deluxe edition, which includes the soundtrack. Everything that you're listening to here. It's really awesome. Anyway, let's carry on. Oh yes, and ! Klace if you want to follow Klace on Twitter, which I highly recommend. And I believe Klace also has a Blue Sky too, but I don't have that link yet. But since Blue Sky uses invite codes, that's probably why I decided not to put Klace's Blue Sky in there yet. He reaches up and snaps a finger in an almost dramatic fashion.
Scene change.
Yay. He just making the fourth wall tip just a little bit, right? Okay. I think after every major event, I should do a save, just to be sure. All right.
Wait, what?
Okay, so do that. Oh, Taylor. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's going on?
How did you do that?
Do what?
Don't even worry about it. And look, breakfast is served.
Wait. What? Did they get it, like, for free or something? We all look down, find full plates before us. Who's pulling strings here? Hello, Fang. Welcome to your day. I hope things are okay. And all that stuff, and yay. Klace whimpers as he rests his head on the table. Oh no, poor Klace. Drinking just a little too much. Fill this dude up with some coffee stat.
Did you need to do that while I'm this hungover?
I want to give him a hug. Poor dude.
Almost definitely.
Oh no.
Everything is spinning enough already.
Oh my goodness, here it comes. He shakes his head and attempts sitting upright.
And I don't even remember ordering this. How much is it gonna set me back?
I'm gonna guess donut. He turns his head towards the sign at the back of the diner. After seeing the price, he groans, but so do the rest of us. It's more expensive than normal. They changed the price. Uh-oh. Maybe I'm wrong? Am I guessing this wrong?
What? That's no fair. They should have told us.
Oh dear.
And give us the chance to say no? Doesn't seem very lucrative to me.
Wait, huh? I'm confused here. Oh, right, they went to the club last night. Yes, they did.
I guess the third R stands for robbery.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe Isaac's magic trick messed something up.
Now I'm very suspicious. I'm exceptionally suspicious right now. Isaac, what did you do? We all look at him a little confused.
Magic trick? What do you mean?
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, right. Very funny.
What's going on here? This time, instead of looking at Klace, we exchange glances with one another.
What's he talking about?
Who bonked me? Why'd you bonk me? Aaron! Why? Why must you do this to me? Anyway.
I haven't the foggiest. Anyway, Isaac, what's up?
Okay, Isaac, spill the beans. Let me know.
Huh?
What do you mean, huh?
You said you wanted to talk to us about something Zero related?
Is this the best place to have that discussion?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's just been a long night. Although, I did find a way to keep us out of trouble.
How's that? Holy smokes! Brandy Dog! With a tier 1 sub for 31 months! Let's go! Woohoo! Thank you so much, dude. You still have the epic paw. How you doing? Ow, Aaron, you dork. Oh my goodness. Thank you for 31 months, my friend. And it's always a treasure to have you by my side. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Let's see. What else are we doing here?
Really? How? Not gonna lie, I've been kind of worried.
Uh-oh. Worried about what? Thank you so much again, Brandy. You heckin' sweetheart.
Yeah, same. I've been checking my phone all morning. Figured it was only a matter of time before my score went down.
And that your score is already low to begin with? Can their scores go into the negatives? Is that even possible? I don't even know anymore. You're on your way, Brandy. Once you hit the, 3.5-year mark, I believe, you'll get a legendary paw.
I bet you're all surprised that it hasn't changed, right?
Okay, spill the beans. Isaac, what is going on? What strings did you pull? I must know.
Actually, yeah. And now you're starting to worry me. You did something, didn't you, Isaac?
Okay. Okay. Chat, I'm a little concerned here. What's going on?
Absolutely. In fact, I worked so hard, I didn't get any sleep. And I did it all in the name of protecting my friends.
Okay. Grateful and still concerned.
And yourself, of course.
Oh boy.
Mostly myself.
Wait, huh? I don't get it.
How altruistic.
Yeah, I'm basically a hero.
I'm now even more concerned than ever. What did Isaac do? What did he do, Chad? Ow! 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 Aaron, why must you cause chaos? What did you do? Why must you do this to me? I don't understand. You're such a dork. Anyway.
And you tell me to keep my ego in check.
Oh, thank you for the head pats. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyway, what about this ego of Isaac's?
Wait. In order to stave off my increasingly growing paranoia, you didn't make another one of your mods, did you?
Promise to let me explain before you freak out?
That's definitely a yes, Dante. Oh, we're gonna get locked up for real now.
Oh boy. Thank you for the kiss, Grey Wolf. Thank you.
Let's give him a chance to explain before I start screaming.
Ow! Now you hit me with that anvil, Grey Wolf. The both of you are causing chaos and it's driving me nuts.
Wait, why are we screaming? And what do you mean another one of his mods?
Oh dear, and we're not talking about a social media moderator here.
Did Isaac not tell you?
Huh?
You're starting to worry me here.
I am now extremely worried. Isaac, what did you do?
He just likes to tinker with Argus tech. It's no big deal. That's why you won't be hearing any system notifications at home.
Okay.
No big deal. You bug me about it like every day. It's been a couple years already. We're not getting in trouble, man.
True. Argus usually cracks down on that stuff right away. If you didn't get in trouble the first time, you probably won't at all.
Interesting.
I guess I'm just a ball of paranoia then.
Likely.
Let's hear him out. I'm actually kind of curious what he did. Just please don't make us worry more than we already are. Every time you do something new, you just make us panic.
Okay. Enough beating around the bush. Isaac, get to the point.
Look, that's not my fault, remember? I have a flawless track record. It's your trust in me that needs polishing.
That doesn't help.
So, even though you basically break the law, it's still our fault.
I don't...
Good to know we're on the same page.
Okay. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm out of here. No, I'll stick around and listen to this.
You better have a good explanation this time, then.
Oh, I do. This one's a game changer. Ready to see the latest innovation from the House of Isaac?
Here's the build-up.
Only if you never say it like that again.
Here's the pitch.
I'm gonna second that.
And the swing. Thirding.
Wow, you too, Delta?
Of course you are, Aaron. All right. I shrug.
I'm gonna need your help with this one, though. Remember when you came to visit me at work?
Of course. If you ever need help again, just let me know.
Oh? Having secret meetings without us? Didn't realize you two were moving that fast.
Boy. Oh, boy. Chat. I love this game, but I'm also majorly concerned for Isaac. I'm being friendly to him at the moment. I could have clicked on love, but...
Dante, come on. Now's not the time. I'm trying to tell you something important.
Right. Sorry. Sass is just my default.
Oh, boy. Isaac shrugs and disregards what happened.
All right, so I've been making lots of big sales at work lately. However, earlier last week, I lost commission on a lot of them.
Oh?
That has got to be painful.
Yeah, losing your commission is like getting kicked in the balls, or groin, or just getting kicked in general.
It was, but there was a silver lining. A big one, too. Turns out the people that bought them were up to no good. This is the part that Delta can vouch for, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, he told me that when he applied the discount to my identity.
Knew I could count on you. Anyway, I decided to look into it, and I found something big. The purchases were made by an anti-Argus organization.
Oh, do continue.
I think I've seen them in the news lately. Weren't they called Cypher or something?
Cypher? Now, I'm wondering about Cypher. Because that is also a name of a character in The Matrix who ended up becoming a traitor. But let's continue.
Yeah, exactly. They helped the Zero sneak into the city. But that was only half of their plan. They, kinda slipped up.
Oh, and where did they slip up?
What was the other half?
Hooking up the Zeros with phones and identities. You know, basically starting a revolution.
Interesting.
What?
You can do that?
How?
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
How? Isaac leans forward, clearly invested about what he's going to say.
Actually, it's not impossible. There was just no reliable way to test it out.
Okay, now this is getting even more enigmatic. Although I am curious.
Remember, this is the first wave of zeros to enter any city. Everything until now was just practice, with no action.
And now?
And how does this help us?
Well, they had no way of knowing whether they'd fail or not. Sometimes you just don't know until you finally flick that switch. However, in slipping up, they left behind a perfect blueprint.
Okay, Chet. What is Isaac on about here? I'm very much intrigued. I'm very much intrigued. I must know more. He takes a phone out of his pocket and places it on the table.
Isaac.
You didn't.
What?
I did.
What did you do? Please tell me. He smiles as he slides the phone across the table toward Taylor and Dante.
I made this for our new friend. He should be able to live in the city just like the rest of us. So, as far as everything goes, we're totally off the hook.
Oh no, that zero friend they just brought in is now officially part of the system. Oh boy, how does that work? Hello, Ronnie! Greetings and welcome to your day. How be you, by the way? Are we enjoying the sights and sounds of our festivities? I hope your summer is going well, by the way. It's good to see you as always. We are playing Komorebi, Klace's wonderful game. I highly recommend it. !Klace if you guys want to follow Klace, the creator of this game, on Twitter. Or !Komorebi if you guys want to know more about Komorebi. Or if you want to purchase it. It's on Steam right now. I'm going okay, just lurking a while at work. Hey, I hope you have fun at work, and thank you for the lurk. It's always good to see you guys. Also, please, go follow Ronnie Noodles on Twitch. He's a heckin' bean, and a wonderful friend, and everything in between. Let me give you a shout out. Ronnie Noodles. And you're doing some art. Oh, heck, there you go. Yeah, please, guys, go follow Ronnie Noodles on Twitch. It would be greatly appreciated. Oh, too kind. Nah, you're the one who's kind, dude. You're the one who's kind, and we love you.
That sounds highly illegal.
Sounds illegal and is illegal are two very different things.
Yeah, but it's not like we'll get caught. Though his new score did take a bit of a hit. You know, for pestering a public figure and stuff.
So we're starting in the negatives?
I find this exceptionally hard to believe. You found a way to cheat the system overnight?
How does this work?
Not really, no. That Cypher group put in years of work. They basically left behind a test that was 99% complete.
And the 1%?
And you knew the final answers.
Oh, he filled in the gap.
Bingo! So, I'm gonna give this to that zero, and we can move on. We won't get in trouble for anything we've done. I guarantee it.
I have a feeling that things are about to get very, very spicy and very interesting from here on out.
How can you possibly guarantee that?
I guess you'll just have to work on trusting me.
Okay, Isaac. I'm skeptical, I'm suspicious, but I trust you in the way that I trust water flowing down a river.
He
Anyway.
always asks for the impossible.
I feel like we should have talked about this first. Maybe.
So Spice,
I
right?
couldn't just sit back and let you get in trouble. We hung out with that zero and gave him city goods. At least now we don't have to worry about our scores.
So we had a little bit of a workaround using an exploit and filling the 1% information with your knowledge. Because you work for Argus yourself, you're basically risking your friends' livelihoods and your own job to bring this zero into the system. Now, that's going to furrow a lot of brows in the Argus Corporation once they find out about this. No lie can be covered up indefinitely.
Yeah, a ticking time bomb like this is way less stressful.
Come on, I'm just trying to help.
I get that. But there's a right way to help and a wrong way to help. I have a feeling this might be the wrong way.
Is this why you went back outside to talk to him last night?
I have a feeling that there is a lot more to know than what it's showing here to us on the surface. I wonder.
Yeah, I already kind of made up my mind.
Suddenly, his drunken venting last night made a lot more sense.
Can you at least give me a more technical explanation? You don't have to explain it like we're children.
Well,
Sure. You almost done eating? He's supposed to meet us outside a few minutes from now.
so my other question is, where did you get the money for all that food that was on the table? I must know, inquiring minds wish to know. Upon hearing that, we all start devouring our meals, considering that the majority of us are drunk.
Oh, and just so you know, he has a name now.
Chiron. We know exactly who the Zero is, but I will let the story unfurl itself as we progress. This has been quite the interesting endeavor, don't you think? All right. After furiously eating our meals, we leave the diner. Dante wasted no time getting back on topic almost exactly as we exit.
Well,
Well.
Well, what?
Hello, Fuki.
aren't you going to tell us how you pulled this off?
Explain it in moderate detail, please.
Oh, right. Just didn't want to do it inside. Even if we're safe, it's still good to be cautious.
That was hardly cautious at all. He looks around, ensuring that we have privacy. In a world such as this, I don't think privacy is a thing. The streets are relatively empty today, so I think we're good.
Well, Cypher was actually pretty successful. They just slipped up in the end. They had no problem creating new identities to place on blank phones. Their logic was sound, and their internal testing went perfectly.
So where did they go wrong?
But things always change when you put plans into action. Once the phones connected to Argus's database, they triggered alarms. The phones were flawless, but the identities didn't have a match.
Whoops.
So it was just pushing past an extra layer of security.
Well, I think that's certainly downplaying my ability. And if you want to get technical, it was like 10,000 layers.
That must have taken you years to
The moment
figure
those
out.
phones connected to Argus, Cypher was compromised.
Oh, so big sacrifice. You know, at this juncture, I'm thoroughly believing that Isaac has become an unwitting mole for Cypher. This could spell disaster and be very
I
dangerous
got
for
to
him.
see exactly how they lost and how to avoid it. It's something only a higher-up at Argus could accomplish.
And you
We
are?
work retail.
You're not a higher up, Isaac.
Hey, I'm still pretty high up there. My security clearance goes a lot higher than you'd think. I even have right access to the pupil system.
Oh, Isaac. No. Oh, God. Yeah. Here's the thing. I've worked retail for much of my life, over half of it. And, using your abilities to right access a system that you shouldn't really be touching is grounds for termination. Isaac is in a lot of danger here. I'm kind of smelling it. I think things are going to go south eventually. But for now, they're riding the wave.
Wait, seriously? I didn't know you were, like, successful.
I know what you're trying to say, so I won't take it as a shot. But yeah, that's why I'm aiming for that promotion next year. It'll actually put me closer to my true role inside of Argus.
So what, you can just create matching identities in the database?
How do you add somebody to a system that doesn't have part of the system, that somebody was born outside of that? I mean, there's got to be legal ways for somebody to say, hey, I would like to be part of the system. How can I apply? There has to be some sort of method to the madness. Like, somebody moves, say, to the US from another country. They don't have a social security number because that's our system, but they can apply for one. It's certainly possible. Get your granted visa, get your United States membership, become a citizen of the US. There is a process for that. But the way Isaac is going about it just seems a little backwards and convoluted, to the point where I think he's going to get in a lot of trouble. But I haven't seen this part of the story, so I'm just speculating. I have no idea what's going to happen. Anyway, let's move on.
Among other things, yeah. Remember, it's complicated. I'm trying to keep it easy so everyone understands.
Oh, you can explain it to me in complex detail. I'll pick up on it.
It makes sense to me. But isn't that gonna look suspicious? I mean, a random guy just popping into existence last night?
Oh, yeah, that's very much sure. I agree.
You're the one to ask, Klace. Isn't your burner account basically the same thing?
Isaac is right. Klace technically has a second identity for his safety and the anonymity as a pop idol, but it's still similar.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of people are known to create secondary accounts online, like private accounts that they can use to interact with the normal social public and, basically fly under the radar.
So, it's
yeah.
definitely possible to create a new identity without issue. In fact, it's actually done every day, thanks to the VP system.
And please explain to us what the VP system is.
Now you're just throwing out random letters. VP? What are you talking about?
Good question. At that exact second, the Zero approaches us.
I didn't want to intrude, so I circled the block a few times. Then I came back and you were still talking, so I circled again. Honestly, this time I'm just showing up so I can ask you to stop.
Oh, well, he smirks at us.
So I am pretty curious about this pupil and VP thing. You said I'd be the first Zero in history to do all this, right?
See, this individual looks pretty intelligent, has acted that way, although a little bit quirky around the edges, but then again, aren't we all a little quirky around the edges? Let's know more about this.
Maybe keep that part down.
Probably a good idea.
Oh, sorry. Forgot that was kind of a no-no word around here. Though I gotta say, I am grateful for the opportunity, Isaac. And don't think I forgot about the rest of you either.
He looks at me and gives me another smirk.
Glad to see they let the cool one tag along.
We're the cool one, apparently. I can tell that to the U.S.'s immigration department takes nearly 10 years at least. Yeah. Jonah's character is that Zero, yes. That is Jonah Scott. Isaac scoffs. And by the way, Isaac, I believe, is voiced by Sean Chiplock, another good friend of ours.
Hey, I'm totally cool! Especially after what I did for you!
Alright, prove it then. Tell me about this pupil and VP stuff.
Okay. Isaac looks around and seems like more people are outside now.
Maybe we should take this somewhere more private.
And Klace, by the way, is voiced by Casey Mangelo. He's so handsome. They're all handsome in their own special, unique way. But I believe they are.
Yeah, good idea. I don't think we should bring him home, though. We should wait until we're really feeling safe.
Yes.
Don't worry, I have an idea.
Taylor's Bay. Taylor's adorable.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
My talent agency has a branch in almost every major city. There's lots of air travel, especially when an idol's on tour. There should be a small airfield nearby we can make use of.
Uh-huh. Is Klace in-game trans or non-binary? So Klace is he, him, and is voiced by Casey Mangelo. That is all I know.
Airfield? Isn't that a little extra?
Well, if you want to make it as an idol, you have to be a little extra.
That's true.
Besides, those private jets are super secure. I hide in them all the time.
Hide? From what?
Just stupid stuff. You know, like responsibilities.
Responsibilities aren't stupid. Unless if I'm misreading that statement.
And you keep becoming more and more relatable. I'm down, though. Hanging in a private jet sounds pretty awesome.
It does.
I like the sound of that, actually. And Klace's entry scan won't tip anybody off either. Especially if he hides in those things as often as he says.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll tell me more about all this technical stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, in style, too.
Okay.
Guess I picked the right people to bug that day then. Whatever you say goes, Isaac. I'm totally in your debt.
Of course. Well then. Adjusting my microphone because it's being a little weird at the moment. I decided to go cheap with the mic stand and the pop filter. But this microphone, believe it or not, is now 10 years old. Eventually, we make it to the airfield and I start to look around. It was probably best to keep our plans quiet, so we chose to be cautious. The airfield is huge, and Klace starts leading us to whatever plane he prefers. We ended up choosing a plane that was at the far back of the field. One that didn't look like it had been used for a while, or would be used anytime soon. The moment we enter, Klace closes the door behind us, leaving us in complete darkness.
You ready for the big reveal?
Oh yes.
Please, I can wait no longer.
Mm-hmm. I've never been in a private jet before, so I don't know what to expect. Since Klace is hyping it up, though, my expectations are shooting sky high. Ha ha ha. A moment later, when he turns on the lights, those expectations are exceeded.
And here we are. A real
Yo!
home away from home.
This looks nice and grand. I quickly scan the room, taking in the beautiful sight before me. There's no windows, just one big screen set to a scene of the sky. Without even lifting off, it already feels like we're soaring in the heavens. Isn't this awesome?
Whoa. Incredible. What do you think, Taylor?
I think they're blown away. A moment passes, no response.
Taylor?
I think Taylor's mesmerized or afraid of flying. We look over in Taylor's direction, and he's covering his face with his hands. Upon hearing us call his name, he spreads his fingers and looks out at us. As he realizes the lights are on, he uncovers his face and remains silent.
So much for thriving in the dark.
Meanie.
Oh, I didn't realize you were afraid of...
It's because I'm not.
Eh?
Oh, I see.
It's because you're not? Before this can go any further, the Zero steps forward. Though I have to say it's a bit peculiar that Taylor is afraid of the dark.
Damn, you weren't lying when you said this guy's famous. And rich enough to call a jet his home away from home, too? Maybe you can just pay off Argus if we ever get in trouble.
That's kind of not a thing to say.
Bribe the authorities? Yeah, that would go over so well.
Sure, you're such a dork.
Probably not. And that's not why I call this place a home away from home either. The real reason is, well, I guess it's kind of complicated.
It's your mobile office. Oh, thank you for the head pats.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Or
thank you for
we
kissing
could be
too.
real friends and let him explain. This place clearly means a lot to him, right?
Most likely. Klace both looks excited and happy as Taylor defends him. Without wasting another moment, he jumps right into his explanation.
Well, you know how your home makes you feel, right? Safe, secure, and happy? It's familiar, so it has a lot of meaning.
Home is where your rump rests.
Yeah, I feel that. Coming home after a long day at work. Couldn't think of a better feeling if I tried.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm always traveling, so I don't really have a place like that. These jets all share the same internal design, so it's the closest thing I had. No matter where I was in the world, I could always come to a place like this. And for some reason, that gave me comfort.
That's totally valid. We all look at one another before Dante jumps in with some trademark snark. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Evil. Remember, Chad, always hydrate. Drink water.
Depressing, but it makes sense.
Drink water every day.
Yeah, that basically sums up the life of an idol. But during my visit, I hope Isaac's home can feel special too. Never really had the chance to live in a normal house.
What is
Zero,
normal?
that is why we let our friends speak. Look at all that info you were just about to shut down.
Sorry, the cold shoulder kind of became my go-to. In the city, it's best not to risk exposing my identity. Though I guess now that won't be an issue.
His head tilts over towards Isaac.
You want to get this show on the road?
All right. Upon seeing the jet and hearing Klace's story, I guess we got a bit derailed. But Zero was right. We had some important business to take care of.
Right. Sorry. Where was I?
I heard something about the pupil system and VP. No clue what they are, but apparently they helped you cheat Argus.
Right. You ready? I think it's time we all take a seat.
Okay, time to get technical. Morning, setting on the washer. As we all sit down, Isaac looks lots in thought. I guess it wouldn't be easy to explain how he cheated Argus. It was a world first, after all. If it was easy to do, it would have been done by now.
Please kill me. I can't take the suspense anymore.
No, I'm not going to kill you.
You want us to beat Argus to it?
Uh-huh.
Not funny, Dante.
It was actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. The Zero smirks as Isaac finally breaks free from his train of thought.
Right. So, the pupil system is basically a database of everybody. It's probably where the eyes of Argus find themselves the most. When we signed up, that's actually where we put all our info in. I have write access, which means I can create identities. When someone needs to sign up at my store, I can help them do it. Argus just trusts me not to do anything more than that, I guess.
You really have that much power?
That seems to be like a security loophole.
I've worked for them ever since I was old enough to work. If there's anybody they trust with this clearance, it's me. There is a bit more to it, however. Like Klace said, he has a second account. A fake name and a fake identity in the name of his security. There's already a precedent for this sort of thing. I just had to look into it. Fake accounts and identities are mostly made for two groups of people. Celebrities, like our pop star friend, and those who make use of the VP program. Believe it or not, fake identities are created almost every day for it.
Oh, so you can slip him under the radar using one of these programs.
Okay, but what is it?
The Vision Protection Program.
Oh.
That can't be real.
Oh, it is. People don't always have the best visions. In situations like that, Argus can give them a new lease on life. If you're a victim, or even commit a crime in your vision, they can relocate you.
That is interesting. Let us pause for a moment. I'm going to answer the call of nature. I'll be right back. Speculate, if you will. Talk amongst yourselves. What do you think is going to happen here? We'll be right back. Don't go away. Alright, this is getting spicy. We're back. Let's continue on. So, Vision Protection Program. I wonder.
It's mostly a precautionary measure to stop crimes from occurring. At least, in theory, they want to stop bad visions from coming to pass. If you wanted to create an identity without suspicion, that'd be how.
So, this creates some sort of loophole with Komorebi. Some of these visions, you know, people get bad visions, people get visions of crimes, some people get visions of becoming rich and famous, and others probably have visions that are just meh. How do you deal with knowing what the future is going to be and unable to prevent it? That would just drive me absolutely up the wall. He scoffs and shakes his head.
I'm actually kind of surprised, Isaac. Now that you explained it, I think I believe you.
Oh.
Yeah, it was pretty simple at the end of the day. At least for somebody in my position.
The loophole begins.
Don't get cocky now.
Yeah, I only beat the system that governs our lives. Totally not a big deal, all things considered.
You know, these things that come to pass, I have a feeling it's going to become very, very tenuous.
You need to work on your sarcasm, Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm learning from the best.
We laugh and the tension in the room seems to disappear. Excuse me. I can understand Isaac's explanation, at least a little bit. It's a lot of pieces falling into place all at once. Klace's second account, the VP program, the pupil system, and Isaac's rank. Even those sales he lost at work, they all combined to let him pull this off. It really feels like a culmination of everything I've experienced thus far.
So basically, you walked a digital tightrope, and now it's up to me to follow your footsteps?
Oh boy.
A bit of a bad metaphor, if you ask me. I walked that rope, but turned it into a road for you. All the risky business is already taken care of, I promise.
So you paved the way for your new friend here. It is a humble act, a selfless act, but will this get you into major trouble?
If you say so.
See, he seems very skeptical, and I don't blame him for that.
I do.
So, let me get this straight. Cypher taught you how to put fake identities on phones, and your position at Argus lets you verify those fake identities.
That seems really, really bad.
More or less.
That seems really bad. Oh my god, it's so bad.
And you set it up like you were in the VP program, so it's technically the same as Klace's burner account?
Chats, how much trouble do you think Isaac is going to be in once this is discovered? He might be very well excommunicated from the system after this, if they find out. Yeah, it's a big yikes.
Well, I didn't want to snoop on him in the pupil system. But from what I gathered while studying, they're essentially the same. And how many times has Klace gotten in trouble for using that account?
The way he said it, essentially the same, sounds like he's unsure of even himself.
Honestly, never.
Exactly. Things are gonna be fine. As far as Argus is concerned, all of us are the same now. So what do you say? Ready for your new life, Zero?
I wonder what kind of life this is going to be.
Yeah, I think I am.
Isaac smiles and takes out that phone once again. He places it down in front of the Zero, who quickly picks it up. I can tell he's confused, but he also looks incredibly happy.
Welcome to the system, Chiron.
And there we have it, the name.
Chiron? Is that my name?
Yep, picked it out myself. What do you think?
You never had a name to begin with?
It's perfect. So I can use this just like anybody else.
I have a feeling that, due to a lack of experience with the system, there could be some snafus coming up ahead. I do wonder.
You sure can. And don't forget about the tavern this weekend. From now on, you'll never drink booze off the streets again.
This is happy and sad at the same time. I'm not sure how to describe this emotion.
That was not my proudest moment.
You can put that behind you.
What about this one?
It's definitely up there. I don't know how to repay you, Isaac.
Okay. All things considered, despite the amount of shenanigans that's happening in the background, I do believe that ultimately this is a better decision. Probably not the best, but it's not a terrible thing either. We'll see.
Maybe less of that cold shoulder?
Probably a good thing.
I'll work on it for sure.
I'm pretty sure Chiron has been, rough around the edges considering all things that he's been dealing with in his life, being a zero and not being in the system to begin with. He smiles, probably the first genuine one I've seen from him. I take the city life for granted, and this made me realize it. Do I see a long hair in that zero? That is a long mane, that is for sure. What was normal for me was life-changing for Chiron. This is kind of synonymous with the idea of, say, a person who was poor on the streets, brought in by somebody with power and given a new life. Given a new life. Oh my God, I cannot talk properly today. And has anybody ever seen the movie Happy Gilmore? Remember that homeless individual that Adam Sandler's character, Happy, brought in? And toward the end, he used his money and resources to basically give that homeless person a new life. I think this is kind of similar to that in a way. I've heard of the film, haven't watched it. Happy Gilmore is a comedy, but it's an interesting movie. I don't think it's one of Adam Sandler's best movies, but it's worth watching.
Wait, he's gonna come to the tavern with us? Is that really a good idea?
I'll go scope it out, but I don't see why not. Want to meet back here in a few days and talk it through?
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Oh, is this gonna be our new HQ?
Headquarters in the sky.
I won't be leaving anytime soon, but that's just because I don't have anywhere else to go.
Well, the only way we can go now is forward.
Make yourself at home. The couches probably beat the street. And yeah, we can meet again here when we need the talk. Like I said, these things are really safe and secure.
They're sealed up tight as a drum.
So, like Taylor said then, new HQ?
Alrighty.
Yeah, new HQ.
I have a feeling that this is where the story really begins. He smiles, and for some reason, everything feels weird. Oh boy, Adam Sandler. He has his moments, but not most of his films are. Okay, to be fair, Adam Sandler has had a handful of good movies. Spanglish, I think, was one of them. Yeah, that was a decent movie. It was like we were at a turning point in our own history, in the history of society. Chiron would be always and forever to be the first zero to integrate into the system. Maybe this could pave the way for future zeros to become part of Argus, but maybe find a more legitimate method of application. Maybe there was hope for everyone else after all. We have ourselves the beginning of a new era. This chapter is going to turn out to be especially delicious in its complexities. Let me click on save here real fast, and we're back at the counselor's office. Most Adam Sandler movies are just guilty pleasure movies for me. I mean, that's fair. Like, Little Nicky for me is a guilty pleasure, but anyway, we're going way off topic. Who cares? I sit in the chair with my face in my hands. The counselor immediately notices my fatigue and tilts his head. Looks like I was still recovering from a nightclub outing. Well, it's not like a bunch of other stuff didn't happen, but yeah. I guess everything was just starting to take its toll on me. Moving is a big deal, and now there's all this extra stuff. Of course, I had to keep it a lot of secrets from my counselor. The one person who was supposed to help me organize my head. Ironic. He waits for me to speak, but I don't. Eventually, he decides to get things started.
Things must have been rather hectic. It's not like you to be late, Delta.
You know, I have a feeling. Now, counselors, in my experience with them, I've had psychologists, I've had counselors of all kinds, I've had therapists. they pick up on things. They're very good at this. They know when something is being hidden from them. And they will find the most creative ways to pry open that shell and see what's inside. Believe me, they will find out. However, at no point ever in my history with therapists, counselors, psychiatrists, whatever, have they ever used anything they learned about me against me. That is not what they are there to do. Even if they had to report to some greater authority, at least from my personal experience, did they ever use that against me? Their only purpose is to help me become better about myself. So I think that in this situation, if the counselor does find out about what's going on with Argus in the system, his secrecy, his oath to keep it between us, I don't think will be broken. But again, we're just exploring the realm of this game. There's a lot that could happen, and I'm more and more curious, so let's not stall any longer. I tell him there's a lot going on. I'm only half truthful. Oh no, Faye. Why? Why now? Ah! Oh my god, Fang. Anyway, I hope you guys are paying attention because this is such an interesting moment for me. I say that our nightclub outing was intense and I'm still catching up on sleep. Based on his understanding of my life, it's clearly enough to sate him. He'll pick up on things, I'm pretty sure of it.
Well, that makes sense to me. It was your first big outing. I'm sure you saw your friends in a new light, too.
See, and then he'll speak to me in such a way that he will make me think that that he doesn't know about what I'm doing, but I'm pretty sure he does. Definitely.
Hopefully you like what you're starting to see. That may change if they feel like they've won you over. At that point, a lot of people feel like they can stop trying.
Here's the other thing, right? How you say things can convey messages very differently. If you were to ask somebody, how are you doing today? You could be like, oh, I'm good, thank you. Or, I'm good. See how the message changes, even though the words did not? A counselor will easily pick up on that body language and the tone of voice, because you say a lot more in your tone than what your words say. In fact, in other languages like Chinese, for example, which is tonal, the words do change depending upon how it's spoken. Kind of curious, isn't it? We say so much more than just words. This is why text on a screen never truly conveys a complete message.
It's not a bad thing, and it's something we all do. Enjoy this as a honeymoon phase, though, not the standard. You may start to notice their courtesies and time slowly fade away. But on the bright side, at least you won't be tired like this all the time. I'm assuming it was a one-of-a-kind welcoming celebration? If not, I may be kind of concerned for your friends.
See? You see how he's saying that? He's picking up on things. He lets out a soft chuckle like he's attempting to make a joke. I tell him that they like a good time, but this was definitely over the top.
Sounds exciting. But I have to ask, is alcohol commonplace in your group?
Seems like it. I wish I could get this game. Seems like it's good, but sadly hitting money problems. That's totally fair. That's totally fair, Fang. I nod. Common, but not a focus. A genuine concern, but I tell him we're just enjoying my arrival.
Very well. Just make sure you're drinking for the right reasons. Sometimes people ask how much instead of why. Think about that if you ever want to self-evaluate.
That's usually a good thing to do. How you doing, Fire Scale? What's up, man? Greetings and welcome to your day. Now, as far as like alcohol goes, everything in moderation, you know. Alcohol can be as dangerous as a rich dessert, or if not more so. You have to tell yourself when to stop. 1 or 2 drinks isn't going to be the end of the world, but for an alcoholic, 1 drink is too much, but a dozen is never enough. You have to be very, very careful. This seems like a good time to tell him about the bar. Alcohol use might be prominent for a while, especially on New Year's Eve. Also very dangerous. Oh, and I also slip in the fact that a celebrity bought the booze and moved in.
I see. So you weren't the only one moving in with Isaac. Interesting. Just make sure this celebrity doesn't pressure you into anything. A lifestyle like that can be just as dangerous as it is glamorous.
He's picking up on things pretty quickly. I shake my head. It wouldn't be a problem. Klace seems really nice. How much? Less than 0.4% for me, but soda drinking is my kryptonite. Well, as you know, chat, I am severely allergic to alcohol. If I have any concentrated beverage thereof, or even diluted in Coke, I will go into anaphylactic shock and I'll be dead in 30 minutes. So I have to avoid alcohol at all costs. I nearly lost my life back in 2006 because of it. If it wasn't for the fact that where I was vacationing was surrounded by doctors and nurses, I most likely would have been dead. So, yeah, I had the big old shot of epinephrine, and my grandmother had done CPR on me. Yeah, so now you know, I cannot drink, period. Yes, some fermentation allergies as well. So I also have to be careful if there's like any rotten fruit in the fridge, because that can severely make my throat hurt. Anyway, moving on. But he also experienced Komorebi, so I'm still the odd one out. That's why I take these sessions, so I feel the need to tell him.
At this point, it's pretty unlikely that you'll run into anybody without Komorebi. Except for me, of course. The odds are just against people like us. But I have to ask, did he happen to tell you about his vision?
He told me he got famous by recreating songs he stole from it.
Interesting. You know, you see a lot of people do that. Artists with visions always seem more established in the future. The temptation to steal an idea or two is more common than you think.
Thank you for the head pats, Wheelie. Witty Kitty. My niece has the same. You're the only other person that has it. She also avoids black tea and yogurts. Yeah, yogurt can give me some stomach problems, so I don't really drink it that much. Although it's not a lactose allergy, so at least that's not a problem. Thank you for the kissy, too. He fiddles with his papers before resting them on the table beside him.
Have you ever heard of the stolen Renaissance? It's a bit of an older term, but it's still used quite widely.
Interesting. I shake my head. Doesn't sound familiar to me.
Well, right when the vision started, things were chaotic. They permanently threw society and technology down a different path. Some would even argue that it sabotaged a lot of positive change. This is hard to prove, but artists are a pretty good example. A lot of people ended up seeing futures where they created masterpieces. In their haste to recreate them, they fell short and ruined their careers.
How do you get an idea from something that hasn't been done yet? That would be rather crushing.
Now, think about all the great pieces of art in our history. There's so many, and their influence on things is incredibly clear. But can you think of any since the day Komorebi began?
That's a great question.
There seems to be a rather peculiar halt, doesn't there? A lot of our greats taken away. A renaissance stolen. At least that's one of the more believable effects.
Oh, you two are such sweethearts. More believable? That reminds me of our group at the nightclub. We talked about some of the theories of Komorebi, even the absurd ones involving aliens. It was cool to hear about how visions affected society on a deeper level, though.
You don't really stop to think about these things until they're brought up. But I deal with a lot of patients, and every friend group has an artist. It looks like your new acquaintance just got lucky. That's rare.
Oh, yes.
Some artists are open about stealing from their future selves. In fact, recreating something you saw in a vision is like another form of art. A new skill to be mastered, completely separate from the base medium.
That is also very peculiar to ponder. I never stopped to think about it like that, but then again, I've never had a vision. It's doubtful that you'd be able to remember every single detail of something you made. Have you ever had a dream, chat? And then the moment you woke up, you wanted to continue to focus on that dream, but then immediately your mind starts deleting images. The things that you were thinking about, the things that you were dreaming about, begin to fade away. And then by the end of the day, that dream you were dreaming about was all of a sudden just a random echo, a shell of what it once was. How to take inspiration from a vision and recreate it into reality. That takes some creative thinking. And why don't you guys think about that for a little bit? I'll be right back. I gotta take one more break. It'll be about 30 seconds. Don't go away. No, it's as deep as the ocean, isn't it? With my dreams, it really depends. Yeah. Everybody dreams differently, though. And everybody thinks creatively differently. Perhaps they just took the most important pieces and filled in the blanks. Curious. But I guess he's right. That'd be a measure of an entirely different skill. I had a dream when I was waking up. I saw what happened in the dream. Wasn't really awake yet. Have you ever had a dream that you were so sure was real? What if you were unable to wake from that dream? How would you tell the difference between the dream world and the real world? I just love the Matrix. It is doubtful that you'd be able to remember every single detail of something you made. I still think it's weird that we borrow from the future. It's like a resource.
But then we have to talk about the more sinister theories. You know, like if somebody is responsible for Komorebi and all the visions. Imagine that. Having society's growth and art all in the palm of your hand.
To manipulate such a thing. Crazy. That would be catastrophic were it in the wrong hands. The other theories flood into the forefront of my mind that Argus is responsible. If they could control visions and make us see what they wanted. Wow. Part of me doesn't even want to think about that. But the counselor did mention it in one of our previous sessions. Visions could just be a trick to lure people down a certain path. I spend the rest of our session sitting in near silence, almost terrified. It's kind of scary, to be honest. I was not fully awake. Yet I was fully awake. That is called lucid dreaming. Part of your mind is awake, but part of it is still under, but you're conscious of it. When I worked in fast food, I remember having dreams of failed orders and stressful moments. A lot of us have, believe me. The stolen Renaissance? Then what else was taken from us? Maybe I truly am lucky not to be bound by a vision. A sudden worry for my friends starts to rise within me. Komorebi was a force that nobody could compete with. But if it also happened to be created, could it be managed? Well, then whoever was in charge would literally rule the world. And if it were Argus, then we may already be on their bad side. This is a lot of speculation, a lot of theorizing. Nothing concrete, but it is a worrying thought. Part 2, first in all of history. Yeah, that got super deep. They got ultra deep. Like major deep. Like all the deep. We have some unlocked
Welcome to the second
fragments.
of 4 fragment maps.
Okay.
This will act the same as the first one, so no further guidance will be offered.
Okay.
Remember to read Delta's diary entries between pivotal fragments, and enjoy your journey.
Well then, second of 4, reach map 2. We got about a couple hours to go here. Since we started about 1 p.m., we're going to stream until about 5 p.m.-ish, give or take. And then after that, I'll be in Discord. We'll play some World of Warcraft, streaming in Discord, and then perhaps some, we'll probably do Fortnite again for some of our friends, whoever wants to join us after we get done streaming today. But I really, really enjoy this game. I hope you guys get a chance to play this. This is beautiful. It's wonderful. I realize that a lot of people are kind of avoiding Komorebi streams because they don't want it spoiled, and I totally, fully understand that. So, but for those of you who are sticking around, I appreciate you. Let us start off with this pivotal fragment.
Experience pivotal fragment. Grounded, yet free.
Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's see what we got. If you could make them love you, would you still love yourself? That is an interesting philosophy. 12:23, almost Christmas Eve. Just as planned, the gang meets up in the private jet. Everything was a bit more clear, but far from being set in stone. Especially if we were planning to bring Chiron to the Wayfarer with us. Just by default, places like that already had above average security. But if Isaac really did pull this off, I guess there wouldn't be any issues. Why does this remind me of Inception? You remember the big corporate mogul? I think it was played by Ken Watanabe. He was able to manipulate the system to get Cobb back into the U.S. to avoid being arrested for a crime he didn't commit. It's pretty crazy to think about. I've had dreams where I forget to get the daily item in my game. It's so scary. I avoid dailies like the plague. I hate dailies. Anyway, let's keep going. The paranoia that others felt is slowly finding its place inside of me. Chiron and Klace are sitting at one of the couches in the back. They either beat us here or they've been here all along. For some reason, I'm surprised that they hit it off. They exchange smiles and they look down at Chiron's phone. Klace must be showing him what he can do with his new device. I bet it feels like a whole new world just opened up for him.
Hey, what are the lovebirds up to?
Wait. Lovebirds, huh? Excuse me? That's a little forward there, Taylor, don't you think?
Me? And him?
Wow, when you say it like that, I'm offended.
No,
okay. Oh, what is going on with this? Come on, man. Jesus.
Don't worry, Chiron. He's joking. Taylor's the king of putting people on the spot.
No kidding.
Yeah, but the crown is just way too heavy, so I leave it at home. Maybe you can come visit and take a look sometime.
Oh, you're so smug.
He's also the king of flirting at the worst possible time.
Oh my god. Taylor's a dork. Rich dude privileges, Ken Watanabe's character from Inception. Yes, pretty much.
Whatever. We're bonding over crimes. Isn't that the best way to do it?
Oh boy.
Definitely not.
And suddenly the gravity of the situation sets in. No matter what, we're still aiding and abetting a 0. Would that really make our bond stronger? For some reason, I doubt it. I really hope this has nothing to do with why they aren't in touch with their visions.
What were you two up to anyway? I hope we didn't intrude on anything.
Oh boy.
He was just showing me some cool things I can do on my phone. Why do you ask? Is that a hint of jealousy I sense?
No, I can do cool stuff on my phone too. Just didn't picture you two as compatible.
That is not a thing to say to people. Oh my god, shut up.
He's pretty cool, actually. He even plays guitar. I'm letting him listen to some of my music.
Hey, I wonder if these two can make music together.
It's really aggressive. Not a fan of music made on a computer, I guess. There's just something about the feel of those strings, you know?
You know, done properly, you could mix, standard instruments with computer technology, and it's been done pretty well over the years. As the conversation continues, we all move to seats of our own. Chiron really is just like one of us, and I can't understand the logic of Argus. It's not like Chiron chose to be born on a colony, it was forced upon him. For example, if I left the city, I'd never be allowed to return. And if I had children on the colony, they'd be stuck there too. The choice to separate from Argus condemns your entire bloodline. Seems far from fair.
Well, more power to you two then. Maybe you'll get to feature on his next album.
You know, I am really not liking Argus, this corporation. I don't like big corporations in general. I don't like the way that they can just manipulate people.
And put an even bigger target on myself? Yeah, no thanks. I feel scared to even leave this plane. I'm working on it, though.
Yeah, that's fair. And just enjoy the flight while it lasts.
I hope you are, because I did some recon. Looks like you'll be joining us at the tavern for sure.
Oh?
Oh? The sleuthing went well?
Far from sleuthing, but yeah. Just have a couple hoops to jump through.
Okay. All of a sudden, I'm curious about what Isaac has to say. Finalizing our tavern plans was the whole reason we came here, after all. But now that he says Chiron can come too, I feel a bit more invigorated. And it makes sense to me now how him and Klace were able to bond. You can? Interesting. He was scared to leave the plane, and Klace likes to hide away from in here. Both things seem to add up perfectly to the sight placed before me.
Oops. What happened?
That's a good question.
Just another thing for the pile, I guess.
This pile that continues to grow at a rapid rate, I'm extremely concerned.
Guys, it's not bad, I promise. But we'll have to sneak Chiron in the back door.
Backdoor access, eh?
What? Why?
Yeah, I'm confused too. I thought the whole point of this was for him to be equal. Now we're sneaking him in like he doesn't even have an identity?
Basically.
Want to tell us why?
Okay.
I will, but you have to stop cutting me off every single time. I get that you're worried and confused, but you need to let me explain.
Okay, everything that you've been doing. House mods, even though you say it's benign. Weird discounts that you give your friends at work. And now putting people through backdoor access with a system that you have read and write privileges from... Yeah, the whole thing's going to turn into a big old pile of spaghetti, I swear. Doesn't China have a whole point system in their society? I don't know. I'm staying away from China. Without a word, everybody simply nods.
Well, it turns out the Wayfarer is running on outdated software. I can only guarantee that my fix works if the place is up to date. We could try, but honestly, it'd be pretty risky.
So, an out-of-date system is potentially risky? Hello, how you doing, Eric? Currently working on bandanas? Cool.
I guess that makes sense. But don't you have experience with out-of-date tech?
That's true. His car is far from current. Well, cars, are they technology or are they just mechanical? He must have one that predates computers built into vehicles. I don't know. Could have a 40-year-old car for all we know.
I feel like they'd notice if a random guy just pops up. Wouldn't we risk getting caught no matter what we do?
Well, Dante has a point there. Hanging in there, overslept after an alarm? I've done that.
Not really.
That's why I've chosen an alarm that's loud and obnoxious. Scares the crap out of me every time it goes off. Isaac smirks, and he has everything figured out.
You know how sometimes they ID you a second time when you order drinks? Those handheld scanners are always up to date, maintained by Argus. So, if we arouse any suspicion, Chiron should pass that check just fine.
How old is Chiron? I'm assuming he's in a similar age group as everybody else. That's true, it also doubles as a method of payment. Dante held up his phone against one night at a nightclub when he ordered tequila.
Kinda makes sense when I think about it. Didn't realize a version mismatch was that big of a deal.
Well, you know, in computers in real life, version mismatches can cause a lot of bugs and defects in software. There's a lot of people that insist on running old programs on their new hardware and then having to deal with like user interface bugs or processing bugs or random freezing. it can be a big deal. I have some stuff I can heat up for dinner later. I have a logistic question. Can I ask you over for dinner in September? We'll see here. We'll see.
It might not seem like it, but yeah. What we have right now is basically a key. I can't guarantee it'll work if they change the lock.
Everyone is silent, following through on their promise to let him speak.
We cool?
It all makes sense. Bypass the outdated tech and get them to use a handheld scanner. I look up pictures of the Wayfarer, and outdated does seem to fit.
I'm cool with all this if you are, but what happens if the handheld scan doesn't work?
Oh, that's when we run.
Oh.
Beautiful.
So we run as in we just turn around and go home because technology doesn't work? Chiron smirks and lets out a soft laugh. He scans the plane with his eyes and looks content.
Well, at least I know exactly where to run to. Thanks again, Isaac, for everything you've done.
No problem. Hopefully this is just the start of a new age. Did you see the latest headlines about Hermes?
Who?
The leader of Cypher. No one knows who they are, though. Just a code name that seemed to stick.
Can't say I have.
Well,
They threatened Argus. Said they won't back down. Apparently, they still want to get phones to all your friends. They said it'd either be done by them or by Argus.
so they could throw a huge wrench into Argus's plans here.
An ultimatum to Argus. That's certainly bold, but if you can pull this off, I'm sure they can too. No offense, but I'd wager Hermes is smarter.
Well, I don't think it matters if they can or not. If Argus doesn't step in, all the Zeros will starve and die. Remember, due to our rules, this is a hunger strike too.
Oh dear.
And not only that, but Cypher would step in, publicly overpowering Argus. They have the chance to save lives and their own public image. All they have to do is make the right choice.
It is interesting the choice of colors for the words Cypher and Argus here. Now, colors can convey a lot of different, expressions and emotions. Blue is the thought of being methodical and patient and calculated, where red is intensity and, doing things right away and not waiting. And I have a feeling that this could be like an intense combat situation. Okay, I should pay attention to the story, but these characters are too good-looking. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. A good-looking story with a good-looking character seems like a recipe for awesomeness, in my
The
opinion.
Zeros live in the city, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any other option for the people in power. It seems like a total checkmate, doesn't it?
Check, not checkmate.
Lose to a mysterious rebel organization or let innocent people die? If I were Argus, I think I'd know exactly what to do. Pride isn't always worth the price.
No, pride is worthless.
Well, Argus is so mysterious, we have no idea what they're thinking. If this is when they show their true colors, I just hope we like what we see.
Pardon my conspiracy theories, chat, but what if an executive from Argus also was working with the Zeros behind the scenes? What if there's a game changer happening? Maybe it's too far into the future to tell.
Yeah, those protests seem to be getting pretty heated. I'd hate if they escalated into violence and people got hurt. Do you think Argus might force them out of the city?
I doubt it. Remember, the spotlight is on them now. Every move they make will be scrutinized as much as possible. It really looks like we might be moving toward unity for once.
Maybe it's time to bust this system down to size. He looks over at Chiron and smirks.
And in that case, we didn't do anything wrong. We were just ahead of the curve.
Knowing Core, they're probably terrible. Yeah, I'm thinking that Argus is like some sort of OCP organization.
I guess I'm not surprised. We could see the tensions mounting right in front of us. Let's just hope that Argus wants to negotiate and compromise.
If I know corporations well enough, at least today's corporations, a lot of them really don't care about common folk. All they care about is milking as much money as possible. And if you don't have any money, then they're not interested in you.
Did Cypher issue a timeline for this?
Yep, right after New Year's. During the anime convention, too.
Oh boy. So.
Looks like it'll be an interesting couple weeks then. Happy to be part of the gang and have front row seats. And if the world goes down, well, at least we all go down together.
Love the sound of that.
That sounds like a roller coaster of hell.
Of course he tunes in at the first mention of getting down.
Hey, what can I say?
Ideally nothing.
A small laugh between friends ensues as everything seems a bit better. I'm a bit scared since we seem to be on the verge of a big societal change, but the uncertainty of what that change is starts to terrify me. I'd like to believe that Argus is good and they'll compromise with the Zeros. However, we hardly know anything about them and that they're kind of in charge. This is their chance to step in and show the world who they really are. And by extension, seal our own fates as well.
So, what's next then?
Well, we have our game plan for the weekend. Let's say we meet at the Wayfarer after supper on Friday.
It works for me. Kinda excited to see what this place is like. I'll meet you nearby, and we can work on sneaking me in.
You know, this is so much more entertaining than just reading a book.
And
Well, that's
only
just my
a few
opinion.
days later, it's time for the Quantum Leap.
Scott Bakula, we need you!
The what?
Oh yeah, they mentioned that the other day. Never did get an explanation on what it is.
It's just a tradition I'm starting. You know how midnight is the best part of New Year's Eve? Well, we rig a few clocks so we get to do it 4 times in one night.
That sounds like alcohol abuse.
Whoa, that sounds awesome. Will Chiron be able to come?
I'm not so sure about that right now. Let's see how things go at the Wayfarer.
I'm okay with that. Wouldn't want to be a thorn in anyone's side, but I do have one question. Could you take me to the Triple R?
We all exchange glances before directing our eyes towards Isaac.
It's current. Shouldn't be a problem at all. How about we meet there tomorrow?
Sure thing. It'll be our first group outing. Let's just hope that nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hope.
Taylor holds up his hand like he's raising an invisible shot glass.
Here's to, living life on the edge?
Literally. Chiron smirks, raising his hand up as well.
The best place to be.
Yeah. What is life but not an adventure waiting to happen? Ahead of the curve, experience pivotal fragment man 2. Okay, this is getting saucy. It's getting spicy. I like this so far. What do you guys think? I'm loving this. Let's check out this journal here.
View Journal Entry 1.
Yes. Sunday, December 22nd, 2041. Well, the nightclub outing was certainly intense. Turns out that part of Isaac's big surprise was introducing all of us to Klace, a popular musician. I guess they became friends online and everything lined up with my move. It was pretty cool to meet someone like that, to be honest. I'm not sure how our overall group dynamic will be affected by this, but I think our actions with Chiron have the potential to do that even more. Defying Argus doesn't sit too well with me, but as long as Isaac promises that we're safe, I don't think I have any need to worry. It's also kind of cool to see a Zero enjoy life in the city. Probably the first Zero in the whole world to do so. I'm just worried that every time we turn a corner, an Argus agent will be there waiting for us. They're definitely increasing their presence in the city due to all the protesting going on. To top it off, Chiron may be coming to the Wayfarer with us, which seems pretty risky. We're going to meet in the plane again to discuss this stuff further. It'll be a real test of Isaac's fix. It sucks that I have to keep all this secret from my counselor, since he should be helping me in sense of my life, but it's certainly thrown things for a loop. The paranoia seeps into my sessions, and I wonder if he could be suspicious of me. Thankfully, our chats remain productive. He taught me how the world decided on the name Komorebi for the visions. After looking into it more, it turns out that France came in second place with the term déjà rêve, which means already dreamed. I'm not sure which term I like better, to be honest. Komorebi does seem more in tune with my nature and beauty, while déjà rêve certainly captures the mysterious and psychological nature of this phenomenon. the importance of a name. And I'm pretty sure somebody out there who speaks French in channel will probably correct me on my pronunciation. Anyway, that is a curious journal entry. Alright. Already dreamed. So, I believe deja is like again, right? Because you have deja vus, like, haven't we done this before? And then there's presque vu, which is like tip of the tongue, and then there's jamais vu, which is something seems new again. So I'm not sure. It's really curious how this all works. I'm gonna go through the pivotal fragments, top left to right, and then the characters, and then the sub fragments here. Let's see what this is all about.
Experience pivotal fragment. Useful inconveniences.
You're always the last to realize what you never wish to see. Speaking of... Oh, fuck! Really? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I'm gonna go lie down because I'm having a heart attack. Thanks. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy crap. Whew. All right, let's pursue further. These sessions were quickly becoming a source of stress. That shouldn't be stressful. The man who was supposed to guide me seems to walk a different path. I could never tell him what we did to Argus, what we did to his bosses. As I tried to give him vague answers, I hope that he doesn't find me suspicious. Believe me, as a professional, he probably already knows. His perception and ability to make me talk could easily incriminate all of us. My direct line to Argus has now become a liability rather than help.
Perhaps you should tell me more about this new friend of yours, Delta. Has he been a positive addition to the group? Are you scrutinizing him? Remember, you're not the only outsider anymore. You have a new perspective.
What you said, deja vu. I figured. Alright, so this new perspective. Shall we continue? That's true. I think back to one of our earlier sessions now. He gave me advice and said that my friends would put me under a microscope. Since Klace is the new blood now, the microscope kind of shifted to him. And now I'm looking through the lens. But it wasn't bad. I liked what I saw. Under the microscope, maybe a bit hyperbolic. But if this is how Isaac and others judged me, then it was fine.
Go ahead, take your time. I'm just curious to learn about your social life.
He's great and cool to know somebody to know. Actually kind of interested in him. Or I wish my time in the spotlight lasted longer. It makes me feel inadequate, you know. Things are good, mostly friends is fun. I'm just going to say he's great. Cool to know somebody to know.
I can imagine it might have its benefits. But remember that he's more than just his fame. A lot of people in his life probably don't, you know.
That's a good point.
Not that I know who he is. It's just an educated guess. Some of the patients that I counsel are people of note as well. They all share similar struggles. The lack of genuine connection.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point to make. I nod, that makes perfect sense. Just treat him like a person. I do that by default. And this is the crux of humanity. Is just because somebody is known by more people than others doesn't make them more or less human, or an individual in this case, right? I like being able to talk to people as people, right? When I spoke to Johnny Young Bosch for the first time, I wasn't fanboying him or anything like that. I was just honestly curious about, his nature. And he was a very nice gentleman. Although I was concerned for his well-being, considering how tired he was, I was more just happy with his work and saying, hey, you did a great job. I enjoyed watching what you do. And it was nice to meet him, thanks to Lauren Landa, who actually introduced me to him, which is pretty cool. But anyway, I don't like the term celebrity. I don't like the term popular. Can we just be people? Sometimes we create these artificial senses, this unwanted shell around people, this unwanted microscope, this spotlight. And to say a lot of people just don't like that. They don't want to be seen as popular. They just want to be a person, Humility, I think, carries much further than popularity. The fact that other people don't is just kind of depressing. I get a smile from him before he starts scribbling more notes. Every time he does that, I start to get more and more paranoid. I could tell I was hiding something. What was he writing?
Moving on, I actually wanted to ask you something. Did you watch that report last week on Komorebi's anniversary?
Didn't have much of a choice. I don't want to lose points.
Good to know that you care about your score. A lot of people just shut off their TV and take the hit. It's not a huge penalty, but it takes some time to recover.
Seems that a lot of people don't give a shit. There's no way that Isaac would have allowed that. I didn't even really watch it, though, I'm perfectly honest. I remember August stroking their own ego and something about nostalgia. I'm curious why he brought this up, though, so I sit and listen.
They actually skipped over something pretty important. Do you know how Komorebi got its name?
Yeah, the visions leak into our world like beams of light in a forest.
No, not the meaning of the word, Delta. I'm talking about how the world came up with it. How we all agreed that Komorebi was the right term.
Actually, I don't know that story.
Odd of them to omit such a big detail, isn't it? Celebrate the history, but leave out some of the origins? It's not anything super interesting, but it's a story I like to share.
This could be a very pivotal moment. I suggest, chat, that you listen to this and listen carefully, because this is like the crux of the big part of the story. It was the same way I first met Kiwi and Kyle. They're sweethearts. They really are. I nod. I'm actually kind of curious as why the word Komorebi was chosen. It's not something I stopped to question. To me, it was just the nature of things.
When the visions first began, nobody knew what to call them. Everyone had ideas, but nobody could make a decision on behalf of the world. It had to be the other way around. The world needed to make this decision.
So it affected a large population.
Each country was allowed to take submissions from their citizens. Then the entire world would vote on which word or country would win. There was a huge summit where the votes were inspected and revealed.
Was this like a contest? Interesting.
Japan and the submission of Komorebi won by a landslide. It was likely because of its relation to nature and beauty. We thought a term like that would make things less scary.
Komorebi is basically roughly translated as light filtering through the trees.
Mitigating the fear that Komorebi created was very important. The contest helped people focus on a cause and unify once more. People argue that without it, society may have ended up collapsing.
It sounds really intense, but it also makes sense. Komorebi created chaos, and it's well documented how bad things were. Getting the entire world to band together for a friendly competition? Good idea.
We'll never know for sure, but it's interesting to think about. Anyway, I just think it's a nice story to share. But there's a little more. It leads into a lesson that I like to teach my patients.
So that's what he was doing. The story was actually just a setup for some advice. He seems very wise, though, so I listen with my curiosity piqued.
Well, imagine yourself staring at the sun. A pretty foolish idea, don't you think?
Yeah, considering burn holes in your retina.
Now put some trees between you and the sun. The beams shine through, becoming something new and beautiful. What could once hurt you now becomes something you can't look away from. You can only fully appreciate it because something got in the way. Next time something obstructs you, just stop and think about that. A lot of people see these things as bad, but they're not. Is it truly an inconvenience? Or is it the chance to discover something new?
I can't help but relate this to my current situation with Chiron. It feels like sheltering this zero is going to get in the way of my life. Or at least the path that I expected my life to take when I arrived. I've been so quick to think, woe was me, and pity myself. But perhaps I should take this as a metaphor to heart and change my thinking. What originally got in my way just might make my life more beautiful in the end. It's all about perspective, isn't it, Chad? Perspective! Looking at things from a different focal point, a different point of view. Looking in the eyes of someone you trust. Oh my goodness! Tira Nightshade with the raid! Hello! Welcome, folks. Greetings. How are you doing? My name is Justin. I'm a variety entertainment streamer. Longtime furry, former convention director, computer salesperson, and today we are playing Komorebi, which was designed by our wonderful friend Klace, and this is a visual novel of which we are in part 2, and we just finished 2 pivotal moments. Hello, Tira. Can a moderator in chat please give a shout out? Thank you, Grey Wolf. I appreciate it. And you're playing some Spiritfarer. Ooh, never heard that before. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Thank you for coming on in. Thank you for trusting your peeps to me. We're having a grand old time with this game. We are doing quite well, and I started my stream a little bit later than normal. I appreciate your raid. It was great, and I had bawled my eyes out. Oh my goodness. I've played a handful of games that have caused me some, let's just say, emotional waterfalls. That was me with Undertale. Oh my goodness. This story here, too, this can be kind of a tearjerker. If you guys want to know more about Komorebi, we're going to do an exclamation point Komorebi channel for you guys to be able to check out. They have the Kickstarter project. The game is now available on Steam, and so check out that link. That will link you to the digital deluxe version. They also have a Discord that you can join. We also have a Discord we can join if you so desire. And there's Klace's Twitter. If you haven't followed Klace on Twitter yet, it's absolutely heckin' epic. Raiders, I hope you have a chance to sit down and chill for a while. Give me a follow if you want. I stream regularly. A couple times a week, but I can stream anywhere from mornings, noons, evenings. Depends upon my time of day. I don't have a set schedule when I stream, so clicking on that little bell to let you know when I start streaming is great. If you guys haven't checked out Tira Nightshade, please go check them out. They sound like an absolute heckin' bean. I should actually give you a follow myself. Let me do a slash shout out, and give me just a second. Oh my goodness. I need to learn how to spell today. There we go. And let's give you a good old follow there. There you go. I appreciate your raid. Folks, come and chill. Let's have a good time, eh? We've had most of our characters unlocked, but this story has just gotten even more interesting. We're going to start with another fragment here. You're welcome, Tira.
Experience pivotal fragment. A brief reprieve.
And Moikoi, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Lion's Den. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you enjoy your day. Hello, hello. Oh, that is such a cute emote. Oh my goodness. I love that. Surrender is worse than defeat, as it comes with a loss of hope. I will warn chat that there are going to be some sensitive subjects being spoken within Komorebi, so please watch with a grain of salt. Thank you for the hydrate, Tira. I appreciate it. Going pretty good. We'll watch this pivotal fragment here. We all sit around the kitchen table, much like we did when we were pre-gaming. This part of the house became reserved for our more special plans. And starting a campaign in Rebels and Revels was certainly special. But not only that, everyone also stocked up on those gummies. So we'd be role-playing under the influence, a pretty tall order. These games usually had a pretty complex systems to abide by. But with Taylor as our GM, I'm sure he'd be pretty lax. I feel like he'd make it fun, even if my character sheet looked like a spreadsheet. Good old Dungeons and Dragons type of game. If there's one thing I knew, it's that nobody liked working with spreadsheets. I created my character and named them after myself. Delta, a sword-wielding warrior. But that's all I knew. This world, and my place in it, I had no clue. It's odd that I kind of mirrored how I felt in real life. The game set completely different world, I can still relate. He loves spreadsheets. Look at this. That's probably a good sign, though. I'd hate to play as someone I couldn't relate to.
All right, well, I don't want to get started just yet. These things usually take a little while to kick in, you know. Maybe we should just chat and relax until I'm ready to go.
If I remember my last Dungeons & Dragons session, which was years ago, we would spend an entire day creating characters and not actually getting into the game until like the next day. So the first day was almost always set up, and then a lot of pizza.
Oh? Nervous about being a GM?
Yep, 100%.
Maybe a little, but it'll disappear.
Luna.
I usually end up locked to the couch when I have these things. If I start to doze off, I give you permission to write on my face.
Oh no, is that a really good thing to do? Oh, geez.
Permission appreciated and likely to be abused. Chiron, you got any special requests? I'll draw on your behalf.
Oh boy. We all turn our heads toward the tablet on the table. A slightly choppy video call with Chiron was already well in progress. A video call, eh? Luna the Fourth, how are you doing today? It was too risky to have him over yet, but he was happy to join remotely.
Pretty sure all our minds went to the same place. Let's keep it a secret. I want to hear him scream when he looks in the mirror.
Pretty sure he does that every morning anyway.
Lol.
Wow, rude. And I'm organizing this entire campaign for you. Figured you could show me a bit more respect.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you know these voice actors. These voice actors, by the way, are absolutely heckin' incredible. So let me see if I can pull up the voice actors. It's actually on itch.io. Just really heckin' awesome people. First of all, Isaac, voiced by Sean Chiplock, a really good friend of ours. Fun fact, Sean helped me out last year, helping me getting replacement tires for my car. I owe him big time. Still to this day, I keep thanking him for it. Probably a little too much, but at this point, he's still awesome. Gonna throw him out there. He also did work with Breath of the Wild. And a lot of them are also on B-Stars too, which is really cool. Zero or Chiron, of course, voiced by our lovely Jonah Scott, who did... yeah, he was in Attack on Titan. He was, let's see. I guess I actually got a lot of roles. I can't think of them at the moment. My goodness. Yeah, big fan. I am too. See, Taylor's voiced by Michael Kovac, who was Angel Dust in Hazbin Hotel. Klace was voiced by the wonderful Casey Mangelo. He is just awesome. He was in Neon Genesis and Evangelion, which is awesome. Taylor, stop being cute, you dorky bunny, right? And Dante was voiced by Jesse, Soren and the Dragon Prince. Oh, yeah, let's see. God, there was that one game, and I can't remember what it was, and it's leaving my head. I'm really sorry. Oh, my God. Let's just kind of move forward here.
We will. Until you pass out, that is. And if you feel bad, just remember that you did this to yourself.
Isaac waves a permanent marker in the air as if it were a threatening gesture. It's true, at least. Taylor is one of the came up with a wager. When I feel the gummies kick in, I just hope I didn't pass it either. Getting food? Nom.
Anyway, Chiron, how are things going? Hopefully nobody's given you any trouble.
Oh, it's fine. Totally living a life of luxury. I could use some better food, though. The stuff on board is super stale.
Oh, yeah. Dying Light 2. Jonah was Aiden Caldwell. Dude is freaking amazing.
Oh, that's no good. But definitely expected. It's actually part of why I chose that jet.
Wait, you chose the stale food on purpose? Heartless.
No, not the stale food. It was the rarely used jet. Any other one, and you might have woken up in the air.
That sounds like it'd be fun, though.
Turbulence? Don't you mean free airline massage?
It'd be a great way of getting caught, though.
Fair. I've just been craving some adventure, I guess.
This campaign should definitely scratch that itch.
I've never really played Rebels and Revels before, but I'm sure it will. And if you really need to get out, we can always go back to the Triple R.
You know, Rebels and Revels, I think, is this universe's Dungeons and Dragons. It's kind of the same idea.
I'd rather come to Isaac's place, honestly, especially after hearing about the quantum leap.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a bit too dangerous. But I'm hoping to know more soon.
Yeah, it's hard with all those Argus agents walking the streets. It's just making tensions rise across the board. Not a help at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. Armed Argus agents watching the protests. It's probably just an intimidation tactic.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty bad way to de-escalate conflict, though. The threat of retaliation, and even further escalation?
You had turbulence? I had the little kid kicking my seat massage. Oh, that's the worst.
It's worked in the past.
Really?
Really.
Yeah. If you're set up to fail, then there's no point in striking. But it's really confusing in this situation. It's all been peaceful.
That's why a lot of people don't trust Argus. A lot of moves they make are equally good and bad. But behind the shroud of mystery, most people focus on the bad.
This is just nature of people in general. We always look for the bad thing because it's an effect from our wanting to survive. If things are absolutely perfect and nothing is wrong, we are instantly suspicious.
Why hide something if there's nothing to hide, right? I think Argus' silence is their greatest weakness. Things could be so much better than they are.
Indeed.
Well, at least there's no agents around my plane. But I agree. Argus needs to step up and say something. All of this could be resolved with a single meeting.
Oh yeah, I heard that Cypher is calling for the leader of Argus. They've never appeared in public before, so nobody knows who they are. But things are currently at a stalemate, so they might actually show up.
I have no input on this, but it's still very curious.
I can confirm that one, actually. Argus is kind of a mystery. The farther you go up the chain of command, the more secretive things are. I'd love to see the leader appear and negotiate, but I doubt it'll happen.
When you have gigantic corporations, they choose to come out to you. And they could stay hidden behind the walls. There was a lawsuit a long time ago that when you have large corporations versus small entities, and this large corporation gets in a lawsuit, the large corporation does not care if they lose the lawsuit. Their goal is to make the small company's victory absolutely pyrrhic, in that it costs them more than what they will earn from that victory. And some businesses don't survive lawsuits, even if they win, because of the cost of that lawsuit. So Argus could probably just be biding their time.
Well, if Argus does nothing, then we win anyway. Hermes is going to get phones to all those zeros regardless.
That's what Hermes said, at least. Nobody knows the true goals of either side here. But giving Argus time to act might end up backfiring.
Hermes? Argus? Are these names of gods? Are these like Greek gods?
How so?
Well, it's hard to get food in the city if you're a zero.
That's true.
Right, the starvation thing.
Can they just grow their own food, or are they trying to not allow them to do even that?
That, and each second gives Argus more time to plan. If they had agents good at acting, they could even infiltrate the Zeros.
They sound like the Roman gods. That's what I'm thinking of. Roman gods.
Or
not
Cypher,
Greek.
for that matter. They could sneak in and tear it apart from the inside. People say Argus is just doing nothing, but I doubt it.
Wait. The Roman gods have anything to do with the Trojan horse? I know it's like all a fallacy, but feels like that's what it could come down to.
It's more like we can't see what they're doing. But in their minds, I'm sure they've already planned it all. Whatever happens in the next week or two is likely by their design.
So they could be pulling all the strings. They're holding all the keys.
So if they let Cypher get phones to the Zeros?
Well,
It'd be a valid tactic. Let them break the law and then crack down. But I think we'll be seeing a move from Argus first.
Isn't that like a method of war profiteering? I'm not sure.
What makes you so certain?
Well, if they don't do anything, Zeros could start dying. I can already see some of them on the streets looking famished.
Oh.
Hermes extended an olive branch, sure. Argus could end this immediately by embracing the Zeros. But the longer they don't, the worse everyone's condition is getting. I can't imagine what it's like to be Hermes right now. But if they're anything like me, they know where they messed up. If Argus doesn't comply, they really could get phones to all the Zeros.
Something I mentioned earlier in a previous stream is how exposition is done correctly. I think this is one of those areas where exposition is done properly, and I cannot English today. Oh my god.
So this whole you do it or I will thing actually makes sense. I just wish that Cypher would strike while the iron is hot. Waiting on Argus to act is just endangering lives.
What a complex situation. It seems like the Zeros would get phones regardless, though. And those phones would either come from Cypher or Argus. And if they come from Argus, how trustworthy is Argus? However, the longer the both sides wait to act, the more lives are at stake. Not every Zero has a friend like Isaac to get him into the system. If casualties become a factor, then my heart would shatter. However, Argus is certainly losing some credibility. I even saw in the news poll that almost everybody wants to help the Zeros. The longer Argus takes, the more public opinion shifts to support Cypher. And if a Zero died on the streets of starvation, well, I imagine that would turn more of a landslide. But maybe that's part of Cypher's game, eroding Argus' public image. Whoever this Hermes is, they're definitely a genius. Holding the people that govern the world in a stalemate? I just wish that the pieces on the board weren't actual lives.
Any chance we could get things moving? I know the world is depressing, so that's why I wanted to do this. The slumber party and this new campaign, it's more like an escape.
Yep, I agree. We all exchange glances and nod. The slumber party was supposed to be fun, not scary. Try as we might, I don't think we could affect what was happening outside. And so we stay inside and attempt to drown the external drama. The rational one. You know, for as rambunctious and random as Taylor tends to be, I believe his points here are well taken, and I have to agree with him. But as we're about to start our campaign, I can't help but stare at the table. The board is placed down with the figurines in various spots ready to move. And Taylor, behind a cardboard partition, looks down at it. One person completely in charge, despite the will of the characters. Oh, we have some foreshadowing. One person guiding things down a specific path no matter what happens. In that moment, it was impossible to deny the parallels. I can only hope that Taylor is a merciful GM. And perhaps that Argus is a merciful corporation. Ooh, things just got spicy, and I'm tingling right now. I am absolutely tingling. That was such a juicy piece of information. Guys, why don't we take a minute break here, and then we'll read a journal. I will come right back. I'm also going to save. Very important. Give me 30 seconds. Don't go away. I love you guys. Oh my goodness, that whole segment was like biting down on a piece of freshly seared filet mignon. It was so good. It was so good. Let's read this journal here.
View which journal entry.
Oh, we have 2 journal entries, 2 and 3. Whoops, I forgot the other ones. Monday, December 23rd, 2041. It's a little odd that Argus chose the name Argus, with how much they supported the name Komorebi due to the fact that it's natural and beautiful. You think they wouldn't have named themselves after a monster from ancient history. Granted, it was a monster with many eyes that could see almost everything. So, while a little scary, it was fitting. I wonder why the anti-Argus organization called themselves Cipher, but I couldn't find any reasoning, just theories. A cipher is a code waiting to be cracked, a mystery. I guess it makes sense for an enigmatic rebel organization. What really does make sense, however, is the name of their leader, Hermes. Everyone's favorite psychopomp. It's right out of my favorite mythos, too, and I'm a little surprised that I didn't think it all together. In addition to helping souls cross the threshold, which can be mirrored now, Hermes helps the Zeros enter the city. He's also known as Argefontes in the same mythology. That essentially means Slayer of Argus. How fitting. Whoever they are, they clearly did their research and are a sucker for symbolism. Could they really win? If Hermes does come out on top, then that means Zeros will be given phones and the right to live in the city. In that case, we wouldn't have done anything wrong. Ahead of the curve, as Isaac said. Of course, things are easier said than done. Dante and Taylor are clearly doubting Isaac a lot more than I am. It's hard to get a read on Klace, though. He always seems to have his nose buried in his notebook. I guess it doesn't matter what any of us think, though. Our trip to the Triple R and the Wayfarer will be the real test. Yeah, wow, that got you good. It did. It did. All right, and now let's read the
View
third
which
journal.
entry.
Tuesday, December 24th, 2041, Christmas Eve. I don't believe these entries are doing my life justice. There's a lot going on, and it's hard to keep track. Things have been going well with my new friends, and I've started to hang out with them one-on-one even more. I went to the Triple R with Klace, Dante, and Isaac this week. I have plans to visit Taylor soon, and if I can, I'd like to bond with Chiron. All of these individual bonds will strengthen the group as a whole, and I think it's a good thing, especially if we plan to start a Rebels and Rebels campaign, the hottest tabletop RPG in the world. It'll be pretty lame to play that alongside people you don't vibe with, so I think that this is one of those best friends only type deals. Good thing Chiron can join us via video chat, since Isaac isn't ready to have him in our home just yet. The stalemate between Cipher and Argus is starting to scare me, because lives could easily be on the line. It goes a bit deeper than that, though. If the stalemate ends with Cipher giving phones and identities to the Zeros, then we could all be in danger. Argus could figure out how they did it, and then track them all down. Since Isaac used the same blueprints that Cipher did, Chiron could easily get caught up in all that. He'd get in trouble, and then, by extension, so would we. Of course, if Cipher wins, then they just might actually win. Argus has a monopoly on this technology, and perhaps it's time for that to come to an end. Competition always leads to change, and the needs of the society demand adaptation in sync. It seems the best outcome would be for Argus to maintain their public image and offer harmony between us and the Zeros. But as every minute passes, that seems less likely. Can't wait for that part, yes, no kidding. Argus, Delta, what is this? Alrighty, let's go ahead and save again. Go for the next pivotal fragment here.
Experience pivotal fragment. Crossing the threshold.
Yes. I am loving this so fucking much. It's so good. Why limit yourself to one instrument when you can conduct an orchestra? That sounds like something Steve Jobs would say. Anyway, I enter the Triple R and am immediately waved over by my friends. Dim, do the quote tweet I mentioned you? Aha, okay. Our usual table, at least, when we're planning for group outings. Except this time something is new. Chiron is sitting with them. That's a really good sign. He got in without any issues. Suddenly, a wave of relief washes over me like a tidal wave. Weird how successfully doing the wrong thing could put me at ease. But I guess that's how things are when the lines are so blurred. There shouldn't be any issue with Chiron living in a city like this. With the protests approaching their climax, I hoped for equality.
Hey, Delta! We were just about to get started. Arriving fashionably late as always.
Yeah, I'd definitely say fashionable. Sick outfit, Delta. You're killing it.
I wish I knew what I was wearing! Wait, I'm wearing a suit and tie. I thank him and smile. I do always try and look my best. It was a special occasion, after all.
I'm not so up to date on fashion and stuff, but I do think you look nice, if that means anything.
I think you look great. I'm kind of jealous.
But jealous of this. It's basically just scraps from the colony. Everything back there is a hand-me-down.
You know, I think Chiron deserves to have a nice look. I would buy him an outfit.
I can't imagine wearing someone else's clothes.
You know, there's nothing wrong with hand-me-downs. There really isn't. As long as they're clean, I guess. Thank you for the pie, by the way.
Somehow I don't believe that.
What is that supposed to mean?
I look over at Isaac and he simply smirks.
Glad to see you all getting along so well. I'm guessing you're less worried now that we're here?
It seems that people like smirking in this game.
Something like that, yeah. Until he walked through that door, it was all theory. Not that I didn't trust you, but seeing it certainly helps.
Oh my goodness, Volmon! Yo, hello, how you doing? Thank you for the raid today. Hello, folks who are playing Komorebi today, game designed by Klace and acted by some of the most amazing actors and friends I could ever have. We are having some fun. How was your stream, Volmon? Can we get a shout out for Volmon? Actually, you know what? I will do that myself. I just happen to be right next to my PC. Let me give you a shout out here real quick. I hope you guys are having fun. What did you stream here? Oh, we're playing Remnant 2. Remnant 2. Oh, did you have fun? We're hoping you're having a good time. If you guys are not new to my channel, my name is Justin. I'm a variety entertainment streamer. I'm a longtime furry. I'm a former convention director. I have met a lot of voice actors in my time, and I am loving this visual storytelling game. Komorebi, by the way, is available on Steam. I honestly should update that link. There's a itch.io link. Give me just 30 seconds here. I might actually adjust my Nightbot settings with my commands. Instead of the Kickstarter campaign, what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to link to the itch.io website. And hopefully you guys will be able to check this out. I am absolutely loving this title, by the way. There's that link. I'll update the link to Komorebi here in just a second. Instead of the Kickstarter campaign, because the Kickstarter campaign is done. And I was one of the backers for Komorebi. And by the way, it is absolutely heckin' beautiful. I love the acting, I love the storytelling, I love the sound, the music, I love the art, the direction. This has been nothing but one premier title. If you guys want to go check it out, there's that Steam-powered store link there. You can go check it out on Steam. It is available for purchase, and I believe it's currently discounted right now, to my understanding. Anyway, went well until the boss, and we faced a bitter suck. I died a few times. That happens, man. That happens. There's always going to be some things that happen during boss fights that just go south. It's not a big deal. You just live, learn, and move on. But anyway, we're in the middle of the conversation, and we're talking about, Komorebi, and we're talking about the system in Argus, which is a big organization that is basically controlling the world. And zeros are people who are outside of that system, and they're trying to get the amenities of being part of society, and they feel that they're being shoved aside. So now we're trying to figure out how the bridge can be the gap can be bridged. Wow, I totally said that backwards. But anyway, let's move on. And thank you for the raid again. I appreciate it. The deluxe version is minus 10% off. Yeah, cool. Please go check it out. Anyway, you were saying, Klace?
Seeing is believing, yeah?
Yeah.
Indeed.
So, I wanted to talk about a couple of things while we were here. I have an interview with Argus on Friday before the bar.
Mm-hmm.
We know.
Oh?
I'm telling Chiron. He's not in the group chat, remember?
Ah.
Hey, can I join that, by the way?
Let's see how things go at the Wayfarer first. I'm a bit more worried when it comes to our chat room. They could monitor that, but not our real-life conversations.
Oh, very, very fair, very fair.
Argus better not be monitoring our group chat.
That would suck.
Yeah, don't want them to see your poor taste in memes.
They're pretty good, actually. Always manage to make me laugh.
Yeah.
Hope things go well then. I want to see all the fun you have.
Hey, I like memes. Thank you very much.
It's mostly just a place for them to bicker. But entertainment is entertainment after all.
You know, I think I understand why so many people are buried in their phones. It's because we're always looking for this escape from this dystopian reality we feel like we're in.
Anyway, you were saying about this interview?
Right. Well, it's at their HQ. They kind of want me to move up the corporate ladder. When I'm there, I'll have access to some of their computers.
Be careful. Like, exceptionally careful.
I figured I'd take a
Like,
deeper
all
look
the
at
careful?
what's going on. You know, if there's any heat or suspicion on our group. At work, I can look pretty high up, but my sight is limited.
Well, we're sitting here right now. I figured if we failed, Argus would be here already. Do you really need to risk snooping around like that?
What if... Now, hear me out. This is a speculation. What if Argus already knows, but they're not doing anything about it? Because if they did something about it while the bigger issue with Cypher attacking Argus is underway, this would get Argus in a lot of hot water and make a bad situation worse. Maybe they're holding back intentionally. Maybe they already know. They don't want to do anything because it could fuck everything up. That's my take. That's my take. Take it or leave it.
Not really, but I was doing it for everyone else. I'm certain that we're safe, but they were all paranoid.
Well, paranoia is the fear of something irrational. With everything going on, I think it's fair to be scared.
I
Coming
agree.
here helped, but I wouldn't mind a bit more safety.
No, that's
That's
totally
why I
logical.
figured I'd do it during my interview. Then I can let you all know before we hit up the Wayfarer. If it's not looking good, then we can stop this altogether.
I have a question, Isaac.
What is thy question?
Sure. What's up?
Is all of this related to, you know,
Huh?
that thing we talked about a few years ago? Back when I made you that promise?
Which promise are we talking about? Isaac looks surprised, like he completely forgot.
Oh, yeah. It's exactly like that. Honestly, I completely forgot.
Anyone want to fill me in here?
Was this before Taylor joined the group, I assume?
Back when we first became friends, we were really close. Isaac told me that one day he'd ask me for a promise, and even if my gut said no, I had to play along.
Oh boy. What's going on here now?
That's kind of sketchy. He could get you to do anything he wants.
That could be sketchy, but I imagine there's a reason behind it.
He does that all the time anyway, but he has yet to cash in on the promise.
Well?
Until now?
Until now.
Oh, that face says 1,000 words. I'm extremely confused. Emphasis on extremely. But if my best friend asked me for a promise, I'd probably help them. Not a fan of using them as currency and cashing in on them, though.
You know, that's not so different from the colonies. We can give and take a lot more than money. I've traded a few promises in my day.
You know, currency could technically be anything. And a promise definitely is a form of currency.
Really? That sounds stressful.
Not really. It's just something we're all used to. Especially when we have some special information. We're so tight-knit. You know, a lot of our visions intertwine.
Trading information based on visions for favors. That's one way to drop your score as fast as possible.
Yeah, but they don't have a score to begin with, so what are they losing?
We don't have to worry about that kind of stuff out there. The things you all fear are just second nature to us. But I'm gonna guess this has to do with Isaac's vision.
He's very keen and aware. We all look at Isaac.
Yes, but I'm not going to get into it any more than that. Dante promised, but I still need to win the rest of you over.
Well, I'd still appreciate you checking in at Argus HQ. Just because I promised doesn't mean I can't be scared.
I would be scared too, honestly.
Fair.
A few pieces start to connect in my mind, so I vocalize them. At the nightclub, Dante revealed that Isaac's vision was positive. Not only that, but it's tied to a promise that Dante made. The promise to play along and push through this whole ordeal. That must have meant Isaac's vision is related to all of this. The end result must be positive for all of us. And remember what I said back when I started this whole thing, is that some people have visions and a small handful do not, including Delta. So if somebody has a vision of the future and you yourself do not, does that mean their vision can affect your future if it is somehow intertwined? Where is free will if you know what's going to happen? Perhaps some people don't have visions because they're unnecessary.
I'm not gonna comment on that. The vault is totally sealed.
Sealed? Or is it pretty much like welded together shut?
Yeah, but all that lock takes is a few shots of vodka. Either way, you should have opened up with that, Isaac. If you know it ends well, why make us worry?
Lay off the alcohol.
Because it might not actually end well.
Now, he's a skeptic, not a pessimist.
Huh?
I notice Klace hasn't said much at all. He seems pretty passive and shy. He has his diary with him again, though. He slowly flips through the pages like he's only half there.
Why wouldn't it end well?
You all seem so confident that you've beaten the system, but in my vision, I'm a lot older. And still stuck in a colony.
Oh, dear. Ooh. Now, here's where things get really interesting. What happens if two visions disagree with each other? Which one's the right one?
What?
Oh, boy.
So I figure it's only a matter of time until I get caught. And that means you'll probably all go down too.
Don't you think you could have told us this sooner?
Now I'm seeing things. Now I'm piecing it all together. Now I'm probably starting to understand why their friendships are going to come apart. Where one person becomes successful and the others fail. Isaac's confidence might be his downfall. He might become successful. But where is that going to leave his friends? And where is this promise that all their friends had made to each other that they won't separate? And remember, promises can be a currency too. Hello, how you doing, Percival?
Well, it's not like it came up until now. I've only been around you like 3 times.
And there goes the promise.
Wait, hold on. There's no reason to give up. Both visions can play along with each other.
But I haven't even told you mine.
Well, let's say this all works out. Equality for zeros, and none of us get in trouble. Wouldn't we all be free to leave and enter the city?
That's a good point. Now, these are just visions, which basically means there's a lot of missing detail. Too many times people focus on the vision, which is basically just a snapshot in time. You know, like a picture. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words, but it doesn't show you the whole situation or how people got there. Or what happened after that. Only the person knows, or the people who have been involved with that. There's some things that are incomplete here.
Maybe you're just visiting friends who stayed behind.
That's a pretty big maybe.
No, but there's some validity to
But
that,
it's
though.
better than the alternative. So let's not write anything off just yet. We should trust Isaac and let him investigate.
But we might not know for years.
It's hard to say. It's really hard to say.
No, that's impossible. Look at the protests. I think things will be decided real soon. Especially with the ultimatum from Hermes.
Interesting.
Right? Starve or save. kinda sick of feeling like my friends are pawns. It's not like any of us asked to be part of this game.
Indeed.
It's going pretty good, though, all things considered. And Cypher's phones weren't as secure as the one I made. If everyone got Cypher's version, they'd already be caught.
That overconfidence again. Hello, Atlas. We be doing. Having a good grand old time, and all of a sudden this whole story, every single piece of information that we got, everything's starting to come together, but the picture that we expected to be painted isn't actually being painted. Thank you for the kissy, by the way. You're such a sweetheart, Percival.
But if Argus steps in to offer them, then it's a win-win. We just have to hope that it happens soon.
Yes, but that, again, is all speculation. You don't know what Argus plans on doing because they're so secretive up at the top.
True. Maybe it's for the best that Cypher's plan was put to a stop. Gives them time to regroup and figure out what they did wrong. Either way, I think this will all be decided within a week or two.
That soon,
Yeah,
huh?
the anime convention isn't too far away.
The anime convention could be the publicity that Cypher needs.
Why choose an anime convention anyway?
Well, I doubt they chose it because of that. The schedule's probably just aligned.
Maybe it's just fortuitous timing. Maybe it's something felicitous, who knows? I'm not even sure that Hermes said it would be during the convention. It was pretty vague timeline they'd offered, just something about the new year.
A lot of people will be downtown, though. Blending into the crowd might be a part of their plan.
I guess we just have to wait and see. But I definitely think we're gonna come out on top. Whether from Argus or from Cypher. Those zeros are gonna get phones.
Well, I guess waiting is all we can do. Zeros protesting in the town square, actively starving. A mysterious corporation not stepping in to help out. And a rebel organization threatening to help out for them. Argus doesn't have to negotiate with the Zeros. It goes against their ethos. If either Cypher takes their time with this ultimatum, then Zeros will just start dying in our streets. I certainly picked the best time to start my new life. It feels like our generation where we were born into depravity. So curious. We have another journal entry.
View which journal entry?
AKA, a couple days after we achieved the impossible. Thursday, December 26th, 2041. Thank you for the head patch, Joniel. I forgot to mention something pretty big. I don't know how something this big slipped my mind, but we had lunch with Chiron and the Triple R. That's right. I saw history unfold right in front of me. A surprise that would shook the world. Just as expected, having a zero in the city and living like we do, it's just fine. Nothing happened. No alarms blared, nobody even seemed to look our way. The corporation that should be able to see everything just seemed to let it slip under the radar. With our visit to the Triple R going well, I'm basically on Isaac's side now. What little hesitation and paranoia I had is almost fully gone. Don't get me wrong, it's still there, but it's not nearly as bad as before. Even Klace seems to be feeling the same way. It's just Dante and Taylor that really need to be convinced. But that's exactly what they'll get. Isaac has a job interview coming up, and it's taking place at the local Argus HQ. That means he can use his security clearance to dig a little deeper. I still don't feel very good about keeping this a secret from my counselor, though. Perhaps that's where most of the remaining guilt and paranoia are coming from? Likely. Things went well at Taylor's place, just as I suspected. Sexpected, what? Is that a typo, Klace? Right here? He tried making a move on me. No surprise there at all. There's nothing wrong with that, and even Isaac seemed okay with that idea. Not sure why, but whether I pursue these leads or not, it feels nice to have his blessing. Taylor always talks about his entire group should date, and now I think that this is definitely not a joke, and everyone would be more or less fine with it too. I assumed as much, but since monogamy isn't exactly as commonplace as it once was, it's still not right to act on any assumptions without making sure. At least now I'm sure. Suspected, yeah. I wonder if that's intentional. It's a little cheeky there, Klace. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can I'm gonna see if I can snapshot that. 1 second here, chat. One second. I'm gonna go into Klace's Discord. Real fast and just kind of poke him with this. It's pretty hilarious. I've just read that. Oh, where is that Discord at? I know it's here. It's Klace Town. Where did it go? I'm in too many Discords. There we go. Let's see. And then I think there's a spoilery talk section. Let's see. I'm just going to paste that in there and see how people respond to it. Okay. So anyway, the triple R, rest, relax, and what? Helis says rest, relax, and recoup. That makes sense. How about the next pivotal fragment here?
Experience Pivotal Fragment. Rebels and Revels, Part 1.
Interesting. Here we go. Back into this version's of Dungeons and Dragons. By the way, chat, do you notice that we're at almost 5,400 followers up on top? I would love for us to get there. The actions of one person can ripple into chaos. This is beautiful. I love this artwork. I sit in my chair, the gummies slowly kicking in. There's a character sheet in front of me and a map on the table. It looks like some sort of fantasy village settled in a forest. Everything is a bit foggy right now, but I'm super content and relaxed. Taylor, behind some sort of cardboard barrier, starts to speak. I guess it's his time to shine. His first game is a GM. I think he meant as a GM, but whatever. Hello, Unique Mocha, and hello, NSM.
Well, well, look where we are. The sheltered forest village of Valinor. The war has ended, and the monarch returns home.
Fun times ahead. Everyone looks at me, and I nod. I didn't know I'd be the main character in this game, to be honest. But it kind of feels nice, so I accept the role without any hesitation.
You're here to visit your friend, the Elder of Valinor. Disguised as monarch business, you really just want to see a friend. The crown weighs heavy upon you, and your bonds ease this burden.
Okay, off topic. Klace responded. He says it's a silly pun. It's a pun, chat. Confirmed. It's a pun. It was intentional. All right, let's continue.
Elder.
Everyone looks at Klace. He seems a bit shocked.
Me?
Ooh, I love the outfit. Elder? He's only 21.
Yes, you. The monarch appointed you as elder because of your values. You wish to see Valinor open up and unite with other nations.
Aha.
Unity? That sounds good to me. Honestly, the world could use more of that.
Indeed.
Spoken like a true elder. But also a little off topic. The monarch's bodyguard steps forward, aiming to get back on track.
Uh-huh. Taylor taps the tablet, getting Chiron's attention. I didn't know that Taylor made up backstories for our characters. Signing up as a just sword user, I figured my history would be a clean slate. But a monarch? With a bodyguard? I could get used to this.
Hey, let's get this back on track, shall we?
Ah!
The war may be over, but that doesn't mean it's playtime.
Ah! Oh my god, Chad. That is some functional armor there, isn't it?
As if to urge on
Anyway,
small talk, another friend steps forward. Once a swindler, it seemed like he still craved gossip.
let's move on. Everyone looks over at Isaac, who simply shrugs. Very functional. Plus 50 defense, indeed.
A swindler? Come on, that's kind of mean. I thought you saw me as more than that.
In character, please.
Isaac quickly realizes there's no way to address in this character. With a simple shrug, he continues on from Taylor's earlier prompt.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with some small talk, Chiron. A lot of people spill their greatest secrets in casual conversation.
This is from Klace's other game, Winds of Change. Aha! A little callback from a previous title, I see.
What secrets could he possibly be keeping from us? Insubordination isn't exactly his style.
Yeah, I'm more interested in whatever the opposite of that is.
Indeed.
You mean obedience? I like that in a guy.
You know, for Dungeons and Dragons campaigns, sometimes there's a thing that player characters can do to address the GM either as in character or out of character. Like, you know, say putting your hand on the table or holding an object. Or, you know, if you wanted to address something out of character, you would pick up the dice and hold the dice in your hand. Or something to that effect, just to let other players know whether you're in character or out of character. So that way you can speak freely whichever way that you want to. If that makes sense. He's trying to flirt even as the GM? Because of course he is.
Did anybody hear something?
Hear what?
Other than us? I can't say I have.
Maybe it was a whisper from the spirits.
Okay.
A spiritual and sheltered forest village? Isn't that a little derivative?
The background is ripped right from the game, and the characters are cosplaying as the characters from the game. Ah! See, Winds of Change is not a game that I played. Maybe I should play it.
You're one to talk.
What does that mean?
Never mind. Either way, the spirits don't work like that in this world. In fact, the end of the war marked the end of the spirit realm. Alestia was free to forge its own path, with no external influence.
That's a good thing.
No external influence? Funny for a GM to say.
Wait, what?
In character, please.
Oh, how I hate those gods that look down upon us, cursing my existence to that of a lowly swindler.
An in-character way of insulting the GM. To hell with the fourth wall. We're burning it down.
For the record, I think being a swindler is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Totally agree. I'm just some dumb mercenary. I fight henchmen, while you topple nations.
Yeah, good point. You know, warmongering is a prestigious title.
Oh, so you do think I'm awesome.
Yeah, and you totally look the part.
He sounds it too.
Pretty good reference, Taylor. I wonder if anyone will get it.
It's not like there's anyone watching us.
Oh, boy.
Oh, of course.
This game continues to
So,
blow my
why
mind.
are we here again anyway? Didn't we have some monarch business to attend to?
Something like that. Fourth wall break. That fourth wall was shattered like glass. Everyone exchanges glances, then stares right at Taylor.
Oh, of course. The official business. What was that again?
Now, the GM can speak in and out of character simultaneously because, you know, the GM has power.
Are you serious?
I said, what was that again?
Taylor nudges his head towards Dante as if this were a cue. Dante holds up a piece of paper, a mock scroll.
And at that exact moment, the monarch's advisor bursts into the room, holding a scroll and struggling to catch his breath. It seems urgent.
I am not acting like I'm out of breath.
Well, why not? Just have fun with it, dude.
Immersion killer. Just go ahead and read the scroll. We need to get this show on the road.
Right. Sorry.
He looks like an
disturb your small
Ewok.
talk, Monarch, but I have a matter that might need your attention.
Oh?
Might?
No, it definitely needs your attention, and I was talking to the Monarch, not you.
When you're in my village, you talk to me. Let's not start disrespecting my authority here.
Oh, everyone looks at each other, shocked that Klace put his foot down. I am not shocked at all. Guess he was getting into the role that made things even better.
Oh, of course. Sorry, Elder.
My sincerest apologies, Elder. I shall not step out of line again.
Thank you, Dante. But now you have to prove that apology. A sorry means nothing if you keep slipping up.
Ooh.
He's right, you know. Should I get that in writing and make you sign it? Binding people to their word is kind of my thing.
Ah!
That's why I live my life by one rule. Never count on somebody who's unreliable. It's impossible to strike on the promise of a maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I get it. Well, if you don't find me reliable, then have this. It's a letter from the Thorns, back in Mazio.
If you can't find you reliable, then maybe you can rely on being handy. Rider Strikes! Welcome to the Lion's Den. Thanks for coming in. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for your follow. We're playing some Komorebi. I hope you're enjoying it so far. This has been quite the entertaining experience.
It's actually pronounced Mazeo.
Mm-hmm.
Really? That's not what I've heard.
Well, I guess everyone says it differently.
Tomato,
Anyway,
tomato.
Feel free to let them know what's happening.
Of course. Sorry about that, everybody. The voice from above seems to keep cutting me off.
It's
Anywho.
happening more and more lately. But go ahead and lay it on us, Dante. Can't possibly be worse than the war.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not, but it could easily start another. The war definitely left a big power vacuum. We have to face that fact. Unfortunately, a power vacuum in Mazeo is a lot worse than anywhere else.
You said the Thorns, right?
About the Thorns?
Yeah, I figured you'd be familiar with them. They're using the confusion and chaos to make a move. It's pretty clear. They want to undermine our newfound leadership.
So many parallels happening
And
here.
let me guess. Their main weapon is blackmail.
Oh my goodness.
Of course. After you stopped swindling, they took charge. Or maybe they even started during the war, when you were busy. But the townspeople are in their hands. Not willingly, of course.
Why does this have a vague hint of the Princess Bride?
We should take care of this as soon as possible. A hostile Mazeo isn't exactly my idea of a good neighbor.
Anywho, thank you. I hope your day has been going well. Doing good so far. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Nice to meet you, Ryder. My name is Justin. I hope you have fun in the stream.
But how can we fight back?
Contrary to popular belief, paper does beat paper. We dig up dirt on them and ruin their credibility. Then the blackmail they have means nothing.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
I don't think that's a good idea. We have to prove our leadership to those still on the fence. Subterfuge and shady stuff will only make us seem dubious.
That is true as
I
well.
agree. Our goal was to lead the world into a better age. We can't resort to the same tactics our enemies did, or even the ones we used in order to win the war. Remember? We all promised. That kind of stuff would stop after we won. We're leading now, so we have to do it right.
Agreed. Atlas, I'm still processing the whole sexpected pun. Trying to find the clip where you congratulate someone on their VIPness right before realizing exactly what you said. Atlas, if you want to go and do that stuff, you can go ahead. Oh my god.
Fine. Old habits die hard, I guess. It'll just be hard to win a battle where our enemy fights dirty. Remember, we were a little dirty during the war. That's how we won.
Well, there's fighting dirty to cause problems, and there's fighting dirty to win. They're both a good idea?
But this is just some gang of information brokers. They'll live up to their name. Nothing more than thorns on our
Ow.
sides.
I suppose I
Can't hold a
deserve
candle
that
to the
here.
triumvirate, right? The worst is over.
Can't find the clip. I'm sorry.
And if it isn't, then you'll always have my sword arm. In fact, I expect an ambush or two on our way back home. We should head to Mazeo while it's still bright outside.
I agree. I made good time on the run over, too. If we leave now, we'll make it before it gets too dark. And that's just when the Thorns are most likely to strike.
And with that, our merry gang is reunited once more. Fresh off the heels of one war, it seems they aimed to prevent another. They head out hoping to win this battle the right way and prove their mettle.
Oh.
Because even though the previous tyrannical leaders were dethroned, the people of Alestia hadn't fully embraced their new leaders. If things went awry, the new monarchy could very well be usurped.
things must be handled carefully and with meticulity. To be meticulous about things. You have my sword and my axe moment, yes.
After a long and arduous journey, the group returns to Mazeo. A meeting is immediately called, with everyone making their way to the war room. Feeling no need to change things up, the new monarchy still used the old Rebel HQ.
So, do we want to go over all of this again?
Yeah. It looks like the Thorns want to run things around here. Apparently they've dug up dirt on all of us. A lot. If they
I see
spread
you're
it,
playing some
people could fear
Sonicgott
us.
here.
Giving them a legitimate claim to leadership.
There's no way the people would side with the Thorns. Leaking secrets speaks more about them than us. It's a pitiful, destructive way to seize power.
Don't forget what my job used to be, Klace.
I think the way things are handled are a little bit different.
Oh, right, sorry. But you did that stuff out of necessity. It seems like they're just doing it for fun.
Uh-huh. And there lies the difference. It seems like the tables have turned, actually. We dug up dirt on the Triumvirate and used to take them down. I suppose it's not out of question that someone would do the same to us. But on the other hand, what we did actually saved countless worlds. The Thorns just want to take advantage of something that could profit them. We acted in the name of the greater good, and it seems like they act for their coin purse.
Well, I think this one rests with Isaac. How could we fight back against this? It is your area of expertise, after all.
Well, we have to put the people first. Anything aggressive or manipulative is a no-go. The way we react now will decide how they see us.
Is aggression really a bad option? The Thorns could have dirt on every citizen in Alessia. If we take them out and seize their base, it'd keep everyone safe.
I think it's just killing that we need to avoid. We can attack them and take them in. No vigilante stuff. Pure justice.
It would work. That is, if they truly are a threat. We can't just take them down to save our own hide. Isaac, you know more about this than anyone else.
Is this a real... Oh, I just read that. Never mind.
Is the information they have dangerous? Forget about whatever dirt they have on us. I'm talking about how they could harm our people.
Yeah, information brokering is a shady business. They'd probably have secrets that could topple nations, and a lot more that could tear apart the lives of innocents.
To piece together the information that they have, is it just, propaganda? Is it just things that they made up on the spot? Are they embellishing truths and leading up with lies to try to topple nations? If the truth shall make itself known, then working on the side of truth, I believe, will be victorious in the end.
But they would argue that revealing the truth is justice. I even told myself that when we fought against the Triumvirate. A means to an end. Everything is always a means to an end.
Hey, I have an idea.
Yeah?
Remember how you dig in mailboxes at the taverns? You know, to find out secrets you could sell?
That's truly awful.
I'm not proud of it, but yeah.
Well, that's not all you did, right? I imagine you bought information from people too. What if we posed as civilians looking to sell some info?
And catch them in the act?
Entrapment? Isn't that immoral?
Morality. Uh-huh, I'm sure it's buried in the clips.
Not necessarily entrapment, but a way to get into their base for recon. That way we could see what they're up to in every regard.
And crack down if we see anything worrying.
Well, this certainly seems morally gray, but I don't see anything that would reflect poorly on us. We'll only take them in if we see the potential of harming our people.
This whole campaign is designed to parallel the real-life situation that they're in. Perhaps they're using gaming as a means of working out a real situation.
And if we don't?
Well, I know that we did a lot to take down the Triumvirate. We swindled nations and murdered our enemies to start the list. If the Thorns bring that to light, we'll have to accept the repercussions.
Is there really no other way?
Well, it really isn't right to try and cover up our actions. Especially if it means hiding the truth of things from our people. That's exactly what the Triumvirate did to us when it came to the spirits. They hid a truth that they knew would jeopardize their leadership. If we approach this from the same angle, then we're no better. We have to act in Alestia's best interest, not our own.
Interesting.
True.
It's what we've always done.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's the plan then? Infiltrate their base and gather data?
Yeah. And we only take action if we believe our people are in danger. With what Isaac said, though, I'm almost certain that they are. We just need to prove it before cracking down on them.
Is this acceptable, Monarch?
For a moment, I forgot I was taking part in this game. But in retrospect, it really did make me feel like I was the leader. Everyone talking about what to do before presenting it to me with their best option. But it really was the best option. We can't just attack and kill those who threaten our rule. But if the actions of the Thorns threaten our people, that's different. I authorize the operation. We'd infiltrate their base and discern the full extent of their actions. I know Isaac says that they're obviously a threat, but we need some evidence. We have to do this the right way in order to win the favor of our people. It's not an easy transition, waking up to the new rulers of the world after all, but we'd show them as we continued that their lives were in our capable hands. And I think things are getting a little bit more dicey. But let us find out where this will conclude.
Experience pivotal fragment. Calm before the crime.
There is this moment of which thou has. Letting people walk all over you simply leaves footprints for others to follow. That is a curious thing. I slowly make my way toward the Wayfarer, passing the town square. There's a large gathering of Zeros simply standing there. Some carry signs. The protest was in full swing, and their cause surely had some numbers behind it. If that's how people were on a colony, then those things must be huge. Without realizing it, I make eye contact with a family of Zeros. I shake my head, slightly embarrassed at the unintentional staring. They smile at me, and I chose to smile back. At least they weren't weirded out by what I just did. They hand their child an apple. After taking it, they start skipping around town square. They're holding a doll in their hand. It has a smile just as wide as them, but not nearly as wide as the parents who watch their child enjoy the city. I guess that they're fighting not only for themselves, but for the future of every Zero. After skipping and jumping around the town square, the child stops and looks at me. I wave at them, and they wave back before returning to their parents. As they embrace each other, I take this as my signal to leave. But I leave with a rising hope that they will get what they want. I round the corner and see the Wayfarer almost immediately. As soon as I do, I see my friends standing around the entrance. Just like Taylor said at the Triple R, fashionably late, like always. Isaac is knelt down, tinkering with what appears to be a drone. The gang watches him work, and I can't help but feel concerned. Messing with the drone mere moments before we sneak into Kyra with Kyron? This had to be related to everything going on. As soon as I reach my friends, I make a noise, like I'm clearing my throat. This instantly gets their attention, and the hugs are exchanged.
Hey, Delta! I was just showing everybody what I've been up to. Figured I could start without you since I kinda talked about it at the diner.
Okay. That's true, he definitely gave me a crash course at the diner. Or in this case, crash may not be the best word to use. I know he can control them, and they run on his code.
I wish he didn't have to do it out in the open, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Isaac looks pretty suspicious right now.
Indeed.
Definitely no need to correct that.
But the security on these things is top-notch. If he was doing something wrong, then alarms would be blaring. I've seen people look over, and they don't seem to care.
Maybe his position at Argus, they would figure that he is just a general maintenance individual.
Klace has it right. See this little blue light? If I didn't work for Argus, it'd be red. And not only that, but it'd call for help. We'd be surrounded by more drones, and they'd record us. That's only until the Argus agents arrive to arrest us, of course.
What are you doing, though? You keep saying you'll explain.
Oh, I'm changing the patrol route on this drone. Gonna have it watch the area while we're inside. You know, just in case anything happens tonight.
Are you expecting anything to happen? Like, did something happen at your interview?
Other than me nailing it? Nope. Even got invited back for a second one.
Oh, really?
Yep. And you were all worried for nothing.
You know, I have applied for jobs before. Usually general working jobs involve maybe one interview, 2 at most. But for a management position or a higher up position, you usually end up having to take like 3 interviews or even more. Sonic Super Brony, hello! How are you doing today?
I wouldn't exactly call it nothing, but it's good to know we're safe.
Mm-hmm.
I think he meant to say congratulations.
Uh-huh.
Right. Sorry.
Well, congratulations. Isaac stands up and grabs a piece of paper from his pocket. Without missing a beat, he hands it over to Dante.
This is just a piece of paper that says my words.
Yeah, you can go ahead and eat them now. Can't believe you doubted me, man.
Please don't.
I can definitely believe it.
Seconded.
They look at me and Klace for backup, and we just shrug. Isaac has stuck to his word and delivered exactly what he promised. If I were Taylor or Dante, this would be a turning point in how I felt.
I'm just glad we're all safe.
I am too.
Yeah, and I plan to keep it that way. I can check again during my follow-up interview. It's not scheduled yet since New Year's Eve is so close.
With a smirk, that's more smirking, he lets go of the drone and stands up. It immediately flies off, sticking to whatever route he had planned. It's impressive to see him do this. He's really a genius when it comes to tech.
Besides, they're super busy with the whole Cypher and Hermes thing. I'm surprised they even had time for an interview given the situation.
Nerd!
Yeah, I guess we picked the perfect time to do all this stuff.
You mean Isaac picked the perfect time. When you say it the other way, I feel like an accomplice.
Technically, you are. But before you can cut in with some snark, I have a question. What did you do at the interview, Isaac? To check if we're safe, I mean.
Yeah, what did you do? Because I feel like every moment that passes with you tinkering with something puts us further and further into a potential problem that would backfire even harder than before. Rarely had past one interview? Ugh, I'm sorry, Eric.
Oh, good question. This actually goes all the way back to our nightclub outing. You know, when Dante dropped those bottles on the street.
So much for never mentioning it again.
Oh, dear.
I should thank you for it, actually. It gave me the perfect opportunity.
Seriously?
Yep. Sure enough, a drone came by to clean it up. But since litter is illegal, it had to look up street cam footage. That's the first thing they do. Try to find out who's responsible. I knew that there'd be no data on Chiron, which is bad. It would immediately flag him as a 0 and get us in trouble. I rushed to create his identity and even uploaded facial data.
Oh.
Facial data.
Yeah. It scanned our faces and looked for a match in the database. Because I was fast enough, it was able to find Chiron's as well. So, we may be guilty of litter, but nothing more. I promise.
You know, I doubt that having an accident would dock people so many points that they wouldn't be able to recover.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was easy to look into during my interview. When I was at their HQ, all I had to do was pull up the incident report. If we were in trouble, there'd be notation, or the case would be escalated.
For a dropped booze bottle, I don't think that's the largest crime. I mean, if you clean up after it, there's no big deal, but if a drone took care of it, oh well.
And it wasn't?
Nope. It was marked closed by an Argus agent. Just something about drunk friends having a good time. All of our names are clear in the system. Trust me.
Wait, aren't you an agent of Argus? Chiron scoffs and breaks his silence. I wonder why he was just standing there.
Now I know why you wanted all those photos of me after the nightclub. Too bad. Thought maybe you came back outside to ask me on a date.
He probably wants to.
Oh, Taylor, shush.
Couldn't blame him.
So vain! Oh, the vanity. Oh, my God. He laughs, trying to signal that it was a joke. At least now I know what Isaac did when he went back outside that night.
And sorry for not being too talkative. All this city talk goes right above my head. At least I know what those flying things are now.
That's fair. He must be talking about the drones. I guess these topics would be pretty intimidating for him. I can't even imagine the culture shock of entering the city walls.
Well, I don't think we'll need to talk about that stuff anymore. Taylor and Dante just wanted me to put their minds at ease.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I did?
Hopefully you did.
Definitely made a lot of progress. Yeah.
Goodness.
I'm good to go. Feel a lot safer, too.
It's true. I could tell that the tension in the air was fading away. It helps to know that we're truly under the radar and without suspicion. Hello, Digimon. Oh dear, he's blushing. Does he look like the guy that he was talking to, or the blue-haired dude? Possibly. Especially as tensions rise and August's presence increases in the city.
I'm just as happy as them to leave this stuff behind. And if we're safe, maybe I can even come to New Year's Eve.
That'd be cool.
It's starting to look more and more hopeful. But let's focus on tonight. We still need to get you inside.
Back door, right?
Yeah, but it can't be all of us. Some of us should enter the front door at the same time. If anything, just to make sure that the door guy is occupied.
Everybody glares at Isaac.
What?
Yeah. Please explain yourself.
Well, I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us here, but this was your idea, so you need to do the dirty work.
I agree.
Yeah. We'll all go in the front. You two can sneak in the back, but we'll save a table, so don't worry.
Sorry, Isaac, but I feel the same way. I can't risk getting caught as much as you can.
All right, that's fair. I just imagined a bit more teamwork.
Well, they're giving you teamwork by agreeing to not be part of this? I don't know.
We're causing a distraction for you, Isaac. If they have to ID all of us, you'll have more time. Maybe you should be the one saving a table for us.
That's fair. Isaac shrugs and nods, realizing Taylor is right. This was a team effort, and our entrance bought time for Isaac. I look over at Chiron and see a hint of worry remaining on his face.
What should we do if people start to suspect me? Or report me? You know, just thinking worst case scenario.
That's a good question. I'm thinking he should kiss Isaac. God, Digimon.
Run, most likely.
Maybe we should have some sort of code word? Something to tip each other off, but not make a scene?
Fair.
Like a spy movie?
Like a spy movie.
Maybe we could say we're in the mood for vodka.
Oh?
Bad idea. I already am.
How much did you have to drink in the last couple of weeks?
How about karaoke? We can use that as the code word. I could even sing to cause a distraction.
I love karaoke.
Do they have karaoke in there?
Yeah, loaded with a ton of songs, too. Maybe you can sing one of your own, Klace.
That'd be fun.
If I need to, I will.
Perfect. If we need a distraction in the bar, Klace can get on stage. But what do we do? Just make our way back home? What if they send out agents or drones to catch us?
Oh boy.
Run, most likely. But I doubt it'll ever come to that. The scan should work just fine. But I am prepared.
That doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me, bro. Ah, good grief. Isaac waves his phone in front of us with a smirk. Another smirk.
I can pull up a live map to help us avoid any drones. If we need to, we'll make it back home without a trace. Is that good? Can we go inside and party now?
Everyone looks at each other and nods. It seems like we had an entry plan and several exit plans. Let's just hope the panic exit is not one of those plans. No matter what happened, we'd be prepared to take on the night. I am a bit worried about potentially leaving Klace behind while he sings, but the more I think about it, the more I think he'd be okay. Argus would make a move on an idol while they're performing. Would they? I just hope that things went smoothly. It was good to be cautious up to a point. After a while, you're just overly paranoid. Thankfully, Isaac dealt a big blow to any paranoia. Even Dante seemed to ready the party, which was saying something. And so we head inside in our bond feeling as strong as ever. I just hope it stayed that way. Well, that is an interesting piece of information, but then there's all these little character dialogues here, and I would love to know more about these. Let's save, and let's read this journal. But this just a little bit reminds me of Rimba Racer, except the difference between, besides the drones and security, and having the ringmasters and their spies. Interesting.
View which journal entry.
Well, oh my goodness! Nozan. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. 2610. Welcome to the Lions Den. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate your follow. I hope you're enjoying Komorebi so far. Let's check out this journal entry. Thank you for the party. I keep seeing the symbol everywhere. That diamond. That diamond means something. What does it mean? AKA, the day we became wayfarers. Friday, December 27th, 2041. Is it weird to give my days titles like that? I thought it was a bit quirky last time, and I'm all for the quirkiness. I don't even know why I'm writing this. It's so me of me to start doubting my own thoughts as soon as I write them down. Best not to think about it, I guess. If there's one place I shouldn't worry about how my thoughts, it's in my own private diary. A safe haven, just like it should be. I've started to notice that Klace is acting a little strange. I'm only saying this because it's someone related to journals and diaries. He didn't have one with him at the nightclub, but since then he's always been holding his diary. I feel like it's a little odd. Sometimes he just flips through the pages, reading them, even though when the group is in the middle of something else. Looking back at the VOD of Taylor's stream, he even had it with him there too. If a diary could be a safe haven, I have to wonder if for some people, could it be too safe? You know? Today is the day we're all going to the Wayfarer. I totally trust in Isaac now. That doesn't mean my paranoia and worry are completely gone or anything, but that outing to the Triple R was a real eye-opener. We walked right in the front door and not a single head turned our way. Chiron was treated just like one of us, which is how I think things should be done. It gets more and more difficult to believe that what we're doing is wrong, but maybe we've just been looking at it the wrong way. Just because our thoughts go against those in power doesn't automatically mean we're wrong. It's possible for those in power to be wrong as well, or at least out of touch with that world truly needs. Right now, I think that's unity. What does it mean? All right.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Isaac 2.
Let's go have a little conversation with Isaac, shall we, chat? I'm really fond of Isaac as an individual. He's a bit quirky, very technical, thinks outside the box, does things that are a little questionable, but in the end, don't we all? This is going back a couple of days in the 24th. I enter the Triple R and finding Isaac sitting at a nearby table. Again, it's weird how much I've been here lately. A home away from home. Maybe I'll order something light and try to save money for the Wayfarer. This is our first date, though, so I should order something special. Our first date. Anxiety rises within me as I face that simple fact. I'm sure I'll be fine, though. We're already good friends. And they always say that how a good relationship starts, right? Isaac waves me over with a big smile on his face. I'm happy to be here after planning this last time we talked. It always felt like good making plans that people followed through on.
Hey, Delta! Good timing! I was just looking over my invitation to Argus HQ. Something tells me this promotion is already mine.
Oh, right. He was up for the promotion at Argus. I remember hearing about that a couple of times since I moved here. But this time there was some paranoia associated with it due to current events.
A bit nervous to meet some of these higher-ups, though. I've only ever seen their names and titles in mass emails, so it's almost like they're these figures from folklore. But I know that they're people just like me. And maybe one day I'll be the one sending those emails. Believe it or not, I've contributed a lot to the company during my service.
He tilts his head towards the window, and I turn to look outside.
See those drones buzzing about? I helped Argus optimize the code that they run on. Before my update, they definitely weren't as efficient.
So clearly, Isaac is quite talented in the field of coding and product efficiency, which probably explains why he does so many, benign mods on his own home.
That's the cool thing about computers, though. They don't have to think before acting. They can just act. If the code is good enough, they can run purely on instinct.
Computers just act because they have no sense of self-awareness. They just do what they're told. They don't have a fear of danger. They don't have a fear of death. They don't have a fear that things aren't going to work out right. They just run code, and that's it. So the better their coder, the better they run.
Or at least, whatever the machine equivalent of instinct is. After my update, the litter in the streets really tapered off. You'd think that'd satisfy me, but I keep reaching higher.
Such as the stuff of life chat, a lot of people who are seemingly successful are oftentimes never satisfied with themselves. And by the way, what the hell is this back here, Klace? A Majira strawberry food unknown price? Is that a joke? Come on, man.
That's why I'm so excited about this opportunity. But given the whole Chiron situation, I'm also scared. I tell myself that my actions are morally sound. It seems to help.
I remember an old episode of Star Trek when Hugh, the drone taken in, and eventually, went from being treated like a test subject to a pet to an actual person. And Captain Picard talking about the differences between the moral thing to do and the right thing to do. Sometimes being moral can feel wrong, but I always personally feel that the moral choice is the right choice, even if it does go against the rules.
It just reminds me of this old saying I used to hear. It's better to fall for your own beliefs than cave in the face of others. But we should change the subject anyways. Far too grim for me.
That's fair.
And I'd rather not have our first date affected by things like that. You know me, though. The world's leading expert on rambling. But if we're dating, at least now we can have anxiety together.
I think having a date with somebody means opening up to them. Good and bad. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. I turn back to face him and he smiles at me. I didn't know he actually contributed that much to Argus. Maybe he really was held back by wasting his days in retail.
Here, look at this.
He looks down at his phone, but tilts his head toward the drones once more. As he starts to tap away at his device, they start to move back and forth. It's clear that he was in control, making them to do a sort of dance.
Manual override, see? For testing optimal flight paths and observing the city. Or in this case, to make myself look extra cool.
This is pretty cool, actually. I ask him if he's allowed to do this at will. Showing off shouldn't have him to get in trouble after all.
Yep, I'm allowed to play with them whenever I want. Of course, it's supposed to be in the name of optimization. Every month, I have to give Argus more effective flight paths. Yeah, you'd think after a while I couldn't optimize them anymore. But Argus doesn't believe in that. Everything could always be better. Helping them with stuff like this definitely got me in the running for my promotion.
You yourself just recently said that you're not satisfied with what you're doing. Argus kind of behaves the same way. Always striving to improve, always trying to make things better, even if you think that there's no room for improvement. That is the struggle of life, my friend. All of a sudden, I hope that he gets the job. His passion is unmatched. I also hope that it remains unaffected by our recent side endeavors. I need more hydration. Losing your future in a battle for positive change was never really a good thing. He shrugs right after this exchange, unsure of what should happen next.
Well then, what should we talk about? Maybe our trip to the Wayfarer this weekend? In retrospect, it'll actually be the perfect night for me. Bomb my interview, I can drink to cope. Nail it? Then I'll drink to celebrate. And I'll be with my friends too.
I think you're just finding excuses to drink.
Oh, and my partner. Sorry. Guess I'll have to get used to that one. Especially with all the teasing that's sure to come with it.
You have no idea. He shakes his head as if he realized he was rambling again. There's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe you want to contribute to the conversation? I'm curious how things have been treating you, Delta. Especially when it comes to Dante, Taylor, and Klace.
I tell him that things have been going good, aside from the current paranoia. Getting to spend one-on-one time. We have a typo. Klace, we have a typo. Let me just snapshot that. Let's see. I'm gonna talk to him in Discord real fast. All right, so getting to spend one-on-one time with everybody definitely helped. In our group settings, sometimes sarcasm and snark got in the way.
Yeah, we do love to joke with one another. But more private things like this definitely help with bonding. I hang out with the others like this too. You should definitely keep it up.
I nod and let him know that I plan to. I'm actually supposed to hang out with Taylor tomorrow. It'll be the first time I see his house. I'm actually kind of excited.
Oh, of course. An invitation to Taylor's house. I'm sure you can tell what he's expecting, right? He did the exact same thing to me when we first met. Not that I mind, though. You're still free to live your life, even if we're dating. No need to hold each other back from fun stuff like that.
Yeah, Taylor was definitely transparent about what he wanted. Dante hadn't really shown an interest in me that way, though.
Really? You should see the stuff he says in my DMs. Maybe he's just too shy to put the moves on you. But I think he wants to pretty bad, actually.
Aw. Dante has moves? I mean, maybe he's oddly flirted with me. But I hardly felt him making advances like the others.
You'd be surprised. I know almost everything there is to know about these people. Well, except for Klace and Chiron. They're relatively new.
One second, I'm typing up a message in their Discord to let them know about the typo. Alright.
But if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask. As long as it doesn't turn into gossip, I'll answer. That's not really my style. Gotta stay in the lines.
That's fair. As intrigued as I am, I didn't come here to talk about other people. I came here to talk to him and to get to know him better. I remind him that this is our first date.
Oh, of course, you're right. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. Probably just nervous, you know?
He's fine.
Well, I guess I'm an open book. Is there something you'd like to talk about? Better hand you the wheel before I steer off course again.
Actually, there had been a thing or two in my mind. Ever since I arrived, his vision has been hinted at a couple of times. It seems to be more and more relevant, so I think I want to know about it.
Wow, guess I should have expected that. There's one thing that I'd rather not talk about, and you pick it. Turns out I'm not as much of an open book as I thought. Sorry.
Are two of your pages stuck together? I totally feel that. It's fine, I never force him to speak about his vision. You can hint toward it, you can say, hey, this is how I felt about my vision, you know, just kind of work around the subject as opposed to speaking directly about it. But that's why I told him to only talk about if he's comfortable. And that's fair, you know? Relationships take time, they take trust, they take building, they take effort. And there's going to be snafus along the way. That is every relationship. Nothing is perfect. Perfection is just perspective, right? You can never expect everything to work 100% your way. Perhaps one day he'll open up about it, though it's quite intriguing. A bright future and linked to one of our current situation with Chiron. Part of me just assumes that this all ends in our favor. But it really couldn't be that simple, could it?
I'd rather get to know each other better, if that's okay with you. You know, who we are here and now, and where we came from. A lot better than talking about a future that might not happen, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess that's fair. And if we're going to a date, we'd face the future together anyways. So we might as well strengthen our bond here in the present. I decided to ask him about that jacket he's always wearing. Taylor picked on him for it, and he seems to even wear it at work. Everything implied that he's had some sort of deeper meaning to him. Now, something else I did point out here is notice that the Argus Corporation revolves around two colors, black and kind of like a teal color, or cyan. And Isaac actually has those same colors, which obviously ties into the fact that he works for Argus. But I have a feeling that while he works for them, he might be apprehensive to the company's ideas, which could probably tie into the color of his coat, which is green.
Oh, yeah. I guess I do wear it a lot. Taylor only picks on me because he knows it's meaningful. But it was just given to me from someone special in the past.
And who is that special person?
Fit them a lot better than it does me, though. That's why I keep saying I'll grow into it. I don't just mean it physically, you know?
Who did it belong to? It makes sense to me. It's like kind of filling in someone else's shoes. Or perhaps feeling worthy enough to carry on someone's legacy.
Have you ever had something that makes you feel safe or comfortable? I guess it's kind of like that. A memento or a souvenir from the past. Dante has some old wallet, well, I have this jacket. Pretty simple.
Or like Linus's security blanket. True, Dante did have a wallet, and those things were pretty obsolete. At least Isaac's memento was stylish and made him look good. Hello, Fenny Bean, welcome. I voiced that sentiment, and he blushes almost immediately.
Glad to know I can pull it off. I thought I always came second to your sense of style. You didn't have to dress up for this, you know. It's pretty casual.
Hoy, how's a Fenny Bean doing? I'm actually loving this visual storytelling novel. It's just absolutely beautiful. Komorebi has been quite the journey, and to think that this is even halfway done yet. Our first date is special to me, so I wanted to dress the part. I didn't go overboard, but I did my best to look good. Maybe semi-casual? Presentation is important, at least that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Or I was taught.
Speaking of what you were taught, I thought I'd ask you about your life back at home. Or your old home, I guess. If you're comfortable.
Oh, what the heck?
Really?
What happened?
I didn't know it was
What
like
the
that.
hell?
Probably for the best that you
What the
left it
fuck was
behind.
that?
I
Blame it on the
didn't mean to drum
glitch.
up any bad memories. I apologize.
Okay, that spooked me. What the hell was that? Somebody explain? Can anybody explain? What the shit was that? Oh my god. Anyway. Ugh. I tell him it's fine and it's important to open up from time to time. I don't know, I was making myself some homemade oatmeal from frosted raisin cookies. Ooh, that sounds good. There's obviously a few things that he's been holding back on purpose too. I'm in no rush to find out, but I tell him that we should never be afraid to talk to each other. Yeah, that kind of spooked me a little bit, Shernyo. I think my implication is pretty clear, that he can trust me with his vision. He reaches across the table and holds out his hand. I place mine in his, and he squeezes it softly.
Oh, trust me. I know. It just takes courage, that's all. But I think I'll have plenty of that on New Year's Eve. I plan to tap into it and make our bond even stronger.
Indeed. It works for me and actually makes me more excited. The game is self-aware. Oh no. The quantum leap is starting to sound better and better. Taylor had a good idea. It should catch on, become a thing. Of course, that's just the hopeful part of me talking. It could easily devolve into a night of drunken debauchery. God. At least something tells me that Taylor wouldn't mind that at all. Isaac raises my hand up and gives the top end of a soft kiss. Ah, Isaac, you're such a sweetheart. I feel like I know him better now, especially about work and his past. As vague as he was, I'm sure the gaps would be filled later on. He grabs the menu by his side and he opens it with a groan.
Just what do we order?
Anything. I mean, just close your eyes, point randomly on the menu, and order that. That would work. Always be better. You know, sometimes it really isn't about what you eat at the restaurant, but rather the people you hang out with. Let's do another quick save here, because reasons. All right, let's have a little talk with Dante.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Dante 2.
He was a bit stern and closed off the first time we spoke to him, but I think we might be able to get some more information from him. Back at the restaurant, I enter the Triple R and my hunger and thirst is immediately apparent. It has a distinct smell, but it's a good one. Definitely loosens up the wallet. Speaking of that old expression, I'd be meeting Dante for lunch today. He was the only person that I knew that carried a wallet. A bit old-fashioned, especially when everything is forced onto our phones. But I guess it could be still useful for something, whatever that something could be. I eventually find him sitting at the table in the back corner. That's not where I expected to see him. We all kind of have the usual table. But I guess we weren't here as a group, it was just me and him. My one-on-one time has been kind of limited so far, actually. It was nice to be able to see my friends outside of our group dynamic. If anything, stuff like this would only serve to make our group dynamic stronger. He notices me and waves me over. Things get off to a quick start. He's typing away at a laptop in front of him, but multitasking seems to be no issue. Since I wondered about it moments ago, I asked him about why he has a wallet.
Most people tend to start with a greeting, Delta. But I guess I'm just too cool for people to follow the rules. And if you must know, it was a gift from my father.
Well, that's fair. Makes sense. It's just a relic from a simpler time.
Basically, he told me we should never forget where we came from. I don't really know how a hand-me-down wallet helps with that, though. It might be one of those things that only makes sense to old people.
It's not about embracing tradition. It's about remembering where you come from. He laughs before closing his laptop. Guess work was over now.
Sorry about that. You never know when a good idea might hit you. It's a total lifesaver carrying around something I can jot notes in. In fact, I owe a couple of my best-selling ideas to this thing.
You know, a notepad also works too, and being analog, it's a lot more reliable. You don't run out of batteries. Sounds like being a writer is tough. I hadn't even considered the possibility of forgetting your own ideas. But all of a sudden, I'm mad at the thought. I can imagine how much it would suck.
Though, nothing helps as much as this.
True. He reaches for a cup and takes a large swig of coffee.
My greatest ally. Weaponized caffeine.
More like the greatest addiction.
Honestly, I used to hate the stuff. I wanted my day to start when I got out of bed, but all the work just made it harder and harder for me.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I remember Taylor mentioning something different in the nightclub. Something about a contest that turned him into an addict? Dante immediately blushes and looked away from me.
Gotta be honest, I was hoping you forgot that one. If Taylor is good at one thing, it's embarrassing me.
Oh my goodness. Dante, speak up. You're speaking way too quietly. I wish I could turn up their voices more. I've wanted to win contests too. It's nothing embarrassing. Those companies can throw around a life-changing amount of money.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This wasn't a contest for money. The prize was a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Ooh, interesting. Like a trip around the world?
You could say that, yeah.
He's being extremely vague. Why is this so embarrassing for him? I tell him that he has nothing to worry about. I won't be judging him.
Fine, but I'm only doing this to beat Taylor to the punch. Something tells me he's just waiting to drop this one on you.
Oh? He rubs the back of his head and lets out a nervous laugh. Oh, dear.
It was Klace. I used to be a huge fan. Well, I guess I still am, but I really wanted to meet him. He had this brand of energy drink and used it to launch a contest.
Mm-hmm.
Find the winning can, and you'd get to go on tour with him. I guess I thought that traveling the world with a pop star would be inspiring. I didn't win, though. I just ended up with a crippling addiction to caffeine.
Imagine being inspired by a music artist, all of a sudden your inspiration turned into a caffeine addiction. That sounds poetic in a way. Pretty good reference. I wonder if anyone will give it. Oh my god. I didn't realize Klace had his own brand of energy drink. That's pretty extra. So is the entire idea of the contest, to be honest. But on the other hand, it drives sales and gives more exposure.
Maybe not tell Klace, though. If he finds out, then he'll know I've been putting on an act. I tried to be all oblivious, like I didn't really know who he was.
Yeah, I think we probably saw right through you. Suddenly, a lot of stuff about last week made more sense. At the club, Dante was the first one to speak to Klace when we got upstairs. And not only that, when we were pre-gaming, Dante suggested the music. We got ourselves a little secret fanboy, didn't we? Don't worry, I won't tell anybody.
Thanks, Delta. Knew I could count on you.
This stays between us, and I'll take this secret to the grave if you want.
But I think I saw people start to turn and look. Maybe we should change the subject?
Sure. Klace requested that we offer him privacy while he was here. At least Dante got what he wanted in the end, the chance to meet someone he admired. I sit and wait, deciding to let him come up with whatever he'd want to talk about next.
Well, last time we talked, I remember I was working on my book. You'd be happy to know that progress has quite literally exploded. I guess it was only a matter of time before the floodgates opened. That's kind of how I operate, though. I could go months without working, and it'd be no big deal. But once that ball is rolling, I have no problem making up for the lost time.
Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure that's common for people who make their own hours. As long as he gets the job done, he's free to handle it however he wants.
Suddenly, that 12-month deadline doesn't seem too bad. In fact, I've even started thinking about what I want to do next. There's a whole world out there, and I've been locked in a room.
Oh? Thinking of traveling the world?
Maybe one day, but I gotta start small. I was actually thinking of reconnecting with some family. Believe it or not, my life doesn't fully revolve around Isaac.
No, yeah, well, you might be roommates, but I don't think you're constantly engaged. Really? He fooled me.
Though, I'm starting to think that yours might. I mean, he told me that you two were gonna try dating. That probably means he'll be getting closer to me, too.
You think? These answers! Oh my god, what is up with these answers? I'm afraid I've reached my snarky friend quota, actually. The more friends, the merrier, no problem at all. Doesn't matter, doesn't bother me, I could easily handle both of you.
Oh, really? Well, handle away. You know, you're starting to remind me of Taylor. And I don't mean that as an insult. This time, probably.
We backed him into a corner, oh dear. He strikes a thinking pose for a few moments before he's speaking again.
Right, back on track.
Yeah, please.
I remember telling you that I basically grew up in a library. Well, I meant that literally. The librarian let me stay there when I needed it, so when things got rough at home, I'd just go get lost in a good book.
Oh my god.
But things at home kind of got worse as time went on, so before I knew it, the library became my entire life. They sheltered me while I learned to read and write.
This is so funny.
I can definitely look back and say it was worth it, but at the time, it definitely seemed like the worst thing ever. I wrote a bunch of woe is me stories to attempt self-pity.
Why?
Eventually, some of them found their way into anthologies. That was the first step. People kept saying how good my stuff was. I got an agent to help me with all the publishing offers that came my way.
That's a good thing.
But that's the thing. I've been working ever since. Haven't had much time to take care of Dante things. But after this next book, my whole life is wide open.
That's good. Growing up in a library sounds like it could be pretty awesome. I wish it could have happened for him without the issues back at home.
Bet you didn't expect me to be a runaway, huh? A lot of people don't. They act surprised or shower me in sympathy, but I don't need any of that. I think I'm doing really well for myself.
You know, if things are stable, I guess that's a
Do you
success.
think that too, Delta? I mean, I feel like I've accomplished quite a bit, maybe enough for my family to let bygones be bygones.
Shall we be loving to Dante, or shall we just thumbs up? I'm sure they're counting on the days until you call, or you've accomplished a lot that's kind of infatuating, or I'm sure they'd be happy to reconnect with you. I'm kind of like torn between wanting to be nice to Dante or wanting to be loving to Dante. I think both could go both ways. You know, in a sense, while Dante has been kind of spicy lately, I think it's kind of nice to show him some love. So why not?
Oh, come on. You're starting to sound like my inbox. But nice to know that you're at least a little taken with me. We'll have to talk about that more sometime. It's totes mutual.
Oh my goodness. Either. You know, I could be both loving to Isaac and Dante because I don't see any problem with polyamory. I really don't.
Of course, I need to finish this book before I do anything major. Unless any impatience gets the better of me, which it will. Either way, I just hope you'll have my back.
Wait, is this like some sort of complicated love story? I'm curious. I nod and tell him he's right. It's always, I'd always have his back, especially now that he's opening up to me. It's weird. I learned more something about him in one sitting than I ever have before. A runaway novelist who grew up in a library, a fractured relationship with his family, and a renowned bibliography. I really need to do something with my life.
Well, I gotta say, thanks for the chat. I hope we can do this again, maybe on New Year's Eve. You have 4 midnights after all. If I don't get one, I'll be offended.
That's fair. I'll save a midnight for you. He smirks at me, and our time at the Triple R has come to an end. He's right, though. Because of the quantum leap, I'll have 4 midnights. Not only that, but I have 4 new friends, Isaac, Taylor, Dante, and Klace. And things were definitely going to be interesting on the 31st. Secret little fanboy. That's actually super cute, by the way. It is super adorable. All right, we have a little bit more time, so let's go talk to Taylor.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Taylor 2.
Honestly, I think all of these characters are absolutely lovely and adorable. I really do. I do. They're so incredible. What do you guys think? Seriously. Oh, it's Christmas Eve, at least at this time frame. As I enter Taylor's house, I'm taken aback. This is some fancy digs. Oh my God, this is wonderful. The sweetest romance. I know, it's right? It's so good. It's a night and day difference when I compare it to Isaac's. You can tell that he's on the cutting edge. Everything's so modern. But I guess it had to be. I'd imagine a streamer needs to stay current. There must be all sorts of trends in the field, just like any other. You know, you guys would be ultimately disappointed with the type of streamer room that I have. I have an apartment. I have a bedroom. My streaming room is my bedroom. I sleep in the very room that I stream from. No joke, chat. I wish I had a better job, but I'm just doing the best that I can. I hope you at least guys like this stuff. Anyway. Whatever he was doing, though, he was doing all right. And he was doing it right. It's nice to be somewhere other than the Triple R, though. Well, thank you for the head pads. Thank you. All of my other meetings and outings seem to revolve around that place. But here I was in Taylor's home, just like we planned at the nightclub.
Well, what do you think, Delta? This is my castle, my pride and joy. And even better, I made it with no middleman.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm being loving to him. Yeah, because you like being the one in the middle.
Wow, you know me so well. Why not settle for the best of both worlds, right? Little bit of each is clearly the best way to go.
Indeed.
And if you're lucky, maybe I'll let you take part. I hope my intentions were clear enough when I invited you over. Been eyeing you since day one, and I'd like to think you took notice.
Yeah. You know what? You've been flirty with everybody. But whatever. He smiles at me before quickly changing the subject. Pointing to the table, I noticed 2 plates of food. Wait, what? I was actually starving, so I appreciate it.
2 Taylor specials, an absolute classic. So, what do you say? Want to take a seat?
You know, I'm willing to try vegan food. I nod and we move to the couch. I look down at the plate and I'm not sure what I see. Whatever a Taylor special was, it was certainly unique.
It's pretty simple, actually. Your favorite chicken sandwich smothered in honey dill sauce. And if you're so inclined, a slice of provolone to top it all off.
Wait. That's not vegan. You're a rabbit. Rabbits don't eat chicken and provolone. How does this work? I don't get it. I don't understand. And, chicken sandwich is this lore friendly? God damn it, Klace!
What more exactly?
I'm not sure how to respond. I stare at him with a blank expression, then shrug.
Anyway, it's best if the bun is brioche, and the sauce is mayo, honey, and dried dill.
Brioche bun. That sounds amazing. Your message was denied? What were you trying to type? I don't have access to the mod panel. Anyway. Why is he listing the ingredients like I'm some sort of cooking show?
Well, you never know how many people are watching. Might as well let them know how to make it themselves, right?
Watching? Is he streaming right now?
Nope. Anyways, let's dig in.
Oh, by the way, if Automod is holding onto your messages, just kind of rephrase what you're saying a little bit differently, because anytime Automod is holding onto a message, it is very possible to rephrase your statement to not trigger it. So I don't really have control over Automod at the moment. Only my moderators do. So your message might have timed out, so don't worry about it. Well, digging into this chicken provolone sandwich. Isn't provolone, cheese? I don't know. He starts to eat almost comically fast, like a cartoon character. Nom, 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 nom. This seems extremely unhealthy, but also kind of delicious. With his size, I doubt he eats like this too often. This must be special to him, so I decide to follow suit. And it's the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. The sweet and savory sauce with a hint of dill, the sharpness of the provolone, the crunch of the fried chicken is a symphony of flavors in perfect harmony with one another. And he's right, the brioche bun really brings it all together.
Save this one for special occasions, Delta. You don't want to wear it out. Trust me.
That sounds like sex on a bun. It sounds absolutely fucking amazing. Oh my god. It was okay. I was just saying how he is and how lovable he is. He's very lovable. 100%. I'm surprised that I'd never heard of this sauce before.
It's actually a well-kept secret from where I used to live. Remember how I said I used to move around all the time? Every province has its own thing, so I have a lot of fun recipes. But this one always takes the cake. I'm a little sad that I stopped moving around, actually. Discovering regional things like this was always so much fun.
Just opening up your eyes and opening up your sense of taste and smell to new things. God, now I actually honestly want to try making that kind of sandwich, the Taylor special. That sounds amazing, actually. Yeah, he did say he moved around a lot. I asked him if he's comfortable elaborating, and he smiles. It doesn't appear to be a touchy subject, which is nice.
Well, I told you the system always kept me mobile, right? I was always in a foster home, or a group home of some sort. Depressing stuff.
Yeah, I know
Kept
how to
causing
feel it.
fights and getting into trouble, so they kept moving me around.
I get it. I grew up in a boys' home. I was in a treatment center growing up. I've spent time in a hospital in a mental ward. I've always moved. I've had a foster dad. I get it. I get it, Taylor. I've been there. I understand. Write it down. I'll ask Klace later.
They always said it was about location. Like, there was some magical place that had changed my life. Little did I know, it was Toronto. But not because of the city. It was my friends.
Taylor? Getting into fights? And trouble? I guess it makes sense when I actually stop to think about it. I vaguely remember to talk about how Taylor was a jerk for fun in the past. But the implications of foster homes and group homes worried me. That one definitely seemed like a touchy subject, so I avoided. I'm just happy that he finally found his calling and place in life. After we finish eating, he turns to face me while sitting down. I do the same, and we share an awkward smile.
I'm sure you can understand. You've changed since you got here, too. We're better together than we ever were apart, and it's a beautiful thing. I can't believe I used to push people away instead of embracing them. That would have made my vision come to pass for sure. Got a little tired of that thing having power over me. It wasn't really substantial, but it still kind of sucked.
Yeah, I feel that. Well, his vision sucked. This is the first time he's mentioned it, if I recall correctly. I tell him not to elaborate unless he's comfortable enough to do so.
Oh, it's really nothing. In fact, it almost feels abstract. I can't see anything at all. It's almost like complete darkness. All I know is that I feel lost and alone, knowing there's no one that cares.
We've all had those kinds of feelings. Me, definitely. Sometimes you feel like whatever it is that you do, as hard of a job as you put into it, that somehow people just don't give a shit. And honestly, that couldn't be further from the truth. Success is measured in a lot of different ways, but popularity is not the way to measure success.
And that's it. I just jolt back into consciousness. Pretty stupid vision, if you ask me. It's not useful at all. I beat it, too. I know that was the old me, not this version. If I kept pushing people away, then I'd end up alone for sure. But now I have the best friends in the world, and the best fans. I guess mine was kind of a wake-up call, but that's pretty normal.
I mean, didn't the counselor say something about Komorebi being a warning for some people?
I'm far from the first guy who's made some changes due to their vision. Sometimes I wish there was a little more to it, you know? Some grand destiny to seize, or some extravagant life.
But do we really need that? You know, do we really need a Taj Mahal? Do we really need millions of dollars? Do we really need millions of fans? I think the answer is not really. Stability, I think, is the best thing to have in life. And having friends that care about you is very important. I tell him that he already has that on his own, no vision required. He has one of the highest sub counts in the world and it kills every stream.
I guess it makes sense when you put it like that. From the outside looking in, I guess it must seem pretty impressive. But when you live it, every day is just like the last. It can lose some meaning.
It's that imposter syndrome that attacks you.
Even people at the top of the world are chasing their next big thrill. The things we dream of having can just fade away in the face of our next big goal. It's why I like to keep my life fresh and exciting, so nothing gets boring over time.
Boredom isn't always a bad thing, though. I believe this was kind of mentioned on Vsauce a little bit, that boredom is a sign of intelligence, where if something is not stimulating us again, if we're growing tired of something and we want to change things and we want to do new things, then that's a sign of intelligence, honestly. So never be upset that you're bored. That just means you need something new, right? That strive for change, that strive to grow and develop, that is what keeps us moving on in this life. Boredom is a good thing to have. I can understand that. From what he said, he's enjoying having multiple sexual and romantic partners. All of a sudden, that lifestyle seems a bit like an act to defy his vision. If he was always with someone when the lights were out, he'd never be by himself. The nervous smirk he gives me in that exact moment only enforces my thoughts. Always joking about the whole world, or a whole group that he should date, I understand it even more. He just doesn't want to be alone.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get all introspective. I actually just invited you over for some fun. Like, fun. It probably sounds shallow, but it's been on my mind since we met.
Well, I mean, okay, first of all, let me just say that you are an absolute fucking sweetheart, Taylor. How many people in chat right now that think that Taylor is an absolute sweetheart? Honestly. Despite being overly forward, I think Taylor's got some of the best intentions, honestly.
However, after getting to know you, I've changed my mind. So an arrangement like that isn't something I'd just jump into. I value your friendship, Delta. But I'm open to some benefits.
This is so on brand for Taylor that I'm not even surprised. This is the guy that flirted with me the second after meeting me. With everything he said, I figured he was after this all along. I know Isaac would be fine with it even if we were dating. He said so back at our first date at the Triple R just to set the standard. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. I should have answered Taylor's question. Friends with benefits? Possibly the option for something more?
What do you say, Delta? No strings attached. But rope? Now that's a different story.
Okay, Chad. Now, I approve of polyamory. I think polyamory is just fun, right? If you and multiple partners trust one another, care for one another, show love, and, value integrity and honesty, staying open, then I think relationships with multiple people can work just fine. I don't see a problem with that. Razor Wire SC2, hello! Thank you for the raid today. How's it going, my friend? How are you doing? Hello. You're playing some Tunic. Oh, I love that game. How are you doing, man? Tunic is a wonderful game. If you guys haven't had the chance to play that, it's kind of like Dark Souls meets A Legend of Zelda, but with a hint of puzzle solving in the mix. Heck, I was so obsessed with learning the Tunic languages. I thought it was really cool. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, it's pretty great. I love that game. Just to go off topic a little bit, if you guys haven't played Tunic, Tunic is a game that's best experienced blind. Go into it completely blind and always look at it with an open mind. So yeah, awesome game. Razor Wire, thank you for the raid. My name is Justin. I'm a variety entertainment streamer, longtime furry, former convention director, computer salesperson, small-time voice actor, and we are playing a wonderful game called Komorebi, which was designed by Klace. It is a visual storytelling game and kind of very loving, and we're having this wonderful situation with Taylor, this adorable bunny dude right now. Yeah, definitely blind. Yeah, how's your stream going? It's going pretty good so far. Almost 4 hours in. I might push this a little bit further just to get some more introspective on this. And now I'm going to ask the chat. Do we stay friends with Taylor? Just give him a thumbs up? Or do we becoming a little bit more loving? Because I take a look at all these characters, and they all have something great to offer. They all have wonderful personalities. And I would love to take these relationships to the next level. But always be respectful of one another, right? Always be open, be honest. Oh, we have a poll. Stay friends? Did I interrupt the middle of a romance scene? Kind of, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. We want to go loving. Do we want to be loving? Something more. We got to vote for something more. How many more votes can we get? We'll go for another 45 seconds here. And see what you guys say. Something more. Okay. Now, I did say that I wanted to create some sort of special relationship with Isaac. I wanted to consider him a partner in this game, but I'm willing to explore because I actually love all these characters. I think they're really well put together. Wow. A lot of you guys saying something more. Okay. We'll see how this works. We'll let that poll finish. Yeah. That is something we could probably revisit in the future is exploring Tunic. I did play that game again and again quite a bit to the point where actually I've gotten every single achievement in that game, believe it or not. Razor Wire, do you want to see that? Yeah, I'll show it to you guys here real fast. So here's my Steam page. If I show this to you, and then the achievements right there. I got every single achievement in Tunic. So just to let you know, I am quite familiar with it. All right, we got a vote, a lot of votes for love. I'm gonna save this real quickly here. Yeah, wow, GG, thank you so much. So I'm quite familiar with Tunic. I think it was a really well put together game. But anyway, we got a couple more seconds on the poll here. Do we love or do we just stay friends? You know, Taylor's been such a sweetheart this entire ordeal. I'm willing to go a little bit further. Why not? Oh, something more. We got votes for something more. Sure, I'm down to give it a shot.
Glad to hear it. Really, I am. But just so you know,
Oh, we
I
got an
didn't want to
achievement.
do it right now.
Extracurricular
This was
pursue
just
more
to
than one
break the
romance.
ice and share a special meal.
Aw. That's fine. I think it's okay to express love to other people as so long as you're open and honest, right? Integrity and trust. Thanks, Fang. Integrity should be the foundation of relationships. Because I believe that you cannot truly love somebody unless if you have a foundation of truth. To be open and honest and sincere. Willing to share your thoughts and your mind. And to not be afraid. You know, you shouldn't be afraid to tell someone you love the truth about something. And cheating, by the way, when it concerns polyamory, it means that everybody involved in the relationship is well aware and they trust each other. But cheating is when you are not open with people, when you're trying to pursue other relationships and keeping your typical relationship hidden, right? To wall off two people from each other just so that you can pursue both people is wrong. Some people are not comfortable with polyamorous relationships, and if that is the case, then maybe it's a choice that you have to make. Either you can call off the polyamorous relationships, or you can call off that single relationship. If people aren't comfortable, you gotta pursue different avenues. But yeah, this is my honest opinion. Integrity is what's important. But I appreciate Taylor's attention to detail. I appreciate his outgoingness. I appreciate him being open and honest with me. It shows integrity. And that's what it should be about. My mother doesn't approve of polyamory. Well, you know, polyamory isn't subject to somebody else's approval that is outside of the relationship. Just saying, right? I could have an opinion about something. I could say that pineapple on pizza is gross. But to say to somebody, you shouldn't eat pineapple on pizza because I find it disgusting, that's wrong. You know, your personal beliefs restrict you. They don't restrict anybody else. Yeah, that's what I tell her. Yeah, you can be disapproving of polyamorous relationships all you want, but your opinions don't control that of others.
I want our friendship to be just as important as anything else we do. But New Year's Eve is coming up, and that's always a romantic night. Go out with the others, and you'll have a date for every midnight.
Oh, that's cute. What I would say is being angry for somebody else having a polyamorous relationship is like being angry for someone eating a donut because you're on a diet. Just because you disagree doesn't mean somebody else has to follow along your lines of beliefs. Anyway, he gives a soft smile, like he's more comfortable all of a sudden. As if he was thinking of this since we first met. It's been on his mind a lot.
I'm glad we could clear the air and figure out what's going on. How about we just relax now and enjoy each other's company? Ooh, I could show you some of my big career highlights too.
You know, we could watch some movies together, we could stream together, we could play some video games, have some fun. Why not? I smile at him and tell him that I'd love to do that. Alright, that's actually super cool. It's important to learn about the content of my friends create. If we all supported each other, there's nothing we couldn't do. I'm also grateful that we didn't want to rush into anything. I value his friendship as well, so it didn't have to make sense to jump right into that stuff. It's nice to know that I valued him in return. I'm definitely closer to him than before. And because of that, I'm sure he'd find a future that's truly free from the darkness. No strings attached. Alright, why don't we take a quick 1-minute break here? You know what? I'm feeling ambitious. Why don't we continue on the stream just a little bit longer? Because we had actually had a couple raids today, and I'm not quite done yet. I'll be right back. Chat, don't go away. I love you. All right. Thank you for the hydrate. I did refill my water container here. And let's have a talk with Klace here.
Experience heart-to-heart fragment. Klace 2.
Here we go. So we're going to push a little bit more here, chat. I hope you're okay with this. Going a little bit past 4 hours, but this is so engaging. I like this so much. 12:23, a little bit into the past. That's okay. I feel like this place is basically my second home. I've been here so much lately, and yet I keep coming back. But just like Dante, this time it was a one-on-one meeting. And not just with anybody, but the newest addition to our group. He specifically requested it too. Somehow I find that kind of flattering. When I think about it, he approached me at the nightclub too. Maybe it's just like he said, lost and clueless, but together. With everything going on, that seems to fit my mindset more and more. So much is up in the air, I just wish a few things would start to land. Even if they didn't stick that landing, at least I could stop worrying. Make my way to the table Klace is sitting at. He looks very unassuming. A couple of heads turn his direction, but I don't think people recognize him.
Hey, Delta. You know, this time I'm not actually hungover. Might be a good time to try something different.
Look at this precious bean. He strikes a thinking pose as he goes over the menu.
Been having a lot of those gummies, too. When I have them, I eat everything in a 20-kilometer radius. It's both good and bad, though. Gotta watch that waistline.
I know the feeling. He takes a big sip of the ice water in front of him. Yes, him.
Just one of the many things I'm contractually obligated to do. You know, the work never stops, even when you think it does. Hiatus? It's basically nothing more than a glorified formality.
So the industry controls his body in addition to his personal life? Everything about what he's been telling me just seems awful. He shakes his head, and he's stopping an incoming rant.
Sorry. I invited you here because I wanted to apologize.
Apologize for
really bad
what?
for that conversation we had at the nightclub.
You know,
A few drinks. I guess I just start to say whatever comes to mind.
don't feel so bad. Love to do it again sometime.
Wait, really? Well, you do owe me some info in return. Now that I think about it, I talked about myself an awful lot, but it actually felt like you were listening, so I appreciate that.
I want to be loving to Klace too, because why not? He flips the pages of a journal that rests on in front of him. It must be his diary, a place to vent all of his woes.
It was better than writing it down in here. That's just some advice from my old manager, though. Never vent to another person. They're walking gossip machines. He didn't even want me to keep notes in my phone. Just this diary.
Sounds like someone was very overly cautious. But I guess it's for the best, given how in the spotlight he is. I chose not to speak, letting him continue talking about himself.
But he's not my manager anymore, I guess. Passed away a while back, during my world tour.
Oh.
He just gave me a new one, like he didn't even matter.
Ah, that's rough. Have you noticed Klace's gender fluid pride colored? Yeah, that is true. To my understanding, Casey Mangelo is transgender male. But Casey is an absolute sweetheart, and he is very talented. In fact, I believe he's also a Twitch streamer. I think I've seen Casey's streams a bit. It's been quite a while, though. I kind of miss him.
But I guess I don't really matter either. When I'm gone, another idol will step right up. It's like a machine. It's just... it keeps going, despite you.
I don't know if he's streamed lately. Let me try giving a shout-out. Casey Mangelo. I think this is his channel. Yes, that is his channel. So, feel free to go give Casey Mangelo a follow. That is the voice actor that's playing the role of Klace right now. He looks off to the side like he's saddened and ashamed. Right after apologizing, he's already back to talking about work. I can kind of understand. He's known little else for his entire life. He flips through the pages of his diary, directing my attention toward it. I didn't mean to snoop. The motion just drew the attention of my eyes. I can see a sketch, happy family standing next to a car. They all had names drawn beside them, but the page moved far too fast. All I could make out was that one of their names started with a W. I quickly look back up at Klace as he continues to talk.
When he died, I was emancipated. I wasn't old enough to sign my initial contracts, so he did it for me. Honestly, it was the closest thing I ever had to something normal.
I'm gonna config the music here. There we go. Let's try that. I'm going to do a little quick save here, because I'm trying to hear the voices. The music's kind of drowning it out, although the music is beautiful, don't get me wrong.
They kept bugging me, saying I had to sign new contracts of my own. I managed to negotiate this hiatus, so I could have some time off. Told them it was so I could grieve. I just wanted time away.
You know, honestly, a lot of content creators of all kinds, artists, writers, singers, musicians, streamers, we need time off. We can't be expected to have our engines go gung-ho all the time without burning ourselves out. Even a car engine's got to tear off every once in a while just so it can cool.
A breath of fresh air can change almost anything, especially when you're locked inside all the time, like I was. This life is brand new for me, just like it is for you, Delta.
Yes, Atlas, there is such a thing as time off. I know you're trying to joke with me, but you deserve time off for yourself, too. Just saying. He places his hands on top of mine.
And that's why I feel like we have something special. Even if it's just a lingering feeling that'll slowly fade away. You may get to keep this life, but for me, it's just a glimpse.
For what it's worth, I think Klace deserves some respect here. And I think this is really, truly adorable. Something inside of me feels really weird. I can't tell if he's trying to be romantic or just a good friend. But when he speaks now, I don't feel that anxiety, just that hesitation. Just like when he blew that kiss to the crowd and put on a smile. There's something about this that feels like it could be an act, too. I don't get such if it keeps going, the bad things will happen. No, I'm not allowing that. You know, it's so hard to have a relationship with somebody who is just a good actor. Because, like I said, relationships rely on integrity. And to be genuine with somebody and knowing it's not an act, it's such a thin line. It's like, how do you know? Reciprocation is also a good key indicator, but sometimes some people really aren't very good at reciprocating, even if they do care. Sometimes communication can be hard for people. Perhaps he's just trying to exit his comfort zone while he still can.
You know, you learn a thing or two in this industry. How to charm people, make them want you. At least on stage. Off of it, I'm oblivious.
Indeed.
But I've been thinking about the Quantum Leap. It might be my first and last chance to take part. Never been to a proper New Year's Eve bash.
It'd be nice just to be amongst the crowd and enjoying New Year's as one of us. He blushes and looks from side to side. Hands remain in mine in a soft, gentle grip.
Would you consider being my date for the evening? Or at the very least, spend a midnight with me? There should still be enough for the others.
I see what's happening here. A quantum leap, 4 midnights, 4 very close friends. I could. All right, Justin, did you get your Mew yet? I did. Thank you. This is really adorable. Thoughts of the potential night fly through my mind. 4 midnights, and 4 of my new friends. Obviously, I don't think Kyle Veron would be there. I remember Klace saying that he wasn't allowed to date. Why not? This probably isn't just a serious offer, it's just some fun. You know, to make most of the hiatus. I think for a moment before speaking. Of course, I'd love to be your date.
Maybe I'm not as oblivious as I thought then. I know this is sudden, but it's an experience I want to have. A date, a New Year's Eve party, perhaps even a kiss.
I want to think that polyamory is possible in this game, but I also don't want to think that it's going to cause tension with the group. It's so hard to make a choice, you know? I need him. We're all in love with these characters. It's so beautiful.
Just a swig of something normal to help the rest go down. For some reason, I think it's supposed to be with you. Never forget. Fish out of water, right? It seems only fitting.
You know what's really strange about the character of Delta? Is that, in a way, I share traits with every single one of these friends in this group. Somehow. Right? Like, being the technological nerd that Isaac is, or being the witty writer that, you know, Dante is, or being the flirtatious bunny that Taylor is, or being the fish out of water that Klace is. There's something that we share with each and every one of these characters. I think this game was kind of meant to explore possibilities with every single one of them. Zero can't date, why not? Because Zero is not officially part of the system. He was brought into it by a exploit, let's just say. And that puts him at risk. Because apparently with the Argus Corporation, having interactions with a Zero can drastically reduce your score. Apparently. But they're aiming to change that. So, we'll see what happens. He starts messing with the scarf, and it looks like he's zoned out.
I just hope that nothing gets in the way. When I think about Isaac and Chiron, I start to freak out. I mean, we wouldn't know we're in trouble until it's already too late. I even started to have some bad dreams about it. Embarrassing, I know. But good thing I have those gummies. A sound, dreamless sleep. Even suppresses my vision, too.
It's pretty peculiar, but it's also an ambiguous statement. In this moment, I'm confused if his vision is good or bad. Out of respect, I chose not to bring it up this time.
By the way, were you gonna order anything? I'm gonna keep it light since we're coming back here tomorrow. I ate too much junk food on the plane anyways. Gotta cut back.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. I shake my head. I just came here to speak with him. We have something else we're thinking of here. But we're coming back with Chiron tomorrow for the first time. And this is like actually before the event. I'd like to order something special. It was a momentous occasion after all.
Well, I'd hate to come and not order anything at all. Maybe I'll just grab a salad or something like that.
A light lunch. Well, this ought to be interesting. Although...
Let's throw that all out the window for New Year's Eve. We can let loose and make it a real party. Sound good? Life's no fun without breaking the rules from time to time.
Indeed. I nod. It sounds like a good idea to me. If there's a night you shouldn't hold back, it's definitely New Year's Eve.
Maybe I'll even perform a song, if I get the courage. I heard Isaac say something about live music. Looks like it'll be a pretty big party.
For some odd reason, I thought it'd just be our little group. Especially since Klace requested some privacy during his stay. But it might be more effective to blend into the crowd, to be honest. Especially if Argus ever found out what we did. Like a machine. There we go. There's another achievement. I wonder what's going to happen with all these loving interactions, if this is going to disrupt anything. But let's check out these little...
Experience supplemental fragment. Being secretive.
Let's do those. We'll do this for another 45 minutes. Why not, chat? Why not? I'll go 5 hours. I don't care. I'm feeling ambitious. Now, this is a little back in the past. This is on the 21st.
Hey, you all there?
Of course. What's up?
Well, I just want to thank you for letting me join the chat.
Aw.
No problem. The pleasure's all mine.
Oddly enough, I actually feel like I'm part of the group now.
Nice.
Let me guess. You didn't before?
Not really. But getting added to the chat kind of changed my perspective.
Yeah, it tends to do that.
What do you mean?
It's kind of like a paradox. You're not part of the group until you're part of the group.
I don't follow.
I do.
The same thing happened with Delta. By the time we added them, they were already moved in. It's like a rite of passage. Making it official, you know?
Something that seals the deal, so to speak.
I guess it makes sense.
Don't listen to them, Klace. Delta didn't even feel that way. It was just decided for them.
Yeah, and we're doing it again.
Please don't. You should let people tell you how they feel instead of choosing it for them.
I like that. Let's do that.
It's so much better when you control the narrative, though.
Yeah, but you're the writer. That's what you do.
Says the writer.
Yeah, I just called it again.
Hey, don't be
Okay.
rude to Dante. His writing changed my life.
Wait, what?
That's pretty dramatic.
But it's true. You're a genius, plain and simple.
I can see them hitting off each other. That's okay. Who here thinks that Klace and Dante have got something going on here? Because I certainly do.
This is flattery. Please continue.
Oh my god. You're such a dork. Oh my god.
Well, before we got into all that, I was about to suggest something. And if you're as smart as I think, there's no way you disagree.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Clante's ship. Thanks for the snipe, Atlas. I appreciate it.
Well, you keep saying that I'm one of you now, but I definitely feel like the odd one out.
Because of the stardom?
I don't know. I just feel better if I could have a nickname in the chat. I wouldn't want people to find out I'm here and try to get to me through you.
Oh, curious question.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're totally right.
A nickname probably is a safe thing to do.
Speaking of controlling the narrative,
Hey, I'm not controlling anything. Great minds just think alike.
They
Okay.
definitely do.
That's not the expression at all. It's more like stupid is as stupid does.
Uh-huh.
You calling us stupid?
If you don't know, then you're only proving my point.
hey, all of you. In
Uh,
the interest of conserving my rapidly declining IQ, what kind of nickname would you suggest?
Chad, I went and took an IQ test. I'm in trouble. It came back negative.
Bubblegum. Or cotton candy.
Or bubblegum flavored cotton candy. That sounds awesome.
Cotton candy, huh? I dig it. Love the way it melts in my mouth.
Taylor, get your head out of the clouds. My God.
All right, bubblegum it is.
Denied.
Sounds pretty cool, actually.
Just so you know, and I mean this respectfully, I will absolutely mess up and use your name.
Well, I'll change my picture and name then. If you slip up and call me Klace, just censor it in any screenshots.
A fair compromise.
I was gonna try and put your mind at ease by telling you how secure this chat is, but I know Taylor posts screenshots of it every day on social media.
Yeah, Taylor needs to stop doing that or I'm going to bonk him.
Yeah, that's kind of why I brought this up. But I'm not going to tell him to stop. It's your chat, not mine.
Hey, there's no need to do that. Back at the nightclub, we promised you privacy. Let me help you out here. It's not a big deal.
Oh my goodness. Could you imagine like a 5-way streamathon? Taylor stream with all of us in it and just like tripling our viewer count?
I'd really appreciate it. This vacation is supposed to be a blast. I wouldn't want it to turn into something stressful.
It's settled then. But you're appearing on Taylor's stream, right? It might be a bit harder to keep your presence low-key.
Fair enough.
Nah, it's fine. None of my viewers know where I live. I'm a private guy too, so I can understand Klace's request.
Yes, we don't want any doxing.
Oh, that's fair. Well, anyway, back to what we were saying earlier. We're happy to have you here, Klace. And you're safe with us.
Yeah, if anyone messes with you, I might just get angry.
Turn into the Hulk Bunny.
I'd be willing to put up a moderate to severe fight.
See? Your own personal bodyguards.
If anybody touches Klace, they will never touch anything else ever again.
Thanks, guys.
May I suggest someone to raid or no? That is actually a point redeem. It's 100,000 points to suggest someone to raid. Sure thing, Bubblegum. That was an interesting kind of supplemental thing there. Yep. Alrighty, here.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being serious.
Yes. What kind of seriousness can we do here? I assume that fourth silhouette is, in fact, Chiron, but we'll probably be able to have a heart-to-heart with him in the future stream.
Is everything all right, Isaac? I mean, the whole Chiron thing.
Okay. Oh, and speaking of which, chat, the next several streams that I'm going to have are really going to be focusing on Komorebi as opposed to other game titles right now, because I would rather change pace on how I do my streams. So just to keep things fresh and interesting, this is very different from the stuff that I normally do. And honestly, I've been very entertained by this. So expect to see more of these streams in the future. We will be having more, gaming streams. We'll definitely have more VR chat streams in the future. We're still working on that 18-hour VR chat marathon. That's probably going to be well into the future, though. So I'm still preparing for a date for that. I also want to make sure that it's not too hot outside. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. And then we'll probably have World of Warcraft, Fortnite, other stuff in the future. As far as Animal Crossing goes, I don't know when I'm going to get back into that because it's going to be kind of tough. We might have some Pokemon games in the future. We'll see what happens. But I'm trying to pace myself, and I'm trying to keep one important aspect of my streams in mind. I want to have fun. If I'm playing something and it's not fun to me, I'm not going to stream it. Now, you guys really mean a lot to me, and the way that you support me, I really appreciate it. Fortnite misses you. Yeah, I'm sure it does. But the one big reason why I wanted to stream Komorebi is because I was one of Klace's backers. I have huge respect and admiration for him. Just mountains of it. And to be able to back a campaign like this, along with dozens of us others, to see this through, it makes me very happy. And to see just how well this all came together. So that's why we're going to be focusing on this. And I'm going to be grinding through this in the next several streams, and I'll let you guys know. But let's continue on with this little fragment here.
Yeah, seems to be going just fine. No suspicion, no anything, really.
No heat?
We're as cold as ice.
Taylor, I know it's a bit hard, but we have to trust him. He can't be here to put our minds at ease all the time.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's just gloss over the part where you said it's hard to trust me, I guess.
Oh, we're glossing.
But we could use a bit of reassurance. Right, Klace? This could turn into a scandal.
Scandal?
I don't know. I've never had a reason to doubt Isaac. Why should this be any different?
Good question.
See, Taylor, you're overreacting. If we were gonna get caught, it would have happened by now. And things are only gonna get better from here on out.
I'm hoping so.
Better?
Don't poke the nest, Isaac. Remember, Argus isn't exactly on standby anymore.
What does that mean?
Well, Argus usually keeps to themselves, but with these protests, I hear they're sending out agents.
Oh.
Yeah, and you wonder why I'm freaking out.
It's not like they're here for us, Taylor. They're gonna be dealing with the Zeros.
Yeah, this is the biggest security breach we've ever had. Compared to that, we're absolutely nothing. Think about perspective.
I'm thinking, but it's just not doing me any good. It's like I just can't shake this feeling.
Yeah.
Something bad will happen?
Or already has, and we're just not aware of it.
Let's see what Isaac has to say then. How exactly are you making things better?
Well, Chiron has a phone and identity, but it's pretty bare bones. So, while he's a valid citizen, I need to make it more believable.
And how do you plan to do that?
Well, I do have some high-level access, remember? So I've been giving him a life record, not just an identity. You know, family history, score history, social media.
Okay, I'm going to stop him right there because a lot of that stuff is like supremely concerning. One, he brings up the fact that he's a high-level access member. And two, fabricating that entire history? That's going to be very sus, even to an average Argus employee.
Oh, really? And is he being a good citizen?
He has his ups and downs, but it looks realistic for sure. Had to be certain, just in case anyone ever decided to take a look. I know we're safe, but I figured this could put your mind at ease too.
Somebody's going to be furrowing a brow at this.
You're allowed to do stuff like that?
I shouldn't, but yeah. And don't worry, it's untraceable. Been using all that knowledge I picked up.
The more you say stuff like that, the more people are going to focus on you. You don't want that kind of attention.
This all feels so wrong. Can you at least promise me one thing?
I'll try my best.
Okay.
If we ever are in trouble, please just tell us. I don't want to see this tough guy routine while the world takes us down. We deserve to know, Isaac.
Taylor has a point.
Now there's something I can agree with.
Yeah. If something changes, please tell us.
Of course. Remember, this is all my doing. No matter what happens, you'll be safe.
Does that mean you have a kill switch and you can cut ties with the rest of them right away?
I have to say, this does feel good. I mean, giving Chiron the life he wants to have, not the one that Argus or his parents chose for him.
Oh, I hate how that's illegal.
Maybe it won't be that way forever, right?
Here's hoping.
I don't know. But I'm curious about one thing. How can you adjust people's scores like that?
Another valid question.
I'm kind of a prodigy.
No, that's not really an answer. Give us an answer, not a ego response. Oh my god.
Seriously, Isaac?
Yeah.
Fine. It's a mix of Argus's trust in me and my own abilities. Don't act like I haven't been doing it for a while either. Remember those discounts I gave all of you?
No.
A rebel since day one.
Yeah, but now I've got a cause.
Damn, our enemies better watch out.
It appears to me that Isaac has become this rogue element within Argus.
So it doesn't look like Chiron just popped into existence anymore.
Kind of, but not really. I didn't add that much, just strengthened the core. The more edits I make, the more suspicious it'd look in the logs.
Come to think of it, considering that most of this stuff is an edit in the log, already makes it look like a beeping light on a radar.
Quality over quantity, I assume.
Bingo.
I'm very suspicious. I'm very suspicious of what this is going to do for Chiron. You know, and this is this morality versus righteousness type of thing. Is what he's doing, like, it's the moral thing to do, but is it the right thing to do? And the whole idea of this system to begin with, we realize is just crap. And it should just go away, right? And Komorebi just kind of set this stuff in motion, and Argus became this catalyst for this type of system of, like, control, because people were losing their way with Komorebi, and it's just unfair on how people born outside of the system can't get in. This game has been making you very paranoid? No, not paranoid. Just curious, that's all.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sincere.
Okay, well, we'll visit this fragment here a little bit. I'm not paranoid. It's not really paranoia. It's just more like, I feel like I want to pick this apart.
I just had an awesome idea.
You don't look like you had an awesome idea.
Oh no.
I think you've had enough of those lately. At least make sure this one doesn't cause mass panic.
I'm hoping for the opposite, actually. Anime X is coming up. Figured we could take Klace and Delta.
Anime Expo?
It's happening again already? Feels like we just got back from last year's.
Wait, I think I heard about that. It's an anime convention, right?
Yep.
I'll go, but I'd feel like I'm out of the loop. Gotta be honest, don't think I've ever watched anime before.
No?
Ooh, bold words to speak in front of Isaac.
I think he just sealed his own fate.
Oh dear.
Huh?
I'm kind of a fan. A big fan. If you want, I can help you feel less left out.
How can we do that?
Binge Fest.
What is a binge fest?
I mean, I guess I do have a lot of spare time. What would you recommend as my first show?
Good question. Let me think about that for a little bit.
Ooh, what about cosplay? We gonna dress up?
I think I'll just go as myself this year. Missed out on a lot of good photo ops last time.
Yeah, fair.
That's no fun.
Yes, it is.
Well, what would you suggest?
Ooh, we could go as the Rebels and Revels characters we make.
No way we're making fantasy costumes in a week. But that is a good idea, especially if we want to LARP one day.
LARP is an acronym standing for Live Action Roleplay.
Maybe I should actually dress up? I mean, I don't want people causing a scene around me.
Just say you're cosplaying as Klace.
Oh, that is both awesome and lame at the same time.
There's no way that'd work.
You know, actually, I could see the validity in that. Charlie Chaplin once entered a Charlie Chaplin lookalike contest. He didn't win. I'm not joking.
Care to make it interesting?
Perhaps.
Feels kind of shallow betting on an actual person.
Can I get in on that, actually?
By the way, I love this smile. It's just beautiful.
I'll allow it.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure I'll get recognized no matter what. How about, if I do, I win. If I don't, then you all win.
Ooh, what do we win? And how do we know you won't cheat?
You think I want to get recognized and bring a swarm to us?
Fair.
Trust me.
Didn't he
Do
place
my
third?
best to
I
make sure
think
you all
so,
win.
yeah.
It'll be fun. Like I'm an undercover agent or something.
That does sound pretty fun, actually. But the bet isn't made. We need to know the stakes.
You know, I think it was funny once where like a known celebrity was going around. No, wait. I'm thinking of something else. Okay. Do you guys remember No Face from like Spirited Away? Adam Savage actually cosplayed as No Face. It was pretty awesome, actually.
Maybe put it on the back burner for now? I mean, we still have until next week.
Sounds good to me. Wanna start that binge in the meantime?
Sure.
Anime party?
Anime party.
Sweet.
That is
Meet
quite
me in
savage.
the living room. And just so you know, this is not a request.
Well, well, well. What else can we do here? We got 5 more fragments. I don't think these will take too long.
Supplemental fragment. Being selfish.
Oh dear, what is this gonna be all about? I must know. I must know what is happening. Well, let me see. I'm gonna click the save real fast. There we go.
Hey,
What's up?
which one of you raided the fridge?
Wait, huh?
Don't look at me.
I don't even live there.
Thankfully.
Hey, I'm trying to help out here. Delta, what about you?
Don't look at me either.
Ugh, this could go on for hours. Whoever did it, just admit it so we can move on.
It's Klace. Are you okay?
Klace?
Well, you did ask originally if you have a fully stocked fridge.
I think it was me.
You think?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you think. Okay.
Wait a minute. This could be problematic.
How does that work now? All right, I'm gonna turn on the fan. I'm actually a little warm right now. Give me a second here, chat. There we go. You're gonna hear a little rumbling in the background, but I need to breathe.
No, I'm sorry. I was just hungry and then it all snowballed from there.
It's okay. It's okay. We don't want you to starve.
I was gonna say, you ate some of the stuff I was saving for New Year's Eve.
Whoops. Well, you better buy and replace it.
Yeah, the quantum leap.
Oh dear.
The what?
We'll get into that another time. Right now, I just have to ask, did you eat those gummies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean
It does.
Why is this so
starting to
funny
freak
to me?
out.
There's the first symptom, paranoia.
The gummies are kicking. Okay. Oh, wow.
Symptom of what?
Are you still eating right now?
Yeah.
And there's the second. Those, weren't regular candies, Klace.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What did we just get ourselves into?
You mean
I do mean.
Those are the special gummies, chat.
but I ate all of them.
Oh, fuck.
It begins.
It's never gonna end, is it?
We get to witness his downfall in real time.
Oh,
What's gonna
no.
happen to me? Am I in trouble?
Probably.
Well, actually,
Taylor, stop. You're gonna be fine, Klace.
Wee! Fun powder candy. Oh,
Really?
God damn it.
Yeah, you're just gonna be hungry. That, and you'll probably have the best sleep ever.
It's official. Clay says the munchies.
Wait, for real?
If you handle it well, yeah. You could always pull a Taylor.
What do you mean by bullet Taylor?
don't trick me into this. Let me sit back and watch for once.
This is too funny.
Like you did the last time you ate gummies?
No.
Wait, what did he do?
Oh, no.
He called each of us like 50 times. It wouldn't stop. Wanted us to come watch some dumb film he rented.
Oh, yeah, he went on and on. Kept saying it was the best movie ever.
In my defense, it was really good.
I need to stop laughing. I gotta breathe here for a second, Chad. Oh, my God.
You were staring at a lava lamp.
Super
it was
distracting.
riveting.
A lava lamp is that riveting, huh?
So nothing bad will happen then?
Probably not. But I still have some gummies of my own. Maybe I'll come over and spend the night with you.
Mm.
Can you bring the lava lamp?
Sure thing, Bubblegum.
Oh, no.
Now I'm starting to feel left out.
Where is this going?
Taylor, you have enough for all of us?
After you embarrass me in front of him? No way.
Fair. Rude, but fair. I'll just go buy some for me and Dante.
Yeah, we can see what this lava lamp is all about.
Why, Chad? Why?
So it's lame when I do it, but when Klace does it, it's a party.
Kinda, yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm sorry
cruel.
to say that you lost your chance.
Oh, that's so
Fine.
cruel.
We'll just go buy a second lava lamp.
There's a sequel?
I'm done. I am so done with this. Oh my God, this is so stupid.
Hold
I love
on.
it.
I have an idea. Let's plan a slumber party. It'll be way better. Klace can ride this one out, and next time we can group up.
What was in those gummies?
Fine, but I still want to spend the night with Klace. I say that because I'm already on my way over.
Let's see how he feels about that.
God damn, I love this game.
Klace?
The chat is silent for a few minutes.
He's passed out in a mountain of potato chips.
What? You missed all the fun.
Good thing we planned the slumber party.
Yeah, Klace just showed up early, apparently. It's no big deal. More time to buy gummies anyway.
Chat, what are these gummies? And I want some right now. Damn it.
And a second lava lamp.
Fine, but I'll have to buy more food, too. A lot more food.
I hope you got a couple $100 on hand.
More food?
Help me, Chad, help me. I can't fucking breathe. Oh, what the fuck? Wow, that's just Comedy Central? No shit. Oh, trying to spatter water all over the fucking screen. God. Hey, old Klace a big fucking hug. Oh my God.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sarcastic.
All right. That was good. That was good writing right there. That's great. I love that. Just the subtle humor. That just hits me a little bit differently, you know?
Hey, Dante, I have a question for you.
Go for it.
Well, it's just, you're such a funny guy.
I bet. Willing to bet you think this is based off a real-life story. I would not be surprised in the slightest. At least the gummies part. I'll have to ask Klace.
Thanks, but that's not a question.
I mean, I've read all of your books. Your sense of humor doesn't slip in there at all.
Hmm?
Oh, you want to know why?
Yeah, something like that. You're known for all the drama and tragedy. I kind of thought you'd be a different person.
More dark and mysterious?
Why not slip a little humor in there? It adds some spice to your writing.
Yeah, but there's definitely a mismatch.
I could say the same for you.
Huh?
Hmm?
You're a completely different person when you're performing. Those dance moves, that personality, it's just so extravagant.
Do writers and singers put on some sort of facade when they're performing? Are they having multiple personalities? What's going on here?
It's all part of the job.
Then I guess my answer might be the same. It's just what sells and what I'm good at.
Hmm.
That's fair. But now I have another question.
What's up?
How am I different in person? Like, if you had to describe it.
Hmm.
A lot more quiet. Definitely reserved. I don't feel like you're moments away from belting out a solo, but actually I think that's good. It's more like the real you.
Yeah, it feels like if you could segregate your creative thoughts from your personality, that you could be better at being creative. There's probably something going on there.
The real me, huh?
Yeah. I think we all have our work personalities. Even Isaac is a different guy on the clock.
That's true.
Different how?
Most people when performing tend to put on a facade to appeal to their target audience. It may not be major changes, but something that evolves over time to stick with the audience. You bring up a good point, Atlas. You do.
Well, I mastered my retail voice for one. It's super important when you work in sales.
That is true.
Retail voice?
Yes.
Yeah, just speak a higher pitch with exaggerated enthusiasm.
Yeah, I kind of do that, now that I think about it.
Does that actually work?
Curiously, yes. If you don't put on a show for your customers, they're not going to want to pay attention to you.
I have some of the highest numbers in the district, so you tell me.
I'll take your word for it.
There you have it. We all act different when we're working, but to answer why, I guess I use my writing as an outlet. With all the dark stuff out of the way, I'm just left with what you get.
Good point.
Bet you could write a good comedy, though.
Yeah, but then things would switch around. A funny book would mean a dull Dante.
Well, he's also got a point there, too.
As if you're not dull enough already.
And there's Taylor, like clockwork.
In person, I'm unapologetically me, regardless of who you know in front of, throw me in front of. I don't care to please others with a fake facade or a fake face anymore. That time of my life has long passed. That's fair. But you do have a long road ahead of you, too, so who's to know what the future is going to be like?
I can never pass when there's such a clear shot.
Always look toward a positive future.
Wait, how is Taylor different when he works?
You know, I would say when Taylor's performing on stream, well, we've never really seen Taylor perform on stream. But I can definitely say that Taylor's very forward.
Good question.
Yeah, I actually don't know. And here I thought it was a universal rule.
Sometimes people's personality works really well for them.
Streaming is totally different, though. Your personality is the thing that sells you. Can't afford to cover that up or make a fake one.
That is also very true. Let's just, put something into perspective here. JT Wuski, is an absolutely bubbly figure. He's a great friend of ours, and he's very outgoing and very hyper in public, right? But he's very quick to start a conversation, as is quick to end a conversation. Like, he'll come and say, "Hi, how are you?" Really short talk, and then boom, he's off in another direction. And he behaves like that when he's streaming too, and people kind of enjoy that. I don't have a problem with it. He's kind of a dork, and he's really adorable. But you know, for me, I'm kind of introverted in person. I don't talk very much. I'm very quiet. I usually try not to be too loud and obnoxious. And I do more listening than I do talking in real life. And in fact, it's very difficult for me to stream because I don't know if my words are getting out to people in the way that I would like to have them listen to. Hello, Lagex! So when are you going to play the visual novel that Garen is working on? I didn't know that Garen was working on a visual novel. It's been a while since I spoke with him, but that would be kind of cool. Anyway,
Not
moving on.
entirely true. Some people stream in character.
He's got a point there too. Can confirm JT is just like that and meet him at TFF. I've met him a couple of years ago. It's actually pretty awesome. Well, him and a team of other people. Okay. Well, when the opportunity presents itself, I shall definitely consider it.
He's already enough of a character.
I take offense to that, but it's true. I have to tell them that I'm the same in real life.
You're a rambunctious, outgoing, forward.
If I didn't know you, I'd find that one hard to believe.
You know, it's really interesting how when we approached Taylor with a loving, characteristic, he's flirtatious, very bubbly, he's very much a social butterfly. But then when things get personal, that's when he starts backing off a little bit. It's interesting to see how his character is kind of like a spring. You stretch him too much, though, and he'll pull right back.
I'm actually a little nervous. I hope I don't kill the energy when I'm guesting. Knowing how wild you can get, I'm kind of intimidated.
Intimidated? Nah.
It might be a good time to tap your stage personality then. Your fans will all be watching, remember? They expect to see you, or at the very least, the you they perceive you to be.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, I forgot. You can't play that game on stream. Never mind. I can't.
Guess so. But I kind of like being the real me. Haven't had much practice, but I'm enjoying this vacation.
And, you know, let's just say I invite somebody on my stream. I've had a few people join stream with me. I mean, I've had Duded, I've had Kibbles, definitely had Eric with me. I've had Mole with me. I've had a couple of other streamers. Heck, I've had some cameos from React and Tiger and JT. And it's pretty cool just, to see them as their, general selves instead of this outgoing, bubbly personality. To have a laid back, calm conversation with other peeps, other streamers, that to me, I think is worth streaming. Why stream with a facade when you can just be yourself? I think being yourself is truly one of the better things to listen to. I like to watch streamers who are true to themselves. I don't like watching streamers that try to fake a personality because that just doesn't seem genuine. And sometimes I like watching streamers that don't have a huge audience too, because then it doesn't feel like that when you're having a conversation with somebody that you're not just speaking into the wind. Even if you're not talking to the streamer and you're just talking to another chatter in chat, right? I don't want to say something and then have them respond to me like 2 minutes later and me not realizing that they've actually responded to me and not being able to respond, if that makes any sense. It's, Where was I going with that? I don't know.
Well, it's just for one night, Klace. As soon as it's over, you can go back to normal. You don't have to act around us. We like you for who you are.
Yeah, talking to yourself for hours is a talent. I wish I could do that, especially out loud. And there's quiet streamers out there too that do very well. Sometimes what they're doing is more important than what they say. Honestly.
Really?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Thanks. I'm glad I got to meet Isaac and everyone else too. Definitely made this hiatus worth fighting for.
Never underestimate the power of friendship. Dante and Isaac have helped me out more times than I can count. And when you need it, we'll be there to help you too.
Friendship, love, integrity. It is a force undeniable in this universe.
You will?
Yeah. Whenever you need it.
I think this has been a truly wholesome experience. We got a couple more fragments. We've been streaming a little bit later than typical. So let's grind through the rest of these fragments
Experience supplemental fragment. Being sociable.
And then probably what I'll do is I'll have some dinner, and then I'll get up on Discord and we can play some games or have a chat with you guys. Because I honestly like doing that. Just, you know, like some off-stream social stuff. Just being a person with you guys, you know? Instead of just being the almighty streamer. Wish you could do voiceover for these kinds of games. It's awesome. Klace did reach out to me at one point in the past during the development of this game because someone had not been available and he wanted me to take over for another actor. I asked him, well, what actor? I'm not going to say who, but I said, you know, as much as I really love the opportunity, I'm not going to be able to voice match this person. So I appreciate it, but won't be able to do it. So I had to back down. However, I do have a lot of respect for Klace, and this game turned out really wonderfully. Oh my goodness! Avelia Kanowski, I cannot read your name properly. It's a run-on word. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the raid today. How are you doing, dude? How was your stream? How was Minecraft? Hold this. Okay, I'm holding it. What am I holding? Koa the Avali, aka Snowy. Ah, gotcha. Thank you for breaking up that word for me. My vision is slightly blurry too. My glasses don't seem to be working too well. Thank you. All right, checking out Taylor's stream. Am I? Koa or Snowy is fine. Okay, I'll call you Koa because we actually do have multiple Snowies. That is a mouthful.
Oh, it's happening?
Yeah, him and Klace are live right now. I've never seen his viewer count this high before. People are going wild on social media too. I think he's about to set some records.
Holy shit.
A free celebrity endorsement. I'm not surprised. Wish I could get something like that for my next novel.
Well, it's not just for Taylor's benefit. Looks like Klace is blowing up as well.
Holy shit.
A pop idol. Blowing up even more?
You know, I'm really happy for people who can make things work like
Well,
this.
there's not a lot of crossover between their two audiences. Equal opportunity for both of them to make a big splash.
Do you think Klace expected that to happen?
What, you mean like an ulterior motive?
He did say he'd talk to his publicist about it, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this ended up being a business decision.
It was good just terraforming for a new castle at Town Square in my community world. Awesome.
For some reason, I doubt that.
Dante is right, you know.
Whoa, he's watching.
Always.
Shouldn't you be paying attention to the stream?
Just taking a quick beauty break. Don't normally have a camera on me like this.
Oh, you guys must be on some sort of delay. Want to elaborate while you're here at least?
Well, when I offered to stream with Taylor, I just thought it'd be fun. But when I told the label, they really went wild with it. Passion for me, profit for them.
Oh boy, it's a mutual benefit here.
You
Like the
could've
purple-haired
just
guy,
banked without
that
telling
is
them.
Dante.
Isn't
Dante's
that why
the
you wanted
purple-haired
this
guy.
hiatus to begin with?
I guess, but that would feel wrong. This kind of thing will definitely affect my public image. I promised that if anything major came up, they'd know right away.
This is a game. I'm going to actually just link it out in channel there. Exclamation point Komorebi. Feel free to check it out on Steam. It's available right now.
Makes sense to me. I mean, look at the viewer count. It'd be hard to find a stadium you could fit that many people in. This is like one of your biggest concerts. And then some.
What, do you got, like 20,000 people watching you?
And nobody is expecting me to sing. Gotta say, I kinda like the lack of expectation.
I'm a mobile streamer. I don't have Steam. Oh. Still worth checking out the link, though.
I was actually reading an article about that. They say you're about to start a new trend.
Really?
Makes sense to me. You don't see many celebrities stream, but here you are, even more famous than you were before.
Yeah, I'm refreshing my feed and all I see is Klace and Taylor. People are saying you bridged a gap and made history.
Wow, keep putting the pressure on.
You feeling like you're being squeezed in a vice right now? I was there too, but when I sold the useless junk I had and went to work and got myself a somewhat decent PC. That's good.
Oh, sorry.
We're just excited for you. Gotta say, though, I'm feeling the need to brag.
I think I'll stay humble on this one.
That might be for the best. Time passes as we all watch the stream in our rooms.
You know, Klace is actually pretty good at video games.
Either that or Taylor is letting him win.
I don't know if Taylor is capable of that. These things are a matter of pride, remember?
True. Unless he has a crush. Remember how bad he was at games when we first met?
Yeah. The age of 17 also had needing to brag, Dante. Pfft. Ha.
Also true. But are you okay with that? I mean, do you want your man with Taylor?
Do you?
For the last time, we're not dating. But even if we were, I wouldn't mind. Taylor's a good guy, all things considered.
I agree.
That's a lot of things to consider, Isaac. Good to know you're open like that, though.
I bet the blue guy is gay. I'm pretty sure he is. Or bi, at very least. Sonic, how do you control your chat when none of your mods are there? I can't figure out how to do that. If you tap and hold on a message, you will be given a menu where you can do some moderation. That is how you do it on mobile. However, for most moderators, I highly recommend desktop or get a laptop. Moderating on mobile is very difficult.
I guess Taylor's philosophy is rubbing off on me. It makes me happy to see all of you having a blast together. Before Klace arrived, I was worried our dynamic would suffer.
And here it is, doing better than ever, setting records too. Gotta say, I'm glad you reminded me this was happening.
Working hard again?
You know it. But I deserve a little break. How long do you think they're gonna go for?
Hours.
Looks like they've set a goal for an impromptu 12-hour stream, and it looks like they might hit it. Oh, wait, they definitely will. Oh, they just did.
And the little break becomes a big break. Hold on, I'll cast the stream to the living room TV.
Nice.
Wanna grab some junk food, meet me there?
Hey, watching a stream on TV with some junk food? That sounds hella awesome. I'm asking because I got hate rated my first stream back after being released from the hospital. I hate raids of the passion. All you can do is just mute them, honestly. Twitch will usually take care of it. It's kind of sad when that happens. I've been hate rated before. I just like let it water off the duck's back. They're not doing anything.
Sure, on my way. Oh, and it's a race.
All hate raids do is just prove that these people are worthless and they don't care about anything or anybody except themselves. I immediately put down my phone and sprint to the living room. Oh, fun fact. Some streamers like treating trolls like channel pets. Like if somebody comes in and is like, I hate furries. Furries are stupid. You guys are weird. I'm like, aw, come on in, sit down. Here, would you like to have some hot cocoa? I'll even put a marshmallow in it for you. And the absolute worst thing that trolls hate the most is being nice to them. I promise you, if you be absolutely the best possible person to a troll, just come back at them with kindness. It will piss them off to the point where they'll just leave and realize they haven't won a damn thing. Just saying. Just saying. All right, we got 2 more fragments here, and that'll technically finish this section minus this little additional mark right here.
Experience supplemental fragment. Being suspicious.
Oh, we got suspicion. Why is my hand next to my head? Okay. Being sus? Yeah, I-O. Something like that. It is Christmas Eve. Never thought of it like that?
Everybody, I have good news.
Yeah. So, just be nice to trolls, because they'll hate it. And when they realize they can't get underneath your skin, because they can't hurt you over the internet. The only thing that you can say to incriminate yourself is, responding to their hatred, right? Respond to them with kindness. Be nice. Be sincere. Be loving to them. Show concern for them. Say, are you okay? Did you drink some water today? Is there anything I can help you with? Are you feeling miserable or upset? They want your reaction. Absolutely. They want to see you get mad. But when you show them kindness, when you show them love and admiration and respect, they don't like that. And that makes them just want to leave. And honestly, sometimes you may get lucky and turn a troll a new leaf and realize that their hatred is not taking them anywhere where they want to be. I've seen trolls completely turn around and become a functional part of your chat society. It's true. This has happened. I've seen it happen. You know? A little kindness goes a long way. And I firmly believe that that kindness is much stronger than responding to hatred.
Oh, yeah?
What happened?
You know that promotion I've been aiming to get? I just scored an interview with the higher-ups at Argus.
Yay!
No way.
See? I knew you'd get it. But that is the exact opposite of what you said last time.
Yeah, don't think we forgot about that one, Dante. Either way, I'm looking forward to the treat that you promised.
Oh, give me a second here, chat. I'm so sorry. My nose is driving me nuts. Ah. You're an intelligent adult, Justin. You know how to handle youngsters. I'm 42 years old. I'm old enough to be some of your dads. And to be quite honest, it doesn't pay to respond to anger. If you respond with kindness, but be firm, but kind, it'll help you in the long run. I promise you that. Here we go.
Treat.
Mm-hmm.
Dante took some shots at Isaac last time he talked about this promotion. Something about not trusting Isaac with more responsibility.
Ouch.
Exactly. That's why Dante doesn't get a treat. This type of thing is only for Isaac's best friends.
Wait,
Do
what?
I get one? I mean, I believe in Isaac.
Sure. I think so.
You weren't even there when it happened.
I'll allow it, actually.
Hold on. What is the treat exactly? Or were you just trying to tease Dante?
You know, I haven't even thought about it. But this is a big promotion. It'll require a big celebration.
That sounds like fun. My friends Z-Girl said this, in that I'm nice to take care of too much and want to help. Some people will abuse that and break you in a way that you can't come back from. Yeah, Z-Girl 81. So there is nothing that anybody can say to you over the internet that will break you, because everything boils down to how you respond to situations, right? People can say all sorts of things online. They can't back it up with anything except for just more propaganda, more crap. Don't let people upset you, right? If somebody's just going to come in and just cause a big commotion, the best thing to do is just block them, ban them, delete their message, right? Don't respond to it. Don't let it sit in the back of your mind, because if you lament on that stuff, it'll start eating away at your psyche. You don't want that. Yep. The internet is not a place to be emotional on, you know? At least in the way that would deteriorate your own personal ideas. Don't let the mind virus get to you. Let's continue to focus on the game, shall we?
If you get it, you mean.
When I get it, you mean.
He's very confident in himself.
Hey, stop the bickering. Just hope that Isaac gets the job. It's not that hard. Everything will be better if he does. More money, more power.
You know, money is good, power is dangerous.
Fine, okay. I hope you get the job, Isaac, and I'm sorry. Don't you think the timing of this
Oh, thank you for
is
the
a little
hydrate.
odd, though?
Oh, and I do appreciate that, Lagix. Lagix has been exceptionally generous in the
No?
past too, so
I've been
I
working
do owe a
hard.
lot to him.
Probably the hardest I've ever worked.
But immediately after that nonsense with Chiron, you step on their toes and they invite you to their HQ.
That is interesting. You're just too nice. I don't consider myself a perfect person by any sense of the word. In fact, I am very much flawed. I deal with a lot of personal struggles myself. I deal with negative thoughts all the time. But honestly, when I'm streaming and I see you guys chatting with me, that really helps me as a person. feel better. And you guys validate me as much as I try to validate you. Sonic, could I DM you off stream in private? Absolutely.
He's got a point, you know.
I think he's just being salty. He didn't believe in me then, and he doesn't now.
It's not like that, Isaac.
Why is this so hard for you then?
I don't know. Look, you know I care about you, Isaac. I'm just pointing out that the timing is a little odd.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure we'll be fine. Isaac looked into this already, remember? There hasn't been any heat on us, not even a little.
It's barely been a week.
Your worries are founded, but you're killing the vibe. We should be happy for Isaac, not filling him with fright.
Good point.
It's okay. I'm not scared, and I know we're gonna be fine. In fact, I can even use this interview to prove it.
How?
Let's see if I can explain this in a non-tech way. Back at work, I actually outrank the PCs we use. They hold me back. But at Argus HQ, I can take full advantage of my security clearance.
Why is this a thing that Isaac needs to focus on? Why is that so important to him, to outrank, to take control? Does he feel like he's not in control? Does he feel like he's not able to fully utilize his abilities? I mean, I honestly see something in Isaac that he thinks he lacks confidence, and somehow having more power will give him more confidence. I don't know if the story, but he's gay as fuck, though. I mean, probably.
Really?
I would not be surprised. And Isaac is very cute, by the way. Look at this precious face. You gotta love it.
Yeah, but that shouldn't really be surprising. All the power is within Argus's headquarters. Retail outlets only get a fraction of that.
Then how do you know we're really safe? All the data on us could be at a higher level.
Good
I
point.
can see enough at work to give me peace of mind, but I can take a look at Argus's HQ for your sake. Anything I can do to make you less worried.
He's like, ooh, please hug me when no one's looking. It's probably why he wears that big coat. I mean, there's a significance behind it, but it's also like a big warm hug for him.
Like how you gave Chiron social media and stuff. Are you sure you won't get in trouble for this?
Most people would, but remember who you're dealing with. I can cover my tracks better than the best in the business.
Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Always have a container of water nearby. I had to fill this thing like 3 times now.
I underestimated you, Isaac. Snooping around in their own HQ. Always thought you'd be more timid in the end.
Nah, this is where I'm the most confident. Hopefully after this, you'll start to trust my abilities.
If it's truly just an interview, then I'll yield forever. But until then, I believe a tiny bit of paranoia is justified.
You know, paranoia is like spicy food. A little bit is fine, but too much of it can ruin you.
Actually, it's on Friday, so I can tell you all about it at the tavern. I'm pretty sure it'll be multiple interviews too.
Yeah, usually if you're going in for like a higher level management position or an executive position, you're interviewed by multiple people. So just like a case in point for the operations manager position or like the general manager position, you have to go through 3 separate interviews. Like at our job to get the general manager position, you're interviewed by the district manager, you're interviewed by the HR manager, and you're interviewed by the director of operations or the director of sales. So it's, yeah, being a general manager is a very meticulous process. So I can only imagine that Isaac is kind of going through something very similar. So it's a pretty serious position.
Multiple interviews. I hope you get called back then. What position are you up for exactly?
General Associate Merchandise is Aid's job to apply for right now. I've been doing sales now, Chad. I've been doing sales jobs for a long time. With my current job, I've been doing for about 17 years.
It's actually a step above my current boss. He runs one store, but they want me overseeing multiple. I basically just sit in their HQ and monitor the district sales numbers.
So basically, he's applying to be a what we would call a district manager. That's a pretty high-end position.
promoted above your own boss?
It's happened. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, he's not interested in all that extra stuff. In fact, he personally recommended me for the promotion. So like I said, I'm pretty sure I earned this. It's not a trick.
Just be careful with such a position.
I'm starting to believe, I'll say that much. Just give us an update on Friday, and I'll look forward to it.
Usually
In fact, I can't wait to party with some peace of mind.
if you're promoted to a district manager, the people you report to are executives.
Yeah, talk about a night to remember.
So yeah, in the business, in the industry, the CEO is basically the senior most executive, which is usually voted on by a board of directors. The board of directors are the senior executives who appoint like the district managers, the operations, sales and whatnot. So yeah, a lot of stuff there. Let's see, this will become available in future fragments. So I think this is Chiron right here. We don't have access to him yet. Got one more fragment here.
Supplemental fragment. Being sleepy.
So yes, let's do that. I'm also really concerned for the fact that I've been dropping frames throughout the stream, and I don't know why. I need to contact Comcast and say, hey,
Hey, I
why
have
am
a
I losing so many
suggestion for a
frames?
slumber party.
I've lost 18,000 frames, 1.7%. That sucks. But I'm sorry that the stream quality is not as high as it could be. I have a 40 meg upload. I don't know what's going on.
What is it? Oh, by the way, I stocked up on those gummies. I have enough to share, but you should still pick up your own.
Yeah.
Way ahead of you, actually. Anyway, what's the suggestion, Dante?
Rebels and Revels.
Which we've seen. This was the date before that.
What and what?
Only the hottest tabletop RPG in the world. I'm thinking we start a campaign and make it a weekly thing.
Justin, I know this is kind of off topic, but since you're an English speaker, would you mind explaining to me what is a blowout party? Basically, it's a large get-together celebration. Probably something to celebrate something really important or pivotal. That's at least the way that I interpret it. Let me see if I can kind of go in finer detail here for you. Blowout, like, if you had a blowout, it would be something that is, like, super dramatic and huge. So let me see if I can kind of describe this. So a blowout is a large meal, often celebration of family or friends, at which people may eat too much. Once in a while, we had a major blowout. Synonyms: binge, informal, party, feast, rave. So let me just say it's like this. You're basically inviting people, and you have a gargantuan meal, like a big smorgasbord. And that's kind of how it is, I think. So yeah. A lot of Wi-Fi providers have been cutting their upload speeds, half Comcast and T-Mobile. That's bullshit. Why are they doing that? You see, thank you. You're welcome. So, yeah, like a blowout sale at a store, like, hey, we're trying to push all this product as much as we can. We have too much of it, so we're slashing prices to get it out the door, blah, blah, blah. So, if that makes sense. Anyway.
Not a bad idea. Let me guess, you'll be the GM?
Not a chance, man. Writing is my job. You think that's what I want to do in my off hours?
Fair. Is it hard to do?
Well, being the group's GM, or in this case, like in Dungeons & Dragons, you're the DM or the Dungeon Master. Basically, you're the master of ceremonies who is ultimately God and can change things on a whim. They have books which are a guide as to how things should be ran. But ultimately, it is up to the DM and how things are handled. They can change rules as they see fit. But it's really all about the campaign itself and the journey.
Nah, not really. It's so easy, even Taylor could do it.
Ha!
Well, now I'm gonna do it. Purely to spite you, of course.
Spite makes a good GM, actually. You want to put your players through some tough times.
Yep, always go for the challenges. You want to... challenge in a game is really about balance. Like, making it difficult enough for them to struggle, but in such a way that it keeps them enticed and wanting to play. So well done, yes.
I won't go easy
I love
on
the
you.
drawings of these characters. I imagine there's a lot of fan art, too. I found out the hard way when Comcast called me 2 days ago and said they're cutting their upload speeds and half internet speed. Why? For what? What purpose?
I'm quaking in my boots, trust me.
Yeah, fan art.
That is, if you're all down to do this.
Sure, I'm down.
Yeah, sounds good to me. What about Chiron?
What about him?
I'd hate to leave him out of this. It's a group thing, and I kinda made him part of our group.
I don't know if letting him into our home is a good idea yet. Your heart is in the right place, but yeah.
Hasn't he basically turned that jet into his home? I mean, he spends all his time hiding out in there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, well, living in a jet is better than living on the streets, I guess.
Maybe we should host the game over there. That way we can involve him and stay under the radar.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. But remember, you're only here for a few months. There's no way we'd be allowed back in when you leave.
You know, that would be kind of a fun idea. Can you imagine, like, a flight, say, from Los Angeles to Sydney, right? A large 14, 16-hour flight. Can you imagine doing an entire Dungeons & Dragons campaign throughout that entire flight? That would be actually kind of cool.
I guess that's fair. But I'd like
Budget
to stay
cuts?
a part of your campaign.
Yeah.
Maybe I can hop on a video or voice call to stay in touch.
BUDGET. That's budget.
That'd be awesome. And there's our solution for Chiron, too. We'll just get him here through a call.
Yay.
This is actually starting to sound pretty fun. But hopefully one day you can let him inside your house. Even if we include him like that, he could still feel left out.
True, but like I said, it's best to not take that risk just yet. If anyone investigates his records, that'd be the first place they check. Best to avoid putting a target on us until we're absolutely certain.
That's fair. Tapping one hand, left arm is broken, so I'm trying here. Oh, no. You're fine. Broken arms suck.
Good idea. I'm still feeling a bit nervous about all of this. But a weekly campaign might be a nice escape.
Never a bad idea to get away from what bothers you. Those gummies might make it more interesting, too. I can already picture you. A GM under the influence.
Oh,
I'll
boy.
make it a journey to remember.
Oh, boy.
Yep, this is how we die.
Oh, boy. Oh, that shocked face says it all. Oh, my goodness, chat. We've been going for well over 5 hours right now. So, let me tell you guys what we're going to be doing. First of all, we're going to save this. Cool. And then let me give you an idea of what's to come. So Eric is going to be visiting here in Minnesota in September. And we are going to be doing the Ice Bucket Challenge, as well as me munching on some bugs, which I had promised for the charity campaign, but I haven't had the chance to do that yet. So that is what we're going to be doing while they're up here. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Payday's in 2 days for me. However, no streams Thursday or Friday, but there will be a stream Saturday morning. Saturday, 10 a.m. Central Time, Minnesota time. We're minus 6 GMT. We'll be continuing with Komorebi. And then on Sunday, I'll be doing another stream for another 4-ish hours plus. And followed by a day off, and then an early morning stream on Tuesday, and then another day off, and then Thursday. So it's going to be pretty heckin' epic in the time to come. I am absolutely ecstatic about what's happening in the future. We're working on some modifications, by the way. I'm going to be changing up the user interface. We'll be changing some colors. Going to be kind of, redoing the stream, changing up some graphics. Eric and I are working on that. Eric is currently on hiatus from streaming right now, but we'll probably come back in the future. Thank you for the kiss. Thank you. Such a bean. Thank you for the hydrate as well. Let's go choose somebody to raid. Bye, Sonic. It was another fun stream. I appreciate it. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Let me go take a look and see who is online today. VR chat streams are going to be for the future. Oh my goodness. You know what? Why don't we just send you all to JT Whiskey, because we were talking about him earlier. You guys can rate, send whatever raid message that you want. It doesn't really matter. And as always, guys, no matter who you are or where you come from. You're valid and you are loved. JD Whiskey's playing changed. Go give him a heckin' hug for me, okay? I will see you all again in a couple of days. Have fun. Bye-bye.
I get so